Hello listeners, welcome to another episode of Insomniac's Lore. Before we begin, I'd love to know where you're tuning in from around the world. Drop a comment below and don't forget to subscribe to Insomniac's Lore for more captivating stories to keep you company during those sleepless nights. Tonight, I have a special tale to share with you. A story of love, sacrifice and resilience set against the brutal backdrop of the Korean War. So settle in as we journey to the war-torn Korean peninsula in the winter of 1951. Snowfall over Seoul. The snow fell like judgment upon Seoul, silent, relentless, bearing evidence of the city's wounds beneath a deceptive blanket of white. Una Park's fingers stiffened as she scribbled in her notebook, her breath forming ghosts in the frigid air. From her vantage point atop what remained of the Namdaemun Gate, the once proud capital resembled a mouthful of broken teeth, buildings reduced to skeletal frames, streets pockmarked with artillery craters, frozen bodies still waiting to be claimed. "You'll catch your death up there, Miss Park." The American correspondent's voice carried on the wind. Una didn't look up. "Death is catching enough people without my help, Mr. Miller." At 25, Una had already witnessed Seoul change hands 4 times. The city had been stripped of its dignity like layers of skin, first by the Japanese occupation, then by ideological warfare that pitted neighbour against neighbour. Her father, once a respected scholar at Seoul National University, had been purged during the first communist occupation, dragged from their home for the crime of teaching Western philosophy. The Seoul Daily, backed by UN forces, employed her as a translator and junior reporter, but the stories they printed bore little resemblance to the ones she witnessed. Each night, she documented the real narratives in a separate journal, accounts of civilian massacres, political disappearances, and brutalities committed by all sides. These were the histories being erased with each new occupation. "The colonel's calling all press in," Miller added. "Chinese troops spotted 15 miles north." "Again?" Una sighed, tucking her notebook into the inner pocket of her coat. "Which way will we run this time?" But she already knew. The Americans and their UN allies would retreat south again, abandoning Seoul to Chairman Mao's forces pushing down from the north. The cycle would repeat, and more civilians would die in the crossfire of an ideological war that had little to do with them. That night, as evacuation orders blared through military loudspeakers, Una made her decision. For months, rumours had circulated about mass graves in the northern provinces, entire villages eliminated for suspected southern sympathies. No Western journalists were allowed access. No one was documenting these atrocities. Father Anton, a Catholic missionary who operated a medical station near the 38th parallel, agreed to smuggle her north under the guise of a nurse. The aging Jesuit had little patience for political boundaries when it came to suffering. "I cannot guarantee your safety," he warned as they loaded medical supplies into his battered truck. "If they discover you're a journalist, I'm aware of the risks, Father." She handed him her press credentials and identity papers, which he promptly burned. "From now on you are Kim Sun-hee, a volunteer nurse from Busan." The journey north was treacherous. Twice they were stopped at checkpoints where Father Anton's medical mission papers were scrutinized by teenage soldiers with hollow eyes and trembling fingers on triggers. Their truck crawled through landscapes rendered alien by war, villages reduced to charred frames, fields now cratered moonscapes, frozen bodies of civilians caught in artillery barrages, their blood stark crimson against the snow. They had nearly reached the mission point when the ambush came, a spray of gunfire that shattered their windshield and sent their truck careening into a ditch. Father Anton slumped against the wheel, a dark stain spreading across his cassock. Una tried to drag him from the wreckage, but more shots rang out. She dove into the snow as uniformed figures approached, their red-starred caps visible against the twilight. "American spy!" one shouted in heavily accented English. "Do not move!" Rough, hands pulled her from the snow. The last thing she saw before a rifle butt struck her temple was Father Anton's unseeing eyes, fixed on the darkening sky. She awoke in a small room with stone walls that might once have been a storage cellar. A single bulb dangled from the ceiling, illuminating a wooden table and 2 chairs. Her head throbbed, and her wrists were bound with coarse rope. Hours passed before the door finally opened. A tall figure in a North Korean officer's uniform entered, his face obscured by the shadows. He moved with careful deliberation, placing a metal cup of water on the table before stepping into the light. Yuna caught her breath. Despite the harsh uniform, his face retained a scholar's gentleness, high cheekbones, thoughtful eyes, and a slightly crooked nose that hinted at some past injury. He couldn't have been more than 30. "I am Captain Ji-ho Kim," he said in flawless English. "You were captured with a known intelligence operative. You will tell me who you are and what information you are carrying." "The man you killed was a Catholic priest bringing medical supplies to civilians," Yuna replied in Korean, her voice steadier than she felt. Surprise flickered across Ji-ho's features, not at her words, but at her educated Seoul accent. "A southern woman this far north?" His voice lowered as he switched to Korean. "That makes you either very brave or very foolish. Sometimes those are the same thing." Their eyes locked across the table, and in that moment, something unspoken passed between them, a recognition that transcended uniforms and borders. They were both playing roles in a tragedy neither had written. "They're watching," he said softly, nodding toward the door. "Your papers identify you as Kim Sun-hee, a nurse from Busan. Is that true?" She recognized the lifeline he offered. "Yes." Ji-ho raised his voice again, returning to the scripted interrogation. "You're working with the Red Cross?" "Yes," Yuna nodded, "providing medical aid to civilians." Later, she would learn what it cost him to spare her. Ji-ho had been a literature student at Kim Il-sung University before the war, conscripted after refusing to denounce his mentor, an elderly professor accused of harbouring reactionary views. His fluency in English had saved him from the front lines, relegating him instead to intelligence work. But each small act of conscience was noted in his file, marking him as politically unreliable. When he returned the following day, his demeanour had changed. "You're being transferred," he said, loud enough for anyone listening. Then more quietly, "They're sending me north with wounded soldiers. I've convinced them we need a nurse. It's the only way I could think to keep you alive." "Why would you help me?" Yuna whispered. Ji-ho's eyes, dark and unreadable, studied her face. "Perhaps I'm also very brave, or very foolish." The military convoy crawled northward like a wounded snake. 3 trucks of injured soldiers followed by a command jeep, their progress slowed by treacherous mountain roads buried under heavy snow. Yuna rode in the middle truck, tending to men with frostbitten limbs and festering shrapnel wounds. Captain Ji-ho had instructed her to speak as little as possible, and to keep her head covered with a worn military cap. "If anyone asks, you're from Hamhung," he told her. "Your accent will be less noticeable." The men under Ji-ho's command were a grim assortment, some barely older than boys, others weathered veterans of multiple campaigns. All regarded her with suspicion. Their destination was a field hospital near the Chinese border, where the wounded would be treated before being redeployed. For Yuna, it represented deeper entrapment in enemy territory. On the 3rd night, their convoy stopped in an abandoned village. The houses stood like dark sentinels against the snow, their windows vacant eyes watching the soldiers establish camp. Ji-ho assigned Yuna to a small outbuilding that might once have been a workshop. "It's the most private space I can manage," he explained, helping her carry medical supplies inside. "The men are uncomfortable having a woman among them." "They should be more concerned with gangrene than my gender," Yuna replied, arranging bandages on a makeshift table. Ji-ho almost smiled, a slight softening around his eyes that vanished as quickly as it appeared. "These men have seen things that have stripped away their humanity." Don't judge them too harshly." "What have you seen, Captain?" Yuna asked, studying him closely. The question hung between them, dangerous and intimate. Jiho turned away, his profile sharp against the lantern light. "Enough to know this war serves no one but distant powers playing at Empire." His voice dropped to a whisper. "Be careful around Sergeant Choi. He suspects you're not what you claim." Before she could respond, shouting erupted outside. A young soldier had collapsed while unloading supplies, his fever spiking dangerously. For the next several hours, Yuna worked alongside Jiho to save the boy's life, cutting away uniform from infected wounds, administering their precious penicillin, and cooling his forehead with snow. Dawn broke as the fever finally subsided. Exhausted, Yuna slumped against the wall, watching Jiho gently cover the sleeping soldier. "You have medical training," she observed. "My mother was a midwife before the Japanese took her." Something in his expression softened. "She taught me that hands can heal as easily as they can harm, a lesson I try to remember." When the convoy resumed its journey, a new understanding existed between them, tentative and unspoken. Each night as they made camp, Jiho would find reasons to consult with her away from the others. They spoke carefully at first, exchanging only necessary information. But isolation and shared danger bred a peculiar intimacy. On the 5th night, they sheltered in the ruins of a small church, its roof half collapsed, but its stone walls still standing against the bitter wind. While the soldiers huddled around fires in the main sanctuary, Jiho led Yuna to what had once been the vestry. "Why are you really here?" he asked, his voice barely audible above the wind. No southern nurse would volunteer for this. The question had been inevitable. Yuna considered her options and chose truth, or enough of it. "I'm documenting what's happening to civilians, the history's being erased." "A journalist, then?" "A witness." She met his gaze without flinching. "People are disappearing from villages, entire families executed. Someone needs to record their names before they're forgotten." Jiho was silent for so long that Yuna prepared herself for a rest. Instead, he reached inside his uniform and withdrew a small battered book. "My professor's poetry," he explained, handling it with reverence. "Published before the division. They burned every copy they could find in Pyongyang, but I saved this one." He opened it carefully, the pages worn from repeated reading. He wrote about unity, how Korea's soul remains undivided even when borders are drawn with bayonets. Their fingers brushed as Yuna accepted the book, and neither pulled away. In that frozen church, surrounded by the wounded and the dying, they found a fragile connection that defied the arbitrary lines of nations. Each night thereafter, they would find moments away from watchful eyes to share what remained of their humanity. Jiho recited poetry from memory, while Yuna told him of Seoul before the war, of cherry blossoms along the Han River, and students debating in tea houses. She recorded his stories too, filling her hidden notebook with accounts of northern villages caught between Chinese volunteers and American bombers. "If we survive this," he once whispered, "what will become of these stories?" "They'll be told," Yuna promised. "All of them." It happened on the 7th night, as they huddled beneath a partially collapsed roof while snow drifted through the gaps. A single candle illuminated their small sanctuary as Jiho read from his treasured book, his voice giving life to words of longing and resistance. When he looked up, Yuna was watching him with an expression that mirrored his own unspoken yearning. Neither could say who moved first. Their lips met in a kiss that tasted of fear and ash and desperate hope. A moment of warmth in a frozen world. Jiho's hands trembled as they framed her face, and Yuna clung to him as though he were solid ground in shifting terrain. "This can only end in tragedy," he murmured against her hair afterward. "Then we'll have that in common with the rest of Korea," she replied. They reached the abandoned mountain village of Songwon on the 12th day. Once a thriving farming community, it now stood eerily empty, its inhabitants either fled or taken. With the nearest field hospital still 3 days' journey, and blizzard conditions setting in, Jiho ordered his men to establish camp. "We'll wait out the storm," he announced, assigning quarters in the abandoned homes. The stone house assigned to Yuna had belonged to the village headman, a small but solidly built structure with a working chimney and walls thick enough to keep out the worst of the cold. Jiho claimed the adjacent room as his quarters, establishing a buffer between her and the increasingly suspicious Sergeant Choi. For 6 days the blizzard raged, confining them to the village. In this strange pocket of stillness amidst war, Yuna and Jiho crafted a semblance of normal life. They melted snow for washing, dried laundry by the fire, and foraged through abandoned gardens for frozen vegetables to supplement their rations. In the evenings, after Jiho had completed his rounds, they would sit by the fire speaking in whispers of their lives before the war. He described his childhood in a coastal village north of Wonsan, fishing with his grandfather, studying by lamplight, dreaming of becoming a professor like the mentor he had refused to denounce. "I wanted to translate Western poetry into Korean," he confessed, his fingers interlaced with hers. Byron, Shelley, Whitman, voices that speak to universal experience. Yuna told him of her father's library, filled with books from around the world, and how she had learned English by reading Austen and Dickens aloud. "He believed knowledge should transcend borders," she said. "That's why they took him." "And why you're risking everything to document this war," Jiho added, understanding illuminating his features. Their stolen moments of intimacy existed in sharp contrast to the world outside, a world where they would be enemies rather than lovers. Each touch, each whispered confidence, each night spent in each other's arms was an act of defiance against the divisions forced upon their homeland. "Sometimes I imagine us in another life," Jiho murmured one night, his head resting in Yuna's lap as she ran her fingers through his hair. "Perhaps as scholars in Gyeongsong during the Joseon dynasty, or meeting in a Tokyo university before liberation." "Any time but now?" Yuna smiled sadly. "Any time when loving you wouldn't be considered treason." The illusion of peace shattered on the 7th morning with the arrival of a Chinese regiment, 200 soldiers commandeering the village as a forward operating base. Their commander, a hard-faced colonel named Lin, regarded Jiho's small contingent with poorly disguised contempt. "You were expected at the field hospital a week ago, Captain," he said in stilted Korean. "Your delay requires explanation." Sergeant Choi stepped forward before Jiho could respond. "The captain has been protecting a southern spy, Comrade Colonel." The accusation hung in the frigid air. Jiho's face remained impassive, but Yuna saw his hand move subtly toward his sidearm. "These are serious allegations," Colonel Lin turned to Jiho. "Who is this woman?" "A Red Cross nurse," Jiho replied evenly, "providing medical care to our wounded." Sergeant Choi's thin lips curved into a cruel smile. "Then why does she write in a notebook each night? Why does she speak with a Seoul accent when she thinks no one is listening?" Colonel Lin motioned to his men. "Bring this woman and search her belongings." What followed was inevitable. The discovery of Yuna's notebook with its damning accounts, her journalist's eye for detail having recorded atrocities committed by all sides. Jiho stood rigid as the evidence mounted, his eyes communicating what his voice could not. Run when you can. The opportunity came unexpectedly. As they marched Yuna toward the command post for formal interrogation, an American spotter plane roared overhead. All eyes turned skyward, all except Jiho's. In one fluid motion he drew his pistol and fired, not at Yuna but at Sergeant Choi and the nearest Chinese soldier. "Run!" he shouted, grabbing her arm and pulling her toward the tree line. Gunfire erupted behind them as they plunged into the forest, snow hampering their escape. They had gained perhaps half a kilometre when Jiho stumbled, a dark stain spreading across his uniform jacket. "I'm hit!" he gasped, clutching Yuna's arm to keep from falling. "You must go on alone." "I won't leave you," she insisted, slinging his arm over her shoulders. Together they struggled through deepening snow, the sounds of pursuit growing closer. Night fell, bringing with it a bone-chilling cold that threatened as much as their pursuers. Jiho's strength waned with each step, his blood leaving a telltale trail behind them. At midnight, they reached a small hunting cabin, little more than a shack but offering momentary shelter. Inside, Yuna tended Jiho's wound as best she could, using strips of her undershirt as bandages. "The bullet went through," she said, her voice steadier than her hands. "But you've lost too much blood." Jiho's face was ashen in the dim light. "The border is 15 kilometres south," he whispered. "If you travel by night, you might cross before they catch you. We'll go together when you're stronger." He caught her hand, his grip surprisingly firm. "Yuna, listen to me. What you've documented, it must reach the outside world. If you vanish, at least the truth might live." She kissed him then, tasting blood and tears. "I won't leave you to die. Then help me live long enough to get you to the border." For 3 days they moved only at night, hiding in dense underbrush or abandoned structures during daylight hours. Jiho grew weaker despite Yuna's care, his wound festering without proper medication. Yet he refused to surrender to either pain or pursuers, drawing on reserves of strength that left Yuna in awe. On the 4th night they reached the ridge overlooking the 38th parallel, an arbitrary line that had ripped a people apart. Below them, South Korean outposts stood illuminated against the darkness. "We'll cross together," Yuna insisted, supporting Jiho's weight. "I know people in Seoul who can hide you." Jiho's smile was gentle but resolute. "They're looking for a North Korean officer, not a southern woman travelling alone." Before she could protest, he removed his uniform jacket and outer clothing, dressing instead in the civilian clothes they had scavenged from an abandoned farmhouse. "From now on I'm your husband, wounded while trying to reach the south," he said, his breath forming ghosts in the cold air. A civilian, nothing more. It was their only chance. Together they approached the checkpoint, Yuna supporting Jiho's increasingly frail form. The South Korean soldiers regarded them with suspicion that turned to alarm when Jiho collapsed, his disguise falling away as fever overtook him. "Please," Yuna begged as they were separated. Jiho carried away on a stretcher. "He saved my life. He's not your enemy." But her pleas fell on deaf ears. In the chaos of war, individual stories mattered little against larger narratives of nationhood and ideology. Seoul in spring should have felt like renewal. Cherry trees blossomed along streets once littered with shell casings, and buildings rose from rubble like determined shoots pushing through scorched earth. 6 months had passed since Yuna's return, yet the city remained a stranger to her, its wounds bandaged but unhealed beneath a veneer of reconstruction. The American newspaper that employed her now valued her most for her silence. Her first-hand accounts of the war's brutality had been edited into sterile dispatches that mentioned neither perpetrators nor victims by name. Official narratives required clear villains and heroes, not the complicated truths she'd witnessed. At night, alone in her small apartment, Yuna would remove the floorboard beneath her bed and retrieve her original notebooks, the testimonies she had risked everything to record. She had published some of these accounts anonymously in underground papers under the pseudonym The Winter Witness, careful to disguise her handwriting and distribute the manuscripts through different channels. These unsanctioned accounts, documenting atrocities committed by all sides, had earned her enemies in both governments. Twice she had noticed men following her home from the newspaper office. Once, her apartment had been searched while she was at work, the intruders professional enough to leave almost no trace except for a single cigarette butt of a brand favoured by ROK military police. Of Ji-ho she had learned nothing. After their arrival at the checkpoint, he'd been taken away, his fever worsening. The military authorities had questioned her extensively about their relationship, suspicious of anyone who had spent months behind enemy lines. She told them only that he was a civilian who had helped her escape, a partial truth that still felt like betrayal. Her inquiries about his whereabouts went unanswered. A sympathetic American lieutenant had eventually informed her that a male civilian matching Ji-ho's description had been transferred to a military hospital in Busan for further questioning, a euphemism whose meaning she understood all too well. Summer came, bringing humid heat and the steady drumbeat of stalled peace negotiations. Yuna continued her work, both official and clandestine, while the grinding war reached its third year. Her editor praised her recovery from her ordeal in the north, unaware that each sanitized article she wrote was accompanied by a truer account published under her secret identity. It was on an oppressively hot August afternoon when the letter arrived, delivered not to her apartment but to the newspaper office, addressed simply to YP. No return address, no official markings. Inside was a single sheet of paper containing a line from the poetry book Ji-ho had carried. Even when the mountains burn, snow will fall somewhere. Beneath it, in careful English, the truth lives, as do I. The handwriting was unmistakable. The same hand that had traced Korean poetry by candlelight in abandoned villages. Yuna pressed the paper to her lips, tears threatening to smudge the precious ink. No information about his location, no way to respond, just proof of life, delivered like a whisper across impossible distance. That night, she wrote with renewed purpose, documenting not just the atrocities but the small kindnesses she had witnessed, moments of humanity that transcended uniform and ideology. Stories of southern soldiers sharing rations with northern civilians, of enemy combatants returning personal effects of the fallen to their families, of a northern officer who had chosen love over duty. These stories too became part of the Winter Witness accounts, spreading through an underground network of readers hungry for truth beyond propaganda. Though Yuna signed each manuscript only with her pseudonym, she included the line from Ji-ho's letter as a signature. Even when the mountains burn, snow will fall somewhere. Months passed. The war stalemated along what would eventually become the permanent division of Korea. Yuna's anonymous writings gained notoriety, prompting increased surveillance of suspected authors. Twice she narrowly avoided arrest, warned by sympathetic colleagues at the newspaper. In the winter of 1953, as armistice talks continued, Yuna received a peculiar invitation, a cultural exchange program seeking Korean translators for a diplomatic mission to Japan. The invitation came through channels that suggested American involvement, possibly intelligence services aware of her linguistic abilities if not her clandestine activities. She accepted, recognizing both opportunity and escape. Seoul had become too dangerous, her anonymity increasingly fragile. Perhaps in Japan, with its distance from the immediate conflict, she could continue her work more safely. The night before her departure, a second letter arrived, delivered by an elderly woman who vanished before Yuna could question her. This one contained no message, only a pressed cherry blossom and an address in Kyoto's Gion district. Hope, dangerous and fragile, bloomed in her chest for the first time since crossing back into the south. She packed her notebooks carefully inside a false-bottomed suitcase and left Seoul as snowflakes began to fall, white petals covering the scars of a divided nation. Kyoto preserved its beauty like a treasure kept safe from time's erosion. While much of Japan still struggled with post-war reconstruction, the ancient capital had emerged largely unscathed, its temples, gardens, and traditions continuing as they had for centuries. To Yuna, walking its narrow stone streets felt like stepping into another world, one where peace was not merely the absence of gunfire but a cultivated state of being. For 3 years, she had worked as a cultural liaison and translator for Korean delegations, her position providing sufficient credentials to avoid uncomfortable questions about her past. The diplomatic posting allowed her to travel between Japan and Korea, maintaining connections with the network of witnesses whose stories she still collected and published. The armistice had frozen the conflict rather than resolved it, creating a permanent division that separated families and severed a shared cultural heritage. Yuna's work increasingly focused on documenting these separations, the human cost of ideological boundaries. She had visited the address from the mysterious letter numerous times over the past 3 years. The small bookshop specialized in translations, offering works in Korean, English, Chinese and Japanese. Its proprietor, an elderly Japanese woman named Hana, always greeted Yuna with the same polite smile and gentle denial. "I'm afraid the person you seek is not here," she would say, offering tea as consolation. Yuna had almost convinced herself that the address had been a cruel misdirection, or a hope destroyed by circumstances unknown to her. Yet she returned every few months, drawn by stubborn faith or perhaps by the bookshop itself, its shelves containing volumes that reminded her of her father's library, and of poetry read by candlelight in abandoned churches. It was earlier December 1956 when Yuna entered the bookshop for what she had decided would be the final time. Snow had begun falling over Kyoto, transforming the city into a scene from a woodblock print. Black tile roofs outlined in white, stone lanterns wearing caps of snow, the Kamo River flowing dark between winter-bare cherry trees. The shop was empty except for Hannah, who looked up from her ledger with the same gentle smile. "You are persistent, Miss Park," she said in Japanese. "Perhaps that persistence deserves reward. Please, wait here." Before Yuna could respond, the old woman disappeared through a curtained doorway leading to the back of the shop. Minutes stretched into contemplation as Yuna browsed familiar shelves, her fingers trailing over book spines until they stopped at a slim volume of Korean poetry, the same collection Jiho had carried through the war. She was still holding it when the curtain parted. He stood taller in her memory, perhaps because she had last seen him weakened by fever and blood loss. Now he appeared solid but somehow contained, his scholar's frame disguised in the simple clothes of a Japanese bookseller. His hair had more grey than should belong to a man of 34, and a scar traced a path from his right temple to his jaw, a permanent reminder of wounds both visible and hidden. For a moment neither spoke. The poetry book trembled in Yuna's hands. "That edition has a superior translation," Jiho said finally, his voice exactly as she remembered, cultured, gentle, carrying the ghost of a northern accent he had clearly worked to suppress. Though the original is always better. "How?" The question contained multitudes. How did you survive? How did you escape? How did you find your way here? Jiho's eyes held hers, communicating volumes before he spoke. "American military intelligence found my academic background useful. I provided information in exchange for certain considerations. You became a spy." Understanding dawned. "I became a translator of more than words." His smile held sadness and irony in equal measure. "My knowledge of Northern command structures proved valuable enough to overcome objections about my origins. And afterward, Japan seemed safest. Neither North nor South would welcome me now." He gestured to the bookshop. "Hannah was my professor's cousin. She helped me establish this place, a home for literature that crosses borders. The distance between them, 3 years and countless political complications, seemed both vast and insignificant." Yuna placed the poetry book on a nearby table and took a tentative step forward. "I continued our work," she said. "The stories—" "I know," Jiho's expression softened. "The Winter Witness. Your voice carried across the sea." Another step closer. "Why didn't you contact me directly?" "It wasn't safe. For either of us." His hand reached toward her but stopped short of touching. Your activities were monitored. I couldn't risk leading them to you. So you sent poetry instead. Words that would mean something only to you. The final distance between them dissolved, years of separation collapsing into the gravity of shared memory. When their hands finally touched, it felt like completing a circuit long interrupted, electricity flowing where once there had been only vacant space. Outside, snow continued to fall over Kyoto, a gentler snow than had witnessed their first meeting, yet carrying echoes of that frigid night when a northern officer had chosen to see a southern woman as human rather than enemy. The bookshop closes early on snowy days, Jiho said, his fingers interlacing with hers. There's a small tea house by the river where we could talk. I'd like that. Yuna smiled, the expression reaching her eyes for the first time in years. They stepped outside together, snow falling around them like cherry blossoms in negative, white against darkening sky rather than pink against blue. Neither spoke as they walked side by side down the narrow street, not quite touching yet connected by something stronger than physical contact. The war had divided their country, separated their people, and nearly claimed their lives. But as they walked into the gentle snowfall, Yuna understood that some divisions could be crossed, some wounds could heal, and some stories, against all odds, could find their way toward hope. Behind them, the bookshop light cast their shadows onto fresh snow, two separate silhouettes moving in the same direction, gradually merging into one as distance blurred their outlines against the gathering dusk. The end. Ink and Illusions. The rhythmic tap of Harper Lennox's fingers on her keyboard paused as she heard the telltale sound of a motorcycle pulling into the driveway next door. She glanced at the clock, 6:15 p.m, right on schedule. Her fingers hovered over the keys, waiting for the engine to cut off, for the heavy footsteps to cross the gravel drive, for the door to shut with a definitive click. Only then did she exhale and resume typing. His hands moved deliberately, each touch calculated yet somehow instinctive, as if his body remembered a map his mind had forgotten. Harper pushed her glasses up her nose and squinted at the screen. Too cliché. She deleted the sentence and tried again. The image of her neighbour, broad-shouldered, perpetually frowning Jack Maddox, floating up and into her mind. His touch was careful, almost cautious, like a man who had spent years learning the exact force needed to disarm explosives rather than ignite them. Better. Harper saved the file, a small smile playing at her lips. 2 more chapters and Midnight Reconnaissance, the 5th installment in her best-selling Covert Hearts series, would be complete. Her editor at Pinnacle Publishing would be thrilled. The readers of L.L. Moon's steamy military romance novels would be ecstatic. And Harper Lennox, head librarian of Windmere Cove's small public library, would remain exactly what she had always been, invisible. The duality of her existence had never bothered her before. In fact, she had cultivated it deliberately. By day, she was the quiet, bookish woman who recommended gentle mysteries to elderly patrons and organised children's reading hours. By night, she transformed into L.L. Moon, whose novels featured strong-willed heroines and damaged heroes finding redemption through love, and spectacularly detailed intimate encounters. Her phone chirped with a text notification. "Brilliant news, darling. Covert Hearts series just hit 2 million in sales. NYT list confirmed for Midnight Reconnaissance pre-orders alone. We need to talk publicity. Call me." Margot Harper groaned, dropping her head into her hands. Publicity. The word alone made her stomach clench. L.L. Moon had never done interviews, never attended book signings. Her author photo was an artfully shadowed silhouette, her bio purposefully vague. A former literature professor who now lives in a coastal town, L.L. Moon spends her days surrounded by books and her nights writing about passion. The deception had been easy at first, when her debut novel had been a modest success. 5 years and 14 books later, the mystique surrounding LL Moon had only intensified her popularity. Harper shut her laptop and walked to the window, peering through the curtains at the cottage next door. A single light burned in what she knew was the kitchen. Jack would be making dinner now, something simple and nutritious. In the 3 years since he'd inherited his grandfather's house, she'd learned his routines as intimately as if they were characters in one of her books. Monday was grilled chicken night. Tuesday was fish. Wednesday, like today, was pasta. Whole grain with a sauce he made from scratch. He'd eat at the counter, standing, reading something on his tablet. Afterward, he'd wash his dishes immediately, then spend an hour or two working on renovations before showering and reading until precisely 10:00 p.m. when his light would go out. Harper knew all of this not because she was a stalker, but because the rhythm of his life had become the metronome that kept time for her own. She structured her writing sessions around the comings and goings of the man who, without knowing it, had become the template for every brooding hero she'd created since he arrived. She'd spoken to him exactly 47 times. 47 brief, awkward exchanges that consisted primarily of "good morning, nice weather," and have a good day. Once, during a power outage, he'd come to check if she had candles. Once, she'd gathered the courage to bring him cookies as a welcome gift when he first moved in. Beyond that, their relationship existed entirely in her imagination and on the pages of books that had sold millions of copies. Her phone rang, startling her from her thoughts. Margot wasn't one to be ignored. "Harper, darling, did you get my text? This is tremendous news." "I did, yes, it's wonderful," Harper replied, moving away from the window and back to her desk. "So, publicity. We need to strike while the iron is hot. I've been thinking." Harper tensed. Margot's thinking usually led to suggestions involving public appearances. What if we arrange a small, exclusive fan event? Nothing huge or intimidating. Just 20 or so devoted readers, an intimate setting. They'd love to meet the mysterious LL Moon. "Margot, we've discussed this. I can't..." "Not in New York, not at a big bookstore, somewhere that feels safe for you." Margot paused dramatically. "What about that charming little independent bookshop in your own town? Sea Pages, is it?" Harper nearly dropped the phone. "Windmere Cove? You want to host an LL Moon event in my town?" "It's perfect. Small, controlled environment. People who have never connected Harper Lennox with LL Moon. We keep it exclusive, mysterious even. Fans get to meet you, but we maintain your public anonymity. They sign NDAs if it makes you feel better." Harper's mind raced through all the ways this could go catastrophically wrong. Everyone in town knew her. They'd recognise her voice, her mannerisms. "I can't," she said firmly. Then more softly, Maybe if it were truly anonymous, if they could meet the author without knowing it's me." "Go on," Margot encouraged. What if it's a masked event? Everyone, including the author, wears masks. Make it thematic. Covert identities, like my books." There was silence on the other end, then a delighted laugh. "Harper Lennox, you brilliant woman. It's perfect. Mysterious, on-brand, and just the right amount of dramatic. Unmask your passion with LL Moon." But no one actually unmasks. I love it. As Margot rattled off logistics and dates, Harper found herself agreeing to something she'd spent years avoiding. Her gaze drifted back to the window, to the light in Jack's kitchen. What would the quiet intensity of Jack Maddox think if he knew his awkward, barely speaking neighbour was the author of books that had helped thousands of women discover their own desires? What would he say if he knew that his hands, his scars, his rare but devastating half-smile had inspired countless fictional moments of passion? It was a question she would never have to answer, she assured herself. Their worlds would never collide. The next morning, Harper arrived at the library 15 minutes early, as she always did. The small stone building had been a church in the 1800s before being converted to Windermere Cove's public library in the 1950s. She loved the arched windows, the worn wooden floors that creaked in specific places, the smell of old paper and lemon polish. This was her domain, where she felt competent and calm, not like the jittery, anxious person she became whenever she spotted Jack Maddox approaching. As if her thoughts had conjured him, the library door opened precisely at 10:15 a.m. Thursday, which meant Jack would return last week's book and check out exactly one new one, always fiction, often classics, occasionally contemporary literary works, never romance. "Good morning," she said, proud of how steady her voice sounded. Jack nodded, placing the old man and the sea on the counter. His dark hair was damp from a recent shower, and a fresh cut on his forearm suggested he'd been working on another renovation project. "Hemingway," she said, scanning the book. "Did you enjoy it?" He seemed surprised by the question, as if their script didn't usually include this line. "It was..." He cleared his throat. "Good. Bit sparse." Harper smiled despite herself. Sparse is generous. Hemingway never used two words when one would do. The corner of Jack's mouth twitched. Not quite a smile, but nearly. "Any recommendations?" This too was off script. Harper blinked, then gestured toward the new releases section. "Depends what you're in the mood for." Jack followed her to the display, his steps nearly silent despite his size. A habit Harper had incorporated into Commander Riker Stone, the hero of her third novel. Military training so ingrained that even in civilian life, he moved like a shadow. "Something with more words than Hemingway," he said, and this time there was definitely a hint of humour in his voice. Harper reached for a book without thinking. This just came in. It's supposed to be excellent. She froze as she realised what she was holding. Midnight Reconnaissance by L.L. Moon. It wasn't supposed to be on shelves yet. The official release was still 2 weeks away. C Pages must have put their advance copy in the library's new release section. Jack took the book from her hands, their fingers brushing momentarily. Harper hoped he couldn't feel her pulse racing. "Military romance?" he asked, eyebrow raised as he examined the cover, which featured a silhouetted couple against a night sky filled with stars. Harper's face burned. I mean it's popular and I'll take it," he said, cutting off her stammering. "Never tried this genre before." As Harper walked back to the counter to check out her own book to her neighbour, she felt as though she might spontaneously combust from embarrassment. Jack Maddox was going to read her words that had been inspired in no small part by him. "Enjoy," she managed to say as she handed him the book. He nodded, that almost smile appearing again. "See you next Thursday." As the door closed behind him, Harper sank into her chair, a mixture of horror and inexplicable excitement churning in her stomach. For the first time since she began writing as L.L. Moon, her two worlds felt dangerously close to colliding. Jack Maddox sat on his back deck, the library book open on his lap, his coffee cooling beside him. The morning sun filtered through the oak trees, casting dappled shadows across the pages. He'd been reading for 3 hours straight, unable to put the damn thing down. It wasn't what he'd expected. Yes, there were intimate scenes that made him shift uncomfortably in his chair, but beyond that, there was something about the writing that felt personal. The way the author described the protagonist's hypervigilance, his difficulty sleeping, the way certain sounds triggered memories he'd rather forget, it was unnervingly accurate. He flipped to the author bio on the back flap. L.L. Moon. The photo was artfully obscured, just a silhouette against a window. A former literature professor who now lives in a coastal town. Jack frowned. Could be any coastal town anywhere, but something nagged at him, a sense of familiarity in the prose that he couldn't quite place. His phone buzzed with a text from his former squadmate Mike. "You coming to Derek's wedding next month?" Jack sighed. The thought of a large social gathering made his skin crawl, but Derek had been there for him during the worst days of his recovery. He owed him this much. Yes, but I'm not dancing. Mike's response was immediate. We'll see about that after a few beers, Captain No Fun. Jack pocketed his phone and returned to the book, losing himself once again in the story of a Special Forces commander and the war correspondent who saw through his defences. By the time he finished the final chapter, the sun was high overhead, and he felt strangely exposed, as if the author had somehow peered into his soul. On impulse, he walked to his laptop and searched for information about LL Moon. There wasn't much. No interviews, no public appearances, just a website with book information and a contact form for fan mail that probably went straight to a publicist. A new link caught his eye. Unmask Your Passion, an exclusive event with LL Moon at C. Page's bookstore, Windermere Cove. Jack stared at the screen. LL Moon was coming here? To this tiny coastal town that barely registered on most maps? The event was described as intimate and exclusive, limited to 20 attendees. A masquerade theme meant everyone, including the author, would remain anonymous. Before he could talk himself out of it, Jack clicked register and filled out the form. What was the worst that could happen? He'd spend an evening in a room full of romance readers, most likely women, all of them strangers. The thought made him wince, but his curiosity about the author overrode his discomfort. He wanted to know how she had written so accurately about things he'd never discussed with anyone outside his unit. How she understood the weight of command, the burden of responsibility for other people's lives. How she knew exactly what it felt like to wake up screaming from dreams filled with sand and blood and failure. The confirmation email arrived instantly. Congratulations, you're invited to an exclusive evening with LL Moon. Thursday, 7 p.m, C. Page's bookstore. Masks required, identities optional, passion guaranteed. Jack closed his laptop, oddly unsettled. He picked up the novel again, rereading a passage that had struck him earlier. The hardest thing about coming home, he told her, isn't adjusting to comfort or routine. It's realizing that while you are living in a world where every decision might be your last, everyone else was just living, buying groceries, watching TV, falling in love. And you don't know how to do those simple things anymore without scanning for threats, without waiting for the other shoe to drop. How did she know? How did this mysterious LL Moon, whoever she was, understand exactly what it felt like to be in his head? For the first time since moving to Windermere Cove 3 years ago, Jack felt a flicker of something like hope. Hope that maybe there was someone who might understand the parts of himself he'd never been able to explain. Harper's hands trembled as she applied mascara, careful not to smudge it onto her glasses. No, not her glasses. Tonight she'd wear contacts, another layer of disguise. Her hair, usually pulled back in a practical bun, fell in loose waves past her shoulders. The dress she'd chosen, a deep blue wrap style that emphasised her waist and showed more cleavage than anything in her normal wardrobe, had been ordered online specifically for this event. "You can do this," she whispered to her reflection. "It's just one evening. No one will know it's you." Her phone chimed with a text from Margot. "Car will pick you up at 6:30. Remember, you're just another guest until the revealed moment. You've got this, superstar." The plan was simple. Harper would arrive with the other attendees, mingle anonymously, and only at a predetermined moment would the bookstore owner, who was the only person in town who knew her secret, indicate that LL Moon was ready to take questions. Even then, she would remain masked, her identity protected. At exactly 6:30, a sleek black car pulled up outside her cottage. Harper grabbed her purse and the ornate masquerade mask she'd purchased online, casting one last glance at Jack's house. His motorcycle was gone, which meant he was out for the evening. One less worry at least. C. Page's bookstore had been transformed for the evening. Fairy lights twinkled from the ceiling, candles, flameless, Harper noted with librarian approval, flickered on tables scattered with rose petals, and soft jazz played in the background. Champagne flutes were being filled as masked attendees, mostly women, but a few men, chatted excitedly. Harper slipped in, securing her mask over her eyes. The elaborate design covered most of her upper face, with delicate silver filigree extending to her hairline. Between that, the contacts, and her unusual styling, she doubted even her regular library patrons would recognise her. "Welcome," said Abby, the bookstore owner, with a wink that only Harper could see. "Please enjoy some champagne. LL Moon will be circulating among you before the formal Q&A. Harper accepted a glass gratefully, taking a larger sip than she intended. The bubbles went straight to her head, but the alcohol helped calm her nerves. She could do this. She was just playing a role like her characters did. She turned, intent on finding a quiet corner to observe from, when she collided with a solid chest. "Sorry," a deep voice said, steadying her with hands that were warm and firm on her bare arms. Harper looked up and nearly dropped her champagne. Through the simple black mask that covered the upper half of his face, she would recognise those eyes anywhere. Grey-blue, like the ocean during a storm. Jack Maddox was at her book event. Jack Maddox, her neighbour, her unwitting muse, the man whose silent intensity had inspired an entire series of romantic heroes, was standing in front of her, apologising for bumping into her, completely unaware that she was both the woman who lived next door and the author whose event he was attending. "It's fine," she said, pitching her voice slightly lower than normal. "No harm done." He nodded, and she waited for him to move on, but instead he remained standing there, studying her with an intensity that made her pulse quicken. "Are you a fan of LL Moon?" she asked, desperate how to break the silence. A faint flush appeared above his mask. "I've only read one of her books, actually. Just finished it today." "And?" Harper couldn't help herself. "What did you think?" Jack took a sip of his drink. Whiskey, not champagne, she noted, before answering. "It wasn't what I expected. There was a lot more understanding than I anticipated." Understanding? Of what it's like to come back from war. His voice had dropped, becoming almost confessional. Most people who write about it get it wrong. They focus on the dramatic parts, the firefights, the explosions. They don't understand that the hardest battles happen in the quiet moments afterward. Harper's breath caught. This was more than Jack had ever said to her in their 3 years as neighbours. "You served?" she asked, even though she knew the answer. He nodded once. "Special Forces. 8 years." Just like Commander Riker Stone from Midnight Reconnaissance, Harper felt a wave of guilt. Had she been too specific in her characterization? Had she somehow invaded his privacy without realizing it? "And the book captured that experience for you?" she asked carefully. "Parts of it." He swirled the amber liquid in his glass. "I'd like to ask the author how she knew, how she could describe so accurately what it feels like to..." He trailed off, seeming embarrassed by his own openness. "To what?" Harper encouraged gently. Jack's eyes met hers, and for a moment she forgot they were in a room full of people. To feel broken in ways that can't be seen or fixed. The rawness in his voice made her heart ache. Without thinking, she placed her hand on his arm. Maybe she knows that even broken things can be beautiful. That's what her books are about, right? Finding wholeness even with the broken pieces. He looked at her with surprise, then something like recognition. "You sound like you know her work well." Harper withdrew her hand quickly. "I'm a big fan," she said lightly. "Have you read her other books?" "Not yet, but I might now." There was a warmth in his gaze that made her stomach flutter. "I'm Jack, by the way." Harper caught herself just in time. "Carly," she improvised. "Nice to meet you, Jack." Before they could continue their conversation, Abby clinked a glass for attention. Ladies and gentlemen, LL Moon has been among you all evening, and now she's ready to take your questions. However, in keeping with the spirit of mystery, she'll remain masked, and we ask that you respect her privacy." All eyes turned expectantly to Harper, who took a deep breath and stepped forward, feeling Jack's gaze on her back as she moved to the front of the room. "Good evening, everyone," she said, still using the slightly lower register she'd adopted with Jack. "Thank you for coming tonight. I'm honoured that my words have meant something to you." For the next 45 minutes, Harper fielded questions about her writing process, her inspiration, her characters. She grew more confident with each answer, especially when her responses elicited appreciative nods from Jack, who stood at the back of the room, watching her intently. "One final question," Abby announced, pointing to a woman near the front. "Your male characters are so authentic," the woman said. "Do you base them on real men in your life?" Harper froze, acutely aware of Jack's attention. "I observe," she said carefully. "I believe that the best fiction comes from emotional truth, even if the specific details are invented. So while none of my characters are exactly based on real people, they all contain elements of humanity that I've witnessed or experienced." It wasn't a lie, but it wasn't the complete truth either. She didn't mention that Commander Riker Stone's habit of running his thumb along his jaw when thinking was something she'd seen Jack do countless times from her kitchen window, or that the scar on Lieutenant Drake Mason's left shoulder in Covert Seduction was inspired by the glimpse she'd caught of Jack's own scar one summer day when he was working shirtless in his yard. As the event wound down, Harper felt both exhilarated and exhausted. She'd done it. She'd appeared publicly as LL Moon without compromising her identity. Guests were leaving, thanking Abby and casting curious glances back at Harper, who remained by the refreshment table, sipping a glass of water. That was illuminating. She turned to find Jack beside her again, his expression thoughtful behind his mask. "I'm glad you enjoyed it," she said, fighting to maintain her composure. "You never answered that last question fully," he said quietly, "about your inspiration." Harper's pulse jumped. Some things a writer has to keep to herself. "Fair enough." He hesitated, then added, "I'd like to write to LL Moon, I mean. There are things I want to say about your book, about what it meant to me, that I couldn't express here." "The website has a contact form," Harper said, her mouth suddenly dry. Jack shook his head. "Those go to publicists, editors. I'd like to know my words would reach you directly." Abby appeared at Harper's side, a lifeline. "We actually have a special arrangement with LL Moon," she said smoothly. "Letters can be left here at the bookstore. We forward them directly to the author. No intermediaries." "Thank you," Jack said, his eyes still on Harper. "It was nice meeting you, Carly." As he walked away, Harper let out a shaky breath. "That was too close," she whispered to Abby. "Exciting, right?" Abby grinned. "Who was that masked man anyway? He couldn't take his eyes off you." "That," Harper said, watching Jack's broad shoulders disappear through the door, "was my next-door neighbour." Jack sat at his kitchen counter, staring at the blank page before him. He'd started and discarded 5 versions of this letter already. How did you write to someone whose words had reached inside your chest and found all the broken pieces you'd been hiding? He took another sip of coffee and began again. "Dear LL Moon, I'm not good with words. That's your territory. But I wanted to thank you for Midnight Reconnaissance. It's the first time I've read something that captured what it feels like to come home from war and find that home isn't home anymore. I served 8 years in Special Forces, 4 deployments. I've been back in civilian life for 3 years now, and most days I still feel like I'm operating undercover in a foreign country, trying to remember how normal people behave. Your character, Commander Stone, thinks at one point that the hardest part of peace is that there's no mission objective, no clear measure of success or failure. That's exactly right. Some days getting out of bed and talking to the grocery store cashier feels like a successful operation. Other days it feels like failure when I can't manage a simple conversation with... Jack paused, thinking of Harper Lennox's shy smile when she'd recommended L.L. Moon's book to him. The way she'd blushed when he'd taken it, as if embarrassed by the suggestion. With someone I'd like to know better. I don't know how you understand these things. At the event I wanted to ask you, but it seemed too personal a question for a public setting. Maybe you have someone in your life who served. Maybe you're just extraordinarily observant. Either way, thank you for seeing us, those of us who came back different than we left. I'll be reading the rest of your books now, all of them. Respectfully, Jay. He read it over once, folded it and sealed it in an envelope before he could second guess himself. Tomorrow he'd drop it off at Sea Pages as Abby had suggested. The next morning, as Jack was leaving to deliver the letter, he spotted Harper coming out of her cottage, arms full of books and papers, struggling to lock her door. Without thinking, he jogged over to help. "Let me," he said, taking the stack from her arms so she could find her keys. "Oh, thank you." She seemed flustered, pushing her glasses up her nose with one finger. "Just bringing some work home for the weekend." "Research?" he asked, nodding at what appeared to be historical reference books. She blinked in surprise. "Yes, actually. For the summer reading program, we're doing a historical theme." As she successfully locked her door, Jack returned the stack to her arms, their fingers brushing briefly in the exchange. A strange sense of familiarity washed over him. Something about her eyes. "I read that book," he said suddenly. "The one you recommended. L.L. Moon." Harper's cheeks flushed pink. "Oh, did you... was it... It was excellent," he said. "I'm going to read more of her work." A smile transformed Harper's face, making her look younger, less reserved. "I'm glad. Her writing is... special." There was an event last night at Sea Pages, a masked meet and greet with the author. It was interesting. "Oh? I didn't know," Harper said, not quite meeting his eyes. "How was it?" Jack studied her for a moment. Revealing in some ways. She seems thoughtful, smart. Harper nodded, shifting the books in her arms. "Well, I should get these inside. Thanks for your help." "Any time," Jack said, watching her hurry back to her door. There was something about her voice just then that had niggled at the back of his mind, a cadence that seemed familiar. Shaking off the thought, he headed to Sea Pages to deliver his letter. Harper closed her door and leaned against it, heart racing. Jack had been at her event. He'd liked her book. He thought L.L. Moon was thoughtful and smart. The strange double life she'd been leading suddenly felt more complicated than ever. As Harper Lennox, she could barely string together a coherent sentence around Jack Maddox. As L.L. Moon, or as Carly at the masquerade, she'd had a real conversation with him, had connected with him in a way she'd only dreamed about. Her phone rang, Mboang, Margot's name flashing on the screen. "The event was a triumph," Margot crowed without preamble. "Abby says everyone loved you. And we've already seen a spike in pre-orders. We should do more of these, small, exclusive, mysterious. It's perfect branding." "It was intense," Harper admitted, sinking onto her couch. "But yes, I think it went well." "Tell me everything," Margot demanded. "Any standout moments? Interesting questions?" Harper hesitated. "There was a man there, a veteran. He said my portrayal of military experience was accurate. It was validating." "That's what I've been telling you. Your work resonates because it feels authentic, even when you're writing about experiences you haven't had personally. You have that rare gift of emotional insight." But it wasn't just emotional insight, Harper thought as she entered the call. It was 3 years of watching Jack Maddox, of cataloguing his expressions, his movements, his rare smiles. It was imagining his life before Windmere Cove, creating scenarios that explained the shadows in his eyes. She'd built her most successful characters on the scaffold of a man she barely knew. Was that creative genius, as Margot suggested, or was it a strange one-sided intimacy that bordered on invasion of privacy? The question haunted her as she tried to focus on her historical research. By mid-afternoon she gave up and decided to walk to Sea Pages to see if Abby had any insights from the event that might help her make sense of her conflicted feelings. The small bookstore was busy with Saturday shoppers. Abby spotted her and waved her over to the counter. "Harper, just the person I wanted to see." Abby reached under the counter and pulled out an envelope. "This came for LL Moon this morning. I thought you might want it right away." Harper stared at the envelope, labelled simply LL Moon. The handwriting was bold and angular, masculine. "It's from him, isn't it?" Abby whispered, leaning forward. "Your hot neighbour who couldn't take his eyes off Carly last night." "We don't know that," Harper protested, but her racing pulse suggested otherwise. "Did he say anything when he dropped it off?" "Just that he hoped it would reach you. He seemed earnest." Abby studied Harper's face. "You're really into him, aren't you? This isn't just a crush on the guy next door." Harper sighed, tucking the letter into her bag. "It's complicated. I hardly know him in real life, but I feel like I understand parts of him that maybe no one else does. It's why my characters work. They're pieces of him, filtered through my imagination." "Well, now you have a way to know the real him," Abby said, nodding at Harper's bag where the letter lay hidden. "This could be the start of something, Harper. A real connection, not just one in your head." Harper wasn't so sure, but she thanked Abby and left, the letter burning a hole in her bag all the way home. Once inside, she made tea, arranged herself on the window seat, and carefully opened the envelope. By the time she finished reading Jack's letter, tears were streaming down her face. The raw honesty of his words, the vulnerability he'd shown to a person he believed was a stranger, moved her in ways she hadn't expected. She hadn't been wrong about him. The man she'd imagined, the one who inspired Commander Stone and her other heroes, was real. But he was also so much more complicated, more genuine, more wounded and hopeful than any character she could create. Without allowing herself to overthink it, Harper took out a sheet of her personal stationery, cream-coloured with a small lighthouse embossed in the corner, a gift from a library patron, and began to write. "Dear Jay, your letter touched me deeply. Thank you for your service, but more importantly, thank you for trusting me with your thoughts about coming home, about the challenges of returning to a world that seems to operate on different rules than the one you left. I don't have direct experience with military service. My understanding comes from research, from listening, and perhaps from a kind of emotional empathy that has always allowed me to imagine my way into others' experiences. But nothing I write has the legitimacy of lived experience. So your confirmation that I got some of it right means more than you know. You mentioned struggling with simple conversations with someone you'd like to know better. I understand that feeling, though from a different angle. I'm a naturally reserved person. In my daily life, I often find myself tongue-tied around others, especially people I admire or am drawn to. It's ironic that I can write thousands of words about the most intimate human connections, yet sometimes fail to make small talk in real life. Perhaps that's why writing is so freeing. On the page, we can be our best, most articulate selves. We can say the things we wish we could say out loud, like this. Thank you for seeing me, not just LL Moon, the author with a mysterious persona, but the person behind the words who is trying, just like you, to make sense of human connection in all its beautiful complexity. Warmly, L. Harper sealed the letter before she could reconsider. Tomorrow she'd take it to Abby for delivery back to Jack. It was a risk, revealing even this much of herself, but something about Jack's honesty demanded honesty in return, and thus began a correspondence that would change everything. Over the next 3 weeks, Harper lived in 2 parallel worlds that were increasingly difficult to keep separate. In one world, she was Harper Lennox, librarian, who now exchanged slightly longer but still awkward greetings with Jack Maddox when they crossed paths. She had progressed from good morning to actual questions like, did you enjoy the Steinbeck? And comments such as, the garden looks nice. Baby steps, but progress nonetheless. In the other world, she was LL Moon, who exchanged increasingly intimate letters with Jay, sharing thoughts, fears and hopes that she'd never expressed to anyone else. Their correspondence had quickly evolved from discussion of her books to deeper reflections on life, purpose and connection. Jack wrote about nightmares that still plagued him, missions he couldn't discuss but whose weight he still carried. She wrote about her fear of being truly seen, the contradiction of craving connection but fearing exposure. Neither mentioned identifying details. She was careful never to reference her work as a librarian, and he never mentioned Winmere Cove by name, but with each exchange they revealed more of their true selves. Meanwhile, Harper was halfway through writing the next book in her series, and for the first time she felt a twinge of guilt using Jack as inspiration. The man in her imagination was being replaced by the real person she was coming to know through his letters, more complex, more vulnerable, more human than any character she could create. On a rainy Thursday afternoon, Harper was shelving books in the reference section when she heard the library door open. A quick glance at her watch confirmed it was 10:15, Jack's regular time. She smoothed her cardigan and tucked a strand of hair behind her ear before emerging from between the shelves. "Good morning," she said, smiling more naturally than she once had. Jack returned the smile, a real one that reached his eyes, not the guarded half-smile she was used to. "Morning, I finished these," he said, placing 2 LL Moon books on the counter. They were illuminating. Harper's pulse quickened. "You're working your way through her catalogue, I see." "I am." Jack ran a hand through his hair, slightly damp from the rain. "I had some correspondence with her, actually, through the bookstore." "Oh?" Harper hoped her surprise sounded genuine. "She's not what I expected." He seemed to be choosing his words carefully. "More genuine, less steamy romance novelist," Harper supplied with a small laugh. Jack's eyes crinkled at the corners. "Exactly. There's a depth there that surprised me." He hesitated. "Have you read her new one, Midnight Reconnaissance?" Harper nodded, her mouth suddenly dry. "Of course, I ordered it for the library." "The main character, Stone, did you notice anything familiar about him?" Harper froze, alarm bells clanging in her head. "Familiar how?" Jack shook his head as if dismissing a thought. "Nothing, just something that struck me." He glanced at the new releases section. "Anything good come in this week?" Crisis temporarily averted, Harper led him to the display, recommending a few titles she thought he might enjoy. As they talked, more easily than ever before, she couldn't help but notice the way his expression softened when he looked at her, how he seemed more present, less guarded. Was it possible that their letter exchange was affecting how he saw her, even though he had no idea that Harper and LL Moon were one and the same? "I was wondering," Jack said as she checked out his new selections, "if you'd like to get coffee sometime. There's a new place on the pier that's supposed to be good." Harper nearly dropped his book. "Coffee with me?" A flash of uncertainty crossed his face. "If you're interested, no pressure." "Yes," she said quickly. "I'd like that, very much." His smile then, warm, genuine, a little relieved, sent a flutter through her chest. "Great. Saturday morning, around 10? "Perfect," Harper agreed, handing him his books. As Jack left, Harper sank into her chair, conflicting emotions washing over her. Joy at the prospect of spending time with him, guilt at the deception that was growing more complicated by the day, and a gnawing fear that when the truth inevitably came out, she would lose both the real connection they were forming and the fantasy one she'd created through their letters. That evening, another letter from Jack arrived via Abby. Harper made herself wait until after dinner to open it, savouring the anticipation. These letters had become the highlight of her weeks, a space where she could be completely herself without fear of judgment. "Dear Elle, I did something impulsive today. I asked out my neighbour, the shy librarian I mentioned before. We're getting coffee Saturday. I'm both looking forward to it and terrified I'll say the wrong thing and ruin whatever small progress we've made toward actual conversation. Is it strange that I feel I can talk to you more easily than to someone standing right in front of me? With you, the words flow. With her, I fumble and forget basic English. Yet there's something about her that draws me. A quietness that feels like it's full of thoughts she doesn't share. A sense that there's so much more beneath the surface than she lets people see. In your last letter, you asked what I hope for now that I'm back in civilian life. I've been thinking about it for days. The honest answer is that for a long time, I didn't hope for anything. I came back, inherited my grandfather's house and existed. I renovated rooms, I read books, I went through the motions, but lately I've started to want more. Connection, purpose, maybe even a future that feels like more than just surviving each day. Your books, your words helped with that. They reminded me that broken people can still find wholeness, that the past doesn't have to define everything that comes after. So thank you for that gift, and wish me luck on Saturday. I'll try not to be completely awkward. Yours, Jay. Harper set the letter down, her hands trembling slightly. Jack was developing feelings for both versions of her, the author he corresponded with and the librarian he was getting to know. It was both wonderful and terrible, a dream and a nightmare colliding. She couldn't write back tonight. How could she respond to a letter about himself asking her out? The layers of deception were becoming too complex, the moral ground too shaky. For the first time since their correspondence began, Harper didn't immediately reply. Instead, she opened her laptop and stared at the manuscript of her new novel, the words blurring before her eyes. How had a simple pen name, a private way to express herself without judgment, turned into this elaborate double life? And more importantly, how could she find a way back to honesty without losing Jack in the process? Saturday morning dawned clear and bright, as if the universe were offering perfect weather as compensation for Harper's internal turmoil. She changed outfits 3 times before settling on a simple blue dress that Abby had once told her brought out her eyes. Contacts instead of glasses, hair down instead of up. Small changes that made her look more like Carly from The Masquerade without being obviously different from her everyday self. The coffee shop on the pier was a charming converted boathouse with large windows overlooking the water. Harper arrived 5 minutes early, but found Jack already there, securing a table by the window. He stood when he saw her, that warm smile appearing again. "You look nice," he said as she sat down. "Thank you," Harper replied, hoping the blush she felt wasn't too obvious. "So do you." It wasn't just politeness. The blue Henley he wore matched his eyes, and he seemed more relaxed than she'd ever seen him. Conversation flowed more easily than she'd expected. They discussed books, he was making his way through the classics he'd missed while enlisted, music, they discovered a shared appreciation for jazz, and local history. Harper knew all about the town's past as a smuggler's haven, which fascinated Jack. "I've lived next door to you for 3 years, Jack said as they finished their second coffees, and I feel like I'm just now meeting you." "I'm not very good at people," Harper admitted. "Books are easier. They don't judge if you say the wrong thing." Jack nodded, understanding in his eyes. "I get that. When I first got back, crowds were impossible. Conversations felt like tactical operations, too many variables, too much that could go wrong." He paused. "It's better now. Some days are still hard, but overall, better." "What helped?" Harper asked, genuinely curious despite already knowing parts of the answer from his letters. "Time, routine," he looked out at the water, "and recently, finding connections that matter, remembering how to be human again." The way he looked at her then made Harper's heart ache with both joy and guilt. There was interest there, warmth, the beginning of something that could be wonderful if it weren't built on a foundation of half-truths and omissions. "Can I ask you something?" Jack said suddenly. It might seem strange. Harper nodded, a flutter of anxiety in her stomach. Have you ever heard Me LL Moon? For a moment, Harper couldn't breathe. Yes, of course. I order her books for the library. They're quite popular. Jack studied her face. There's something familiar about her writing. Something I can't quite place. He shook his head. Sorry, that probably sounds crazy. Not crazy, Harper managed. Many readers feel a personal connection to writers they enjoy. It's the magic of good writing. It feels like it's speaking directly to you. It's more than that, Jack insisted. There are phrases, insights. It's as if she knows things she couldn't possibly know. He ran a hand through his hair, a gesture Harper had described in her most recent novel. Anyway, I'm probably reading too much into it. Harper knew she should let it drop, but something pushed her to ask, Have you read all her books now? Almost. And I've been writing to her through the bookstore. We've been corresponding for a few weeks. Oh? What do you write about? Harper held her breath, waiting for his answer. Jack's expression softened. Everything. Nothing. Life. It's the strangest thing, writing to someone I've never properly met, yet feeling like she understands me better than people I've known for years. The guilt Harper had been carrying crystallized into resolution. This had gone too far. She couldn't continue deceiving him, not when he was opening up to her, to both versions of her, with such honesty. Jack, Sorry, he interrupted, looking embarrassed. I didn't mean to go on about it. It's just been unexpected, finding that connection through letters. Harper swallowed the confession that had been on the tip of her tongue. Not here, not now. This needed to be done carefully, thoughtfully. I understand, she said instead. Sometimes the written word allows for a kind of honesty that's harder face to face. Exactly. The smile he gave her then was so full of warmth that Harper knew whatever came next she had to find a way to tell him the truth, even if it meant losing him. As their coffee date ended and Jack walked her home, their hands occasionally brushing, Harper made a decision. She would write one more letter as LL Moon, a letter that would begin the process of revealing the truth, whatever the consequences. Dear Jay, I've started this letter 12 times, and each attempt feels inadequate. How do you tell someone that you've been less than honest? That what began as a small omission has grown into something that keeps you awake at night? You asked in your first letter how I could understand so well what it feels like to come home from war. The truth is, I don't. Not from personal experience, but I do understand what it means to live a divided life, to present one face to the world while keeping another hidden. My pen name wasn't meant to become a deception. It was protection, a way to express some parts of myself I couldn't share as the person I am in daily life. But as LL Moon became successful, the division grew. Now I find myself in an impossible situation, connected to someone in two separate ways, neither of them fully honest. I need to tell you something important, something that may change how you see me and these letters we've shared. I'm not asking for forgiveness, only the chance to explain in person. If you're willing to hear me out, come to See Pages this Friday at 7 p.m. No masks this time, just truth. With hope, L. Harper read the letter one last time before sealing it, her hands trembling slightly. She'd chosen her words carefully, revealing enough to be honest without giving away everything in writing. Some truths needed to be spoken face to face. Abby had agreed to close the bookstore early on Friday to give Harper and Jack privacy for what promised to be a difficult conversation. Now, all Harper could do was deliver the letter and wait, the knot in her stomach growing tighter with each passing day. On Thursday morning, Harper was shelving new arrivals when she heard the library door open. Jack's distinctive footsteps approached, and she steeled herself to face him, unsure what his reaction to her letter had been. "Good morning," she said, turning with a smile she hoped didn't betray her nerves. "Morning." His expression was unreadable. "Got a minute to talk?" Harper nodded, her mouth suddenly dry. Of course, let me just... She finished shelving the book in her hand and led him to the small reading nook at the back of the library, away from the few morning patrons browsing the shelves. Is everything okay? She asked as they sat in adjacent armchairs. Jack studied her face for a long moment. I got a strange letter from LL Moon yesterday. She wants to meet in person, says she hasn't been honest with me. Harper's pulse hammered in her ears. Are you going to go? I don't know. He ran a hand through his hair. It's complicated. Because of the pen name, the anonymity? Harper asked carefully. Partly. Jack leaned forward, elbows on his knees. But also because of you. Me? Her voice came out higher than she intended. This thing between us, coffee, conversations, getting to know each other, it matters to me a lot. His eyes held hers, sincere and direct. And these letters with LL Moon, they've meant something too. It's confusing to feel connected to two different people at the same time. Harper's heart ached with the irony of his words. Maybe they're not as different as you think. Jack frowned. What do you mean? It was now or never. Harper took a deep breath. Jack, I need to tell you something important. The library door chimed, and Martha, Harper's elderly assistant, appeared at the end of the aisle. Harper, dear, the school group is here for the reading hour. 33rd graders waiting in the children's section. Harper closed her eyes briefly, frustration washing over her. I'll be right there, Martha. She turned back to Jack. I'm sorry, I have to... It's okay, he said, standing. We can talk later. Friday, Harper said impulsively. Are you free Friday evening? Jack's expression shifted, something like suspicion crossing his features. Friday at 7? Harper nodded, her heart racing. Please come. It's important. He studied her face for a long moment. Harper, are you... I have to go, she said, rising quickly. But please, Jack. Friday at 7, see Page's bookstore. I'll explain everything. Before he could respond, she hurried away, leaving him standing alone in the reading nook, confusion evident in his expression. The next day and a half were among the longest of Harper's life. She checked her phone obsessively, half expecting a message from Jack, though they'd never actually exchanged numbers. She jumped every time the library door opened, but Jack didn't return. By Friday evening, Harper was a bundle of nerves as she walked to see Page's. Abby had arranged the store much as she had for the masquerade event, but more simply, just two comfortable chairs facing each other in a quiet corner, a bottle of wine and two glasses on a small table between them. He'll come, Abby reassured her, squeezing her shoulder before leaving. And it'll work out. He cares about you. Both versions of you. Harper smiled weakly. Thanks for everything. As Abby's car pulled away, Harper poured herself a glass of wine with shaking hands. It was 6:55 p.m. She sat in one of the chairs, smoothing her dress, the same deep blue one she'd worn to the masquerade, a deliberate choice to help Jack make the connection. At 7:10, there was still no sign of him. Harper's hope began to fade. He wasn't coming. He'd figured it out and was too angry, too hurt to face her. At 7:22, just as she was about to give up, the bookstore door opened. Jack stood there, his expression guarded as he took in the scene. The empty store, the wine, Harper, in her blue dress. You came? She said softly, standing. You knew I would, he replied, closing the door behind him. You're her, aren't you? LL Moon. Harper nodded, her heart in her throat. Yes. Jack moved closer, his eyes never leaving her face. I suspected, after I got your letter, things started falling into place, the way you both use certain phrases, the timing of the masked event, how much LL Moon seemed to know about me in her books. When did you know for sure? Harper asked. I didn't, not until just now. He stopped a few feet away from her. Were you ever going to tell me if I hadn't started to figure it out? Yes, Harper said firmly. That's why I wrote the letter, why I asked you to come tonight. I couldn't keep lying to you, not when you were being so honest with me, both as Harper and as LL Moon. Jack was quiet for a long moment. Why the deception? Why not just tell me from the beginning? Harper gestured to the chairs. It's a long story. Will you sit, please? After a moment's hesitation, Jack nodded, taking the seat across from her. Harper poured him a glass of wine, which he accepted but didn't drink. I never meant to deceive you specifically, she began. The pen name came first, years before you moved to Windmere Cove. I was teaching literature at a small college then, shy, insecure about my writing. LL Moon was protection, a way to separate my professional life from what I thought would be a small, private, creative outlet. But it wasn't small for long, Jack said. Harper shook her head. No. The books took off, and suddenly maintaining my anonymity became crucial. I moved here for the privacy, for a fresh start where no one knew me as either person. Then you moved in next door, and what? Jack prompted when she paused. Harper met his eyes, and you became my muse, the quiet, guarded neighbour with ghosts in his eyes. I started writing characters inspired by what I imagined your story might be. A flicker of discomfort crossed Jack's face. You wrote about me without knowing me. Yes, Harper admitted, and I'm sorry for that. It was presumptuous and unfair. But then I got to know you, through our letters, through our conversations at the library and over coffee, and I realised how much more complex, how much more human you are than any character I could create. Jack was quiet, processing her words. At the masquerade event, when we talked, you knew exactly who I was. Yes, and I was terrified you'd recognise me, but also thrilled to finally have a real conversation with you without my usual shyness getting in the way. So, Carly was what? A performance? There was a hint of hurt in his voice. No, Harper said quickly. That was me. A version of me without the barriers I usually put up. Just like LL Moon in our letters was me, being more honest and open than I've ever been with anyone. Jack took a sip of his wine, his expression thoughtful. You've been living a double life all this time? Triple, actually, Harper said with a sad smile. Harper the shy librarian, Carly the confident woman at the masquerade, and LL Moon the successful author who writes the words I can't say out loud. But they're all me, Jack. Different facets of the same person. And which one was falling for me? The directness of his question took her breath away. All of them, she whispered. That's why I had to tell you the truth. Because I couldn't bear to keep lying to someone She trailed off, unable to say the words. Someone you what? Jack pressed, leaning forward. Someone I'm falling in love with, Harper finished, her voice barely audible. Jack was silent for what felt like an eternity. Then slowly, he reached across the table and took her hand in his. I have one more question. Harper nodded, her heart pounding. Anything. Letter you wrote me after the masquerade, was that real? Were those your true feelings or just part of the act? Every word was real, Harper said without hesitation. I've never been more honest than in those letters, Jack. That's the irony of all this. I had to hide behind a pen name to show you who I really am. Jack's thumb traced small circles on the back of her hand. I understand that better than you might think. It's sometimes easier to be brave on paper or behind a mask. Are you angry? Harper asked softly. I was, he admitted. When I first suspected, I felt betrayed, used even. But then I reread our letters and realised that whatever name you were using, the connection between us was real. He paused. I'm still processing all this, Harper. It's a lot to take in. I know, and I'll understand if you need time, or if you can't forgive the deception. Jack studied their joined hands. I've spent years building walls, keeping people at a distance. Through your books, your letters, you somehow found a way past those defences. That matters more to me than the name you used to do it. Hope bloomed in Harper's chest. So where do we go from here? Jack finally smiled, that rare, genuine smile that had always made her heart skip. I think we start over. No masks, no pen names, just Jack and Harper getting to know each other for real this time. He stood, still holding her hand, and pulled her gently to her feet. Harper Lennox, would you like to have dinner with me tomorrow night? I'd like to properly meet the woman behind the words that helped me find my way home. Harper felt tears of relief sting her eyes. I'd love that, Jack Maddox. As he drew her into his arms, Harper felt the walls between her separate selves beginning to dissolve. She wasn't Harper or Carly or LL Moon. She was all of them and more, a whole person finally brave enough to be seen. Jack's lip met hers in a kiss that felt like both a beginning and a homecoming. When they parted, his forehead resting against hers, he whispered, I think our story might be even better than the ones you write. Harper smiled up at him, no longer hiding. Then let's write it together, one page at a time. Outside C. Page's bookstore, the first stars appeared in the darkening sky, while inside 2 people who had spent years living in shadows finally stepped into the light, ready to discover what happened after Happily Ever After when the real story was just beginning, the end. Velvet curtains and vinyl dreams. London, 1977. The air tasted of diesel and discontent. The kind of summer when pavement softened underfoot and revolution hung in the atmosphere like an unplayed chord. Roxanne Wilde stared at her reflection in the filthy backstage mirror, barely recognising the woman glaring back. Half her makeup was sweated off, revealing the constellation of freckles she'd tried to bury. Her eyes, ringed in smudged coal, looked hollow. 3 shows in 2 days, no sleep, bad speed, worse whiskey. 5 minutes, Rox, her bassist Matty shouted through the door. The Snarls were opening for The Clash tonight, their biggest gig yet, and she felt nothing but dread. Rox ran her tongue over her chipped front tooth, souvenir from a stage dive gone wrong last month. The crowd had parted like the Red Sea, leaving her to meet the concrete floor face first. Tonight's venue, the Roxy, was packed with industry vultures. One more fuck-up and they'd be back playing pubs in Hackney for pints instead of pounds. She crushed her cigarette against the mirror, watching the ash slide down like dirty tears. Let's disappoint some people, she muttered. The stage lights hit her like an accusation. Too bright, too exposing. The first chord from Matty's bass vibrated through the floorboards. Drummer Sully picked up the beat, too fast, the nervous idiot. Their guitarist Bex, steadier than the rest, found the rhythm somewhere in the middle. Rox wrapped her hands around the microphone stand like it was the neck of someone she hated. The first verse flowed like battery acid from her throat, all corrosion and burn. By the chorus, something had shifted. The crowd surged toward the stage, 100 bodies moving as one organism. But halfway through their third song she spotted him. Suit jacket despite the heat, Cuban heels, notebook in hand. Another fucking A&R man looking for the next Sex Pistols, the next cash cow to milk dry. He wasn't even watching her. He was writing something down, dismissing them before they'd even finished. Something snapped inside her like a guitar string wound too tight. Rox grabbed her warm beer from the amp, took a swig and spat it directly into the microphone. The feedback screeched like a wounded animal. "Enjoy the fucking audition," she snarled, dropping the mic with a thunderclap of reverb. She flipped 2 fingers at the crowd and stalked off stage, ignoring Matty's desperate grab for her arm. Backstage, their manager Cecil was already red-faced, veins standing out on his forehead like worms after rain. "You just committed career suicide, love," he hissed, breath reeking of gin and disappointment. "That was Malcolm fucking Davies from Elektra Records." Rox laughed, the sound as sharp as broken glass. "Good. Save me the trouble of doing it myself." She pushed past him, through the fire exit, into the alley where rain had begun to fall. The water mixed with her mascara, black tears streaming down her cheeks. She wasn't crying. It was just London, weeping for another dream gone sour. 3 days later, Cecil summoned her to his office above a betting shop in Soho. The stairs creaked a warning with each step. "You're fucking joking," she said when he told her. "Alejandro Reyes. He produced that Fever Dream album everyone's lost their minds over. 3 Grammys. He wants to meet you." "I don't need some wanker in expensive shoes telling me how to sound more commercial." Cecil leaned forward, desperation etched into the lines around his mouth. "The rest of the band is ready to replace you, Rox. One more chance, that's all you've got." The cafe was neutral territory, neither his world nor hers. Alejandro Reyes was already seated when she arrived, deliberately 20 minutes late. He stood when she approached, a gesture so old-fashioned it momentarily disarmed her. Close up she noticed his eyes first, amber, watchful, amused, not at all what she expected. "Ms. Wilde," he said, his accent warming the edges of her name. "Thank you for coming." "Didn't have much choice," she replied, dropping into the chair across from him. "And it's Rox. Nobody calls me Ms. Wilde except the magistrate." His smile was slow, revealing a slightly crooked incisor that humanized what would otherwise have been intimidating perfection. "I was at your show, the abbreviated one. Wasn't my finest hour. Actually, I disagree." He slid his notebook across the bell. "May I be honest with you?" She shrugged, reaching for his coffee instead of her own, taking a deliberate sip. He didn't react. "Your band is adequate. Your songs are better than most. But your voice..." He paused, searching for words with a precision that suggested English was not his first language. "Your voice is a wound that hasn't healed. People will listen because they recognize their own pain in it." Rox narrowed her eyes, studying him for the mockery, the manipulation, the angle. She found none. "So what's your pitch, Mr. Reyes? Make me a star? Get me on top of the pops? New clothes, new teeth, new attitude?" "Alejandro. Or Alex." He leaned back, regarding her thoughtfully. "And no, I want to make a record that matters, not a collection of singles, not background noise, something that captures this moment, all the fury and fear and possibility." Despite herself, curiosity flickered to life inside her. "And why me? There's a dozen singers out there with better technique." "Technique," he scoffed softly. "I can't produce honesty. Either it's there or it isn't. You have it." The waitress appeared with more coffee. Rox noticed Alex's hands as he reached for the cup. Long fingers, a musician's hands, a thin white scar across the right knuckles. "What's the catch?" she asked. "Total commitment, 30 days in studio, no distractions, no exits, just the music. And my band? They'll be there. But this isn't a democracy. In that room, you and I make the final decisions." Rox laughed, the first genuine one in weeks. "They'll hate that. Cecil will hate it more." "Is that a problem for you?" She considered him, the stranger offering salvation packaged as collaboration. Everything about him should have repelled her, his calm authority, his success, his obvious wealth. Yet something in those amber eyes spoke of battles fought in private, of understanding earned through blood. "When do we start?" she asked. His smile widened, reaching his eyes this time. "We already have." The blackout studio earned its name honestly. No windows, no clocks, Just 4 walls of sound-dampening material and enough equipment to capture lightning in a bottle, or explode trying. By day 7, they'd established an uneasy rhythm. The band arrived at noon, recorded until dusk, then left Rox and Alex to dissect, rebuild and argue until dawn threatened. Her bandmates were sceptical but cooperative. The advance from Electra had that effect. "Again," Alex said, his voice calm through the control room speaker, "but this time mean it." Rox glared through the glass partition. She'd been singing the same verse for an hour, her throat raw, patience evaporating. "I meant it the first 15 times, she snapped. "You performed it. Different thing entirely." She yanked off her headphones. "If you want bloody perfect, go find some session singer who'll yes-sir you to death." Alex emerged from the control room, moving with that deliberate grace that made her simultaneously want to slap him and watch him walk away. 7 days, and she still couldn't decide if she respected or resented him. "The song is about betrayal," he said, approaching the microphone where she stood. "About realizing the person you trusted is a facade." "I know what my own fucking lyrics mean." "Do you?" He was close enough now that she could see the stubble darkening his jaw, smell the coffee and cigarettes on his breath. "Show me." "What?" "Show me what betrayal feels like to Roxanne Wilde." His voice dropped lower. "Not the performer. You." Her pulse quickened, anger and something else mixing in her veins. "You think I'm holding back? I think you're hiding, even while screaming at the top of your lungs." The silence between them hummed with tension. Finally, she snatched the lyric sheet from the music stand and tore it to pieces. "Roll the tape," she ordered. Alex held her gaze for 3 heartbeats before turning back to the control room. Moments later, the intro began again, Bex's guitar slicing through the quiet. Rox closed her eyes, forced herself back to that morning. Not the stage dive, not the drug-fueled benders, but earlier. Mother standing in their kitchen, suitcase already in the car, leaving 13-year-old Roxanne with a father who used his fists to punctuate sentences. "It's better this way," she'd said. "You understand, don't you, darling?" The verse erupted from someplace visceral, primal, not sung but exorcised. When the final note faded, she opened her eyes to find Alex watching her, his expression unreadable. Through the speakers, his voice, "That's the one." Later, after the others had gone, Rox found him hunched over the mixing desk, sleeves rolled up, revealing forearms corded with tension. The room was thick with smoke and concentration. "You should sleep," she said from the doorway. He glanced up, eyes bloodshot but alert. "Can't. Not when we're this close." "To what? Breaking through?" He gestured at the chair beside him. "Listen." She sat, accepting the headphones he offered. The playback started, her voice, stripped of effects, laid bare over the simplest arrangement they'd recorded. Her stomach clenched. It was too exposed, too honest. "I hate it," she said automatically. Alex's mouth quirked. "No, you don't. You're afraid of it." "Don't tell me what I feel. Then stop lying about it." He swiveled to face her, his knee brushing hers. "That's the thing about microphones, Rox. They amplify the truth and the lies equally. The listener always knows the difference." She looked away first. "Go. Stay." The word surprised them both. After an awkward beat, he added, "There's more to hear." Against her better judgment, she remained. One track led to another. Critical analysis softened into philosophical debate, then meandered into personal history. The bottle of tequila he produced from a cabinet didn't hurt. "Miami," she repeated after he mentioned it. "Is that home?" Something shadowed his expression. "Was. Not anymore." "What happened?" "Politics. Family. the usual destroyers of paradise. He took a swig directly from the bottle. My father backed the wrong side. When things got dangerous, he sent me to relatives in New York. He and my mother stayed, said they'd follow. The unspoken end to that story hung in the air. I was supposed to become a concert pianist, he continued, surprising her. Had been training since I was 4. My father sacrificed everything for those lessons. Rox tried to imagine his hands, now manipulating knobs and sliders, dancing across piano keys instead. It fit. Why didn't you? I did, for a while, but classical music, he hesitated. It wasn't enough anymore. Too structured, too safe. After what happened in Cuba, I needed something that acknowledged chaos. So you started producing rock instead? Jazz first, then rock. Music that embraces imperfection. His gaze found hers. What about you? Was punk your first rebellion? She smiled wryly. Hardly. Been disappointing authority figures since primary school. And your parents? Mother left, father drank. The classic tragic backstory. She reached for the tequila. Boring, really. Is that why you won't sing about it directly? Because it's boring? She shot him a warning look. We're not in session anymore, producer man. He raised his hands in surrender, but his eyes still saw too much. Dawn found them on the floor of the studio, surrounded by empty cigarette packets and scribbled notes. Rox had dozed off, her head somehow finding his shoulder. She woke to his gentle nudge, momentarily disoriented by the intimacy of his expression in the half-light. You should see this, he whispered. Through the control room window, London was emerging from darkness, the skyline silhouetted against a crimson sky. You said there were no windows in this place, she murmured, still half asleep. There's always light somewhere if you know where to look. His hand rested lightly on her back, warm through the thin fabric of her t-shirt. We've been hiding down here like moles. I like moles, underrated creatures. His laugh was soft, close to her ear. Perhaps today we should try recording above ground, the roof maybe. And risk people actually seeing us? She turned to face him, suddenly aware of how near he was, how isolated they'd been for days. Dangerous proposition. Something changed in his eyes. A recognition. A decision made. His hand moved to her cheek, thumb brushing her lower lip. I'm beginning to think danger might be the point. The kiss, when it came, was not what she expected. Not aggressive, not tentative, but questioning. An exploration rather than a conquest. Her fingers found his hair, surprisingly soft. A crash from the outer studio shattered the moment. Cecil's voice boomed down the hallway. Anyone alive in this tomb got the contracts. Alex pulled back, his expression a mixture of frustration and amusement. Always an interruption. Rox stood, straightening her clothes, pulse still hammering. Probably for the best. Mixing business with whatever this is, messy. You like messy, he countered. It's your entire aesthetic. She couldn't help but laugh. Touché, maestro. But as Cecil burst in, waving paperwork and talking advances, the look that passed between them promised the conversation wasn't over, merely paused, like tape waiting to resume. 16 days in, and the album was taking shape. A strange, beautiful monster stitched together from rage and tenderness. 4 tracks completed, 3 more close. Rox had never worked so hard or felt so alive. The tabloids had caught their scent. Punk Princess Rox in studio lockdown with Cuban Casanova, screamed one headline. Cecil had taped it to the refrigerator, claiming all publicity was good publicity. Rox had drawn horns and a moustache on her grainy photo. She and Alex hadn't discussed the kiss. Neither denied it had happened, neither pushed for a repeat performance. Instead, they circled each other warily, their creative partnership intensifying even as they maintained careful physical distance. Until the night they recorded Beneath the Underground, It started as a throwaway track, a bass-heavy dirge Matty had written after a particularly bleak bender. But Alex heard something in it, insisted they develop it further. Under his guidance, it evolved into something hypnotic, menacing, beautiful. "One more take," he called through the speaker. "From the bridge." The band groaned. It was past midnight. They'd been at it for hours. "Last one," Rox promised. "Then we're opening that bottle of Macallan that Cecil thinks he hid." Bex counted them in, her guitar slicing through the heaviness of Matty's bass line. Sully's drums kicked in, military precise, and Rox let the lyrics flow, words she'd scrawled at 4 a.m. about underground stations and lovers who meet in darkness, and the things buried beneath cities and skin. Something electric happened in the final chorus, a perfect alignment of sound and meaning and emotion. When the last note died, silence filled the studio, the kind of silence that follows revelation. Through the glass, she saw Alex with his head bowed, hands gripping the console. When he looked up, his expression was nakedly vulnerable. "We're done, he said simply. Everyone go home. Bex and Sully didn't need to be told twice. Matty lingered, eyeing Rox with concern. "You coming?" "Later. Need to hear the playback." After they left, she found Alex still at the console staring at nothing. "That bad, huh?" she asked, trying for lightness. "You know it wasn't." His voice was rough. "Then what's wrong?" He ran a hand through his hair, dishevelled from hours of work. "Do you know why I wanted to record that track?" She shook her head. "Because it scared me." He finally looked at her. "The lyrics, like you've been reading my thoughts." "Oh, Alex." "No, it isn't." He stood, moved toward her with the focused intention that characterised everything he did. "You wrote about standing on platforms, watching trains go by, never boarding, about living under the weight of all you've buried." She swallowed hard. "Poetic license." "Bullshit." He was close now, close enough that she could see the gold flecks in his eyes. "You wrote my life. The constant leaving, the fear of staying, all of it. Maybe I just understand you better than you think." Something broke in his expression. He reached for her, and this time there was nothing questioning about his kiss. It was hunger and recognition and relief all at once. Her back hit the wall, his hands in her hair, her leg hooking around his waist. They didn't make it further than the leather couch in the control room, a tangle of half-removed clothing and desperate touches. Their coupling was like their arguments, intense, unchoreographed, revelatory. In the aftermath, sprawled across his chest, Rox felt oddly peaceful. "We should have done that 2 weeks ago," she murmured against his skin. His laugh rumbled beneath her ear. "We would have killed each other." "Possibly." She traced the scar on his knuckles. "How did you get this?" "Piano lid. I was 7, showing off, not paying attention." She pressed her lips to the old wound. "And this?" Her fingers found a small puckered mark near his collarbone. His hesitation was brief but noticeable. "Cigarette. An old friend who didn't know his own strength." She recognised the lie but didn't press. Everyone had secrets, scars they protected. God knew she had her share. They dozed off as dawn approached, tangled together on the too small couch. She woke to the sound of him humming quietly, composing in his head even half asleep. "I don't believe in forever," she said abruptly. His eyes opened, focus immediate. "I know. This, us, it's just part of the process, the album. If that's what you need to tell yourself." No judgment in his tone, only understanding. She sat up, suddenly self-conscious. "I should shower, the others will be here soon." He caught her wrist gently. "Rox, it's okay to be afraid." "I'm not. We all are. That's why we make music, to be brave for 3 minutes at a time." She pulled away, gathering her scattered clothing. "Very profound. You should needlepoint that on a pillow." His smile was sad but knowing, And there she is, right on cue. What's that supposed to mean? Nothing gets too close. Nothing gets too real. The Roxanne Wilde defense mechanism. She yanked on her jeans, anger flaring. Don't psychoanalyze me. You don't have the qualifications. I have the evidence. He sat up, unself-conscious in his nakedness. Every time you create something authentic, you sabotage it with a joke or an insult or an exit strategy. Every single time. Maybe you're terrified of being abandoned again, so you leave first. The words hit with physical force. She grabbed her boots, needing escape. That's it, he continued, relentless now. Run, like always. She whirled on him. What do you want from me, Alex? Some big emotional breakdown, tears and confessions and promises. That's not who I am. No? Then who are you? Because the woman who wrote those lyrics, who sang that song last night, she knows exactly who she is, and she's fucking magnificent. Rox froze, caught between fury and a dangerous, unfamiliar hope. Before she could respond, the studio door buzzed. Through the small security monitor they could see Matty and Bex waiting outside, unusually early. Saved by the bell, she muttered. But as she moved to let them in, Alex caught her hand one last time. This conversation isn't over. She met his gaze steadily. Yes, it is. We've got an album to finish. That's all that matters now. His expression hardened, professional once more. As you wish, Miss Wilde. The distance in his voice shouldn't have hurt. She'd asked for it, after all. But as she buzzed in her bandmates, Rox felt something precious slipping away. A connection exposed then severed, like a cable cut mid-recording. Day 23, 3 tracks left, a week to finish, and the atmosphere in the studio had curdled. It wasn't outright hostility. In some ways, that would have been easier. Instead, Alex and Rox maintained a chilly professionalism that fooled no one. They spoke through technical jargon and third parties. Tell Rox the second verse needs another take. Ask Alex if he wants more reverb or just enjoys wasting everyone's time. The band watched this tennis match of passive aggression with varying degrees of concern and irritation. Only the undeniable quality of the recordings prevented mutiny. Then Malcolm Davies from Elektra arrived unannounced, bringing chaos in his pinstriped wake. Loving what I'm hearing, he announced after a playback session, his voice too loud for the small control room. Absolutely transformative, but Rox tensed. In her experience, everything before the but was meaningless flattery. I'm concerned about commercial viability. Beneath the Underground is brilliant, but 7 minutes long. Radio won't touch it. And velvet curtains. Bit morbid for the mainstream, isn't it? That's rather the point, Alex said. His tone neutral, but his posture rigid. This isn't a mainstream album. Everything's mainstream if it sells, darling. Malcolm's laugh was practiced, hollow. Just need a few tweaks. A radio edit of Underground, perhaps trim a verse from Velvet, and we'll need a proper single. A single, Rox repeated flatly. Something catchy, rebellious, but, accessible. Malcolm mimed quotation marks around the last word. You lot can whip something up, can't you? We've got the full release schedule to consider. Alex glanced at Rox, the first direct look they'd shared in days. A silent communication passed between them, unexpected unity in the face of this common enemy. We'll discuss it, Alex said carefully. Marvellous. Malcolm checked his watch. Keep me updated. Ciao, darlings. The moment the door closed behind him, the explosion came. Absolutely fucking not, Rox snarled. I won't butcher the songs for radio play. Agreed, Alex said. The album stands as is. Their solidarity lasted exactly 17 minutes, right until they started discussing how to tell Elektra to piss off without losing the contract. We deliver as promised, then stand our ground, Alex argued. Bollocks to that, Rox countered. We tell them now. If they walk, they walk. And the band loses everything. Your career, over before it started. Better than being castrated for commercial appeal. She paced the room like a caged animal. You're supposed to be this great visionary producer. Where's your artistic integrity now? His eyes narrowed. Don't question my integrity. I've been protecting this album and you from day one. Protecting me? She laughed bitterly. That's rich. You think this is the first time Electra's tried to interfere? I've been running interference while you've been throwing tantrums and pushing away anyone who gets too close. The band, watching this escalation with alarm, began making discreet exits. Only Matty remained, his expression troubled. If you two are finished, he interjected, I might have a solution. They both turned to him, surprised. We give them a single, he continued. Not from the album, something separate. A bone to throw while we keep the real work intact. The idea hung in the air, oddly reasonable amid the emotional chaos. It could work, Alex admitted reluctantly. Great, Rock said, her voice brittle. You two sort it out. I need air. She grabbed her jacket and escaped before either could respond. Outside, London was enjoying a rare, perfect evening. Warm air, clear sky, streets alive with possibility. Rox walked without direction, letting the city's rhythm calm her frayed nerves. 3 streets later, she realised Matty was following her. Subtle as a brick, aren't you? She called without turning. He jogged to catch up. Someone had to make sure you didn't disappear, again. I'm not the disappearing type. No? What about that week after the tour when no one could find you? Or when that journalist asked about your father and you vanished mid-interview? She shot him a warning look. Point made. They walked in silence for a block before he spoke again. What happened with you and Reyes? And don't say nothing, because I've known you too long. Creative differences. Try again, she sighed, stopping at a corner shop to buy cigarettes. We got too close. I backed off. He took it personally. End of story. Matty accepted a cigarette, studying her as they continued walking. You know what your problem is, Rox? You think being wounded makes you special. Newsflash. We're all fucked up. Difference is, some of us still try. Trying leads to disappointment. Not trying leads to regret. He stopped, forcing her to face him. That bloke looks at you like you're both salvation and destruction, and you're too scared to see if he's right. Since when are you a romantic philosopher? Since I watched my best friend sabotage the best thing that's happened to her, because she's afraid it might actually work out. The accusation landed with uncomfortable precision. Before she could formulate a sufficiently cutting response, a ragged cry echoed from a nearby alley. They exchanged glances and hurried toward the sound. In the narrow passage between buildings, a boy of perhaps 16 was curled on the ground, 2 older men standing over him. One held a wallet, clearly not his own. Oi! Matty shouted. Back off! The men looked up, assessed the odds, and apparently decided 2 angry punks weren't worth the trouble. They tossed the wallet onto the boy's huddled form and sauntered away with practiced nonchalance. Rox crouched beside the trembling teenager. Blood trickled from his nose, and a bruise was already forming around his left eye. You all right, love? He nodded shakily, clutching his recovered wallet. Let's get you patched up, she said, helping him stand. Our studio's just round the corner. Back at Blackout, they found the others gone, only Alex remaining. His expression shifted from surprise to concern at the sight of the injured boy. First aid kit's in the back, he said without preamble, leading them to the small kitchenette. As he efficiently cleaned the boy's cuts, Rox explained what had happened. The teenager, Danny, gradually relaxed, even managed a smile when Alex offered him tea in a chipped mug that read, "Sound engineers do it with better frequency." You're them, aren't you? Danny asked suddenly. From the papers, the band and the producer. Rox exchanged glances with Alex. Guilty as charged. Danny's eyes widened with recognition. My sister loves your last single, the one about council estate dreams or whatever. Concrete visions, Matty supplied, though council estate dreams is actually better. She's gonna freak when I tell her I met you. Danny winced as he touched his swollen lip. If I tell her, Mum'll go mental if she finds out I got jumped. Where do you live? Alex asked. Hackney, near the Marshall estate. Rox raised an eyebrow. Bit far from home, aren't you? Danny shrugged, then winced at the movement. Came to leave demo tapes at record shops. I make music too. Well, try to. At your age, I was still figuring out which end of the guitar to hold, Matty said. Can I? Danny hesitated. Would you listen to something? Just one track? The question hung in the air. Rox glanced at Alex, who nodded almost imperceptibly. Why not? She said. Not like we were being productive anyway. Danny pulled a battered cassette from his jacket pocket. Alex took it gently, examining the handwritten label before inserting it into the studio deck. What emerged from the speakers was raw, unpolished, and undeniably alive. A bedroom recording of distorted guitar and drum machine, over which Danny's voice, stronger than his slight frame suggested, sang of escapes planned, but never executed. When it ended, silence filled the room. Danny stared at his scuffed boots, braced for rejection. It's rough, Alex said finally, but there's something there. The chorus needs work, Rox added, but the bridge, that bit about standing at the junction, that's good. Danny's face split into a grin despite his swollen lip. Really? Really, Matty confirmed. Reminds me of early Clash demos. Alex leaned against the console, something thoughtful in his expression. Do you have more? 20 minutes later, they were still listening, offering critiques and suggestions as Danny soaked up every word. His youth and earnestness cut through the tension that had dominated the studio for days. When Alex offered to help him re-record a track properly after we finished this album, the gratitude in Danny's eyes was almost painful to witness. Later, after they'd pooled money for a taxi to send him safely home, Rox found herself alone with Alex in the control room. That was decent of you, she said. The offer to help him. He shrugged. Someone did the same for me once. A debt repaid. Still, she hesitated. Listening to his songs. It was a good reminder of why we're doing this. For the wide-eyed teenagers with bedroom recordings. For the music that saves us. She met his gaze directly for the first time in days. I don't want to fight anymore. I don't recall starting the fight. No, but you pushed. Hard. Because I saw what you could be if you stopped hiding. The familiar defensiveness rose in her chest, but Danny's unguarded enthusiasm was still fresh in her mind. She swallowed her reflexive retort. Maybe you're right. His eyebrows lifted in exaggerated shock. I'm sorry, could you repeat that? I think I hallucinated. A reluctant smile tugged at her lips. Don't be a wanker. I'm trying here. I know, his expression softened, and I appreciate it. Another silence, less hostile than before, but still charged with unresolved emotion. About what Malcolm said, she began. Already handled, I called Cecil, explained our position. The album stays intact or we walk. And Cecil is doing what he does best, negotiating while pretending to agree with everyone. She laughed, the sound breaking the last of the tension between them. Poor Cecil, stuck between rock stars and suits. You consider yourself a star already? I consider myself a rock at least. She moved closer, testing the waters. Hard, cold, difficult to move. Not how I'd describe you. His voice dropped lower. Stubborn? Yes. Cold? Never. The air between them shifted, possibility returning like a needle finding its groove, but before either could act, the studio door opened, revealing Bex and Sully, arms laden with takeaway bags. "Peace offering," Bex announced. "Chinese food and a resolution. Whoever mentions Electra or singles or anything business-related buys a round at the pub." "Deal," Rox said, moving away from Alex with a backward glance that promised continuation. They ate cross-legged on the studio floor, passing containers and trading stories, the band's solidarity beginning to heal. When Alex's phone rang, he excused himself to the control room. Rox watched him through the glass, noting the sudden stillness in his posture, the tight grip on the receiver. When he returned, his expression was carefully blank. "Everything okay?" she asked. "Fine. Just some news from home." He managed a smile that didn't reach his eyes. "Let's get back to work. We've lost enough time." She knew deflection when she heard it, was an expert practitioner herself, but didn't press. Whatever demons Alex was wrestling, they would wait their turn. Right now, the album needed finishing, and the fragile peace between them needed protecting. That night they recorded until dawn, capturing a Frosty that had been missing in recent sessions. As the last note faded, Alex looked at her through the glass, exhaustion and exhilaration mingling in his eyes. "That's the one," he said, echoing his words from weeks ago. "That's the heart of it." And Rox, for once, didn't argue, because he was right. The last day of recording dawned grey and expectant, like London itself was holding its breath. 29 days of creative fury had produced 10 tracks, 9 for the album, 1 sacrificial single for Electra to push on radio. They'd worked through the night, fueled by caffeine and the desperate energy that comes with looming deadlines. Now, as morning light filtered through the dusty skylight, they gathered for the final playback. "No commentary until the end," Alex instructed, his voice hoarse from lack of sleep. "Just listen. The whole thing, start to finish." He'd sequenced the tracks himself, building like a narrative arc from the caustic opening salvo of concrete visions through the winding emotional terrain of the middle cuts, ending with the understated devastation of Beneath the Underground. It was a journey through rage to revelation, chaos to clarity. Rox sat on the floor, back against the wall, eyes closed. Beside her, Bex and Sully leaned against each other, exhausted but attentive. Matty perched on an amplifier, fingers unconsciously tapping rhythms on his thigh. Cecil arrived halfway through, slipping in quietly for once, his usual bluster subdued by the obvious gravity of the moment. Alex stood at the mixing desk, making minute adjustments, his focus absolute. Only Rox noticed the tension in his shoulders, the way he kept checking his watch. As the final notes of Beneath the Underground faded into silence, no one spoke. The album had left them wordless, emptied out. It was Cecil who finally broke the spell, clearing his throat. "Well," he said, "I think we've got something special here." The understatement of the century. Rox met Alex's eyes across the room, a world of unspoken understanding passing between them. They'd done it, created something that would outlive both of them, something that mattered. The next hours passed in a blur of technical details and paperwork. Matty, Bex and Sully left for a celebratory lunch that would inevitably become a celebratory bender. Cecil departed to deliver the master tapes to Electra, promising champagne upon his return. Left alone in the studio, Rox found Alex in the control room staring at the empty reels. "Feels strange, doesn't it?" she said. "Like the first day after a tour. All that build-up, then nothing." He nodded, not turning around. Postpartum depression, studio edition. Dramatic as ever, she moved beside him, studying his profile. The strain around his eyes was more pronounced up close, fatigue etched into every line. "You should sleep. Later. Still work to do." "Alex." She touched his arm, forcing him to look at her. "It's done. We did it." Something shifted in his expression. Decision made or accepted. Did we ever? He reached into his jacket pocket, withdrew an envelope, and handed it to her. Inside was a single airline ticket. Miami, departing that evening. "What's this?" she asked, though she already knew. "I got a call 2 days ago. My father's health..." He trailed off. "I need to go back, just for a while." The familiar tide of abandonment rose in her chest, but she fought it down. Of course, family first. It doesn't change anything about the album. The hard part's done. "When were you planning to tell me?" "I'm telling you now." He ran a hand through his dishevelled hair. "I was going to mention it after the playback, but then everything was perfect, and I didn't want to ruin the moment." She wanted to be angry. It would be easier, but found she couldn't muster the energy. 29 days in this underground sanctuary had changed her in ways she was only beginning to understand. Does Electra know? Cecil does. He'll handle the label. Alex hesitated. "I spoke with Malcolm about you." "About me?" "Your solo potential." She blinked, caught off guard. "What solo potential? I'm with the Snarls." "For now, but you're going to outgrow them, Rox. We both know it." "That's not fair." "It's not about fair, it's about what's true." He moved closer, his gaze intense despite his exhaustion. "You have something rare. Don't waste it trying to fit into someone else's idea of what you should be." Is that what this month was about? Grooming me for a solo career? No. His voice was firm. This month was about making the best fucking album possible. Which we did. He took her hands in his. "What happens next is up to you." The touch of his skin against hers brought memories flooding back. Creative arguments that lasted until dawn. The unexpectedly tender way he tucked her hair behind her ear during a late-night recording session, the taste of tequila on his lips. "And what about us?" she asked, the question she'd been avoiding for weeks. "What happens next there?" His smile was bittersweet. "That depends. Do you believe in international phone calls?" "I believe in finishing what we start. Then we're not finished, just on pause." He pulled her closer. "I'll be back in London by the time the album releases. 3 months, give or take." It wasn't a promise. Not exactly. But it was more than she'd expected from either of them. An acknowledgement that whatever had sparked between them deserved exploration. Cecil's return interrupted the moment. He burst through the door with his usual lack of subtlety, brandishing champagne and news. They love it. Absolutely mental for it. Release date confirmed for November. Full promotional budget. The celebration that followed felt surreal. Disconnected. Rox went through the motions, accepting congratulations, discussing plans, all while acutely aware of the ticking clock. Alex's flight left in hours. When it was time for him to leave, they stepped outside together, the rare sunshine feeling like a cosmic joke. "So," she said, hands shoved deep in her pockets. He tilted her chin up with gentle fingers. "Remember what I told you that first day? About your voice being a wound that hadn't healed?" She nodded. "I was wrong. It's not the wound, it's the healing itself." His thumb brushed her lower lip, a callback to their first kiss. "Keep singing, Roxanne Wilde, even when it hurts, especially then." The taxi arrived, an unwelcome punctuation mark. One kiss, brief but intense, and he was gone, Miami bound with promises to call that both knew might not withstand distance and time and separate lives. 3 months later, Velvet Curtains and Vinyl Dreams released to critical acclaim and modest commercial success. The Snarls became underground darlings, respected if not quite famous. The sacrificial single even managed radio play, introducing their sound to unsuspecting commuters across Britain. Rox kept every review, every mention in a folder on her nightstand. Not for herself, she rarely read them twice, but for when he returned. If he returned. The promised phone calls had come at first. transatlantic static punctuating conversations that grew increasingly formal, increasingly brief. His father's condition had stabilised but required ongoing care. Miami studios had offered him projects he couldn't refuse. London seemed increasingly distant in his descriptions. By the 4th month, the calls stopped altogether. Release day had been November 17th. By March, Rox had accepted that the album would be their only collaboration. She'd moved on, or convinced herself she had. The Snarls were recording again, with a different producer, a different sound. She'd cut her hair, changed her look. Life continued its relentless forward motion. Until the night she found herself at the studio again. Blackout, now renovated with Electra money, but still essentially the same underground bunker where they'd created magic. She hadn't planned to go there. Her feet had simply carried her, muscle memory guiding her through London's tangle of streets on the anniversary of that first disastrous gig, the one where she'd spat beer and stormed off stage and unknowingly set her life on a new trajectory. The security guard recognised her, let her in with a nod. The place was deserted, too late for the day shift, too early for the night owls. She wandered through the control room, fingers trailing over equipment that had once seemed so intimidating. The leather couch was gone, replaced by something sleek and uncomfortable looking. The ashtrays had disappeared, smoking now banned indoors, but the acoustics remained the same, that perfect balance of reflection and absorption that made every sound feel immediate, present. She sat at the mixing desk, closed her eyes, and could almost hear his voice through the monitors. Again, but this time mean it. The soft click of the door opening barely registered until a familiar voice broke the silence. I should have called first. Her eyes flew open. Alex stood in the doorway, thinner than she remembered, hair longer, but unmistakably him. You should have called at all, she replied, proud of how steady her voice remained despite the earthquake beneath her ribs. Fair point. He stepped into the room, keeping a careful distance. I wanted to, but it felt increasingly impossible to explain. Try me. He set down a battered leather case, the same one he'd brought to their first meeting. My father died 2 months ago. I'm sorry. She meant it. After that, I had decisions to make, about where I belong. His gaze held hers. I kept coming back to this room, to what we made here. And what was that exactly? You know what. He moved closer, stopping just beyond reach. I've listened to our album approximately 300 times. It holds up. Despite herself, she smiled, modest as ever. Not modest, accurate, another step. I've been offered a production deal here. Permanent position, London-based. Her pulse quickened, but wariness kept her rooted to the spot. Congratulations. I haven't accepted yet. Why not? Because I wanted to ask you something first. He closed the final distance between them. Would you be interested in a different kind of collaboration? What did you have in mind? Her voice betrayed her, catching on the final word. Dinner, for a start. Somewhere with actual windows and no recording equipment. His smile was tentative, genuine. I thought maybe we could try being normal people for a change. Normal? She tested the word, found it didn't fit either of them. I don't think that's in our repertoire. Then something authentic, something real. He held out his hand. What do you say, Roxanne Wilde? One more track? She looked at his offered palm, remembering every argument, every breakthrough, every moment of connection they'd shared in this underground sanctuary. For once, she didn't search for the escape route, didn't prepare for disappointment. Instead, she took his hand. I suppose we could try a different arrangement, she said, allowing herself to be pulled to her feet. See how it sounds. His other hand found her waist, drawing her closer. I've always been partial to duets. Outside, London continued its chaotic symphony. traffic and voices and the distant thrum of music from neighbouring clubs. But in the studio where they'd once created something eternal, Rox and Alex began composing something new, something unrecorded but no less real, something worth the risk of hearing even if it hurt. The end. Aliyah Rahman's camera flashed as she captured the ancient mosaic tiles of Marrakesh's Bahia Palace. The midday sun glinted off her press badge as she scribbled notes about the corruption scandal she was investigating, one that linked Moroccan officials with British business interests. At 32, she'd built her reputation on stories that crossed borders and challenged power. "Last shot, Miss Rahman," her fixer Hamid warned. "The minister's people are watching." She nodded, tucking her notebook away. Got what I needed anyway. 3 days later, Aliyah's London flat welcomed her with familiar silence. She dropped her bags in the entryway, kicked off her boots, and headed straight for the shower. The hot water washed away 2 weeks of desert dust and the tension of navigating political sensitivities. Morocco had yielded a story that would expose corruption at the highest levels, another career milestone. Her phone buzzed with a text from her mother. "Dinner tonight. Important family matter." Aliyah sighed. Her parents' important family matters typically involved introducing her to eligible Pakistani doctors or engineers. At her age, she had mastered the art of polite rejection. "Journalism is my marriage," she told her reflection in the steamy mirror. "The truth is my beloved." The Rahman family home in Ealing smelled of cardamom and saffron, her mother's biryani, reserved for celebrations. Aliyah felt a flutter of unease. "Beta, you look tired," her mother said, kissing her cheek. "Morocco was good?" "It was productive," Aliyah replied, following her mother to the living room where her father sat with an unfamiliar older man. "Aliyah, this is Farid al-Nasri," her father said, standing, "an old family friend." The man's eyes crinkled as he smiled. "At last we meet. You have your grandmother's spirit in your eyes." "My grandmother?" Aliyah looked to her parents. "I don't understand." Her father gestured for her to sit. "There are things we haven't told you about our family history, Aliyah. Things that were arranged long before you were born." The story unfolded like fiction. Her maternal grandmother had once saved the life of a young prince from Al-Ruhaya. In gratitude, the royal family had promised an alliance through marriage in a future generation. That promise had remained dormant for decades. "Until now," Farid said, producing an envelope bearing a royal seal. "Sheik Zahir al-Fayez has accepted the terms of the alliance. He will honour the promise made to your family." Aliyah laughed, then stopped when no one joined her. "You can't be serious. Arranged marriages to sheiks. That's the plot of paperback romances, not real life." "It is our tradition," her mother said quietly, "and there is honour in it." "Honour?" Aliyah stood, blood rushing to her face. "It's 2025. I have a career, a life. You've always supported my independence. How could you agree to this?" Her father's voice remained steady. "We agreed you would meet him. Nothing more." "And if I refuse?" "The choice is ultimately yours," Farid interjected smoothly. "But Sheikh Zahir requests the courtesy of an introduction before you decide. 1 week in Al-Ruhaya. 1 week. 7 days to refuse a medieval arrangement face to face." Aliyah crossed her arms. "And then I can return to my life with no consequences." "With our blessing," her father confirmed. Aliyah stared at the ornate invitation. Her journalistic instinct whispered that there was more to this story, something worth investigating. Fine, 1 week. The flight to Al-Ruhaya passed in a blur of research. Aliyah devoured information about the small but wealthy kingdom, known for its oil reserves and strategic position. Sheikh Zahir had ascended the throne 3 years ago after his father's death. Western educated, intensely private and reportedly married to his duties. Few photographs existed of him, and those that did showed a stern, imposing figure at formal functions. From her window seat, Aliyah watched the landscape transform from azure Mediterranean waters to vast rolling dunes. Al-Ruhaya emerged from the desert like a mirage, ancient sandstone walls embracing gleaming modern architecture. A sleek black car awaited her on the tarmac. No customs, no passport control. The privileges of entering as a royal guest made her uncomfortable. "Miss Rahman," the driver bowed slightly. "Welcome to Al-Ruhaya." The palace complex rose from the heart of the capital city, its domes and minarets glowing gold in the setting sun. Aliyah's journalistic eye noted security details, architectural features, the blend of tradition and technology. She mentally composed the opening paragraph of the article she would never publish. The kingdom of Al-Ruhaya exists in two times at once, anchored in centuries of tradition while reaching for an ultra-modern future. A woman in elegant traditional dress met Aliyah at the palace entrance. "I am Samira, your guide during your stay. You must be tired from your journey. I'll show you to your quarters." "Actually," Aliyah replied, "I'd like to meet Sheik Zahir first. That's why I'm here, after all." Samira's polite smile never wavered. "His Highness will receive you tomorrow at the formal welcome ceremony. Tonight is for rest." The suite prepared for Aliyah was larger than her entire London flat, all cream marble and azure accents, with a balcony overlooking fragrant gardens. A closet had been filled with clothing in her size, both Western and traditional styles. "The presumption," she muttered, running her fingers over fine silks and linens. She unpacked her own clothes instead. Practical, professional attire suitable for facing down a sheikh who thought he could claim her through some ancient pact. Sleep eluded her. Aliyah stood on the balcony, breathing in the desert night. The stars seemed impossibly bright, the air scented with jasmine and mystery. Below, a solitary figure walked through the gardens, a tall man in simple white thobe, his face hidden in shadow. He paused beneath her balcony, as if sensing her presence, then continued on, disappearing among the cypress trees. Morning arrived, with sunlight streaming through gossamer curtains and the distant call to prayer. Aliyah dressed in her most authoritative outfit, black trousers, crisp white shirt, gold hoop earrings that had been her grandmother's, armour for negotiation. Samira appeared precisely at 8, her expression revealing nothing when she saw Aliyah's Western attire. "His Highness awaits you in the Blue Hall." The palace corridors told stories in their architecture, ancient patterns beside contemporary art, history in conversation with the present. Aliyah memorized the route, a journalist's habit. 2 massive doors swung open to reveal the Blue Hall, a breathtaking space with soaring ceilings adorned with intricate geometric patterns in varying shades of indigo and azure. At the far end, a man stood with his back to her, gazing out floor-to-ceiling windows at the city below. Samira announced, "Miss Aliyah Rahman, Your Highness." The man turned, and Aliyah's prepared speech evaporated. Sheikh Zahir al-Fayez was not the stern, bearded autocrat she had imagined. Instead, she faced a man perhaps a decade her senior, with intelligent eyes the colour of amber, features cut from desert stone, and an expression of guarded curiosity. He wore a modern suit rather than traditional robes, the only indication of his status a subtle gold pin at his lapel. "Miss Rahman," he said in perfect English, the barest hint of an accent lending musicality to his words, "welcome to Al-Ruhaya." Aliyah forced her voice to remain steady. "Thank you for the invitation, though I must clarify that I'm here only to respectfully decline this arrangement in person." Something flashed in his eyes. Amusement? Irritation? It vanished too quickly to interpret. Directness. Refreshing. He gestured to a seating area of low couches. Shall we discuss this over tea, or would you prefer to catch the next flight to London? She hesitated, pride battling curiosity. Tea would be acceptable. As they sat, the differences between them materialised in stark relief. His movements were measured, deliberate, hers quick and decisive. He embodied calm authority. She radiated restless energy. Oil and water, earth and air. I understand this situation is unexpected, he said, as an attendant silently served tea. Unexpected? Aaliyah gave a short laugh. It's medieval. I have a career, independence. I don't need or want marriage, especially not one based on some ancient promise. Yet here you are, he observed, when you could have refused without making the journey. The observation struck uncomfortably close to her own thoughts. Why had she come? Professional curiosity, cultural respect, or something deeper she couldn't yet name? I wanted to understand, she admitted, and to make clear that while I respect my family's traditions, I cannot be bound by them. Sheikh Zahir studied her face. Tell me, Miss Rahman, what do you know of royal duty? I know it's often used to justify choices that benefit those in power. His expression didn't change, but something in his posture shifted. Then perhaps during your stay, you might expand your understanding. My offer remains open for the week. Consider it research, if you prefer. The challenge in his voice caught her attention. Aaliyah had never backed down from a story, and Sheikh Zahir al-Fayez was certainly that, a complex narrative waiting to be understood. 1 week, she agreed, but my answer won't change. Perhaps not. He rose with fluid grace. But by its end, I suspect we'll both understand much more about why we were brought together. As Aaliyah followed Samira back to her quarters, she couldn't shake the feeling that she'd just agreed to something far more complicated than a polite cultural visit. Whatever game the Sheikh was playing, she intended to master its rules before he could claim victory. 3 days into her stay at the palace, Aaliyah had established a routine. Mornings were spent observing palace life, afternoons exploring the carefully approved sections of the grounds, evenings enduring formal dinners where Sheikh Zahir was unfailingly polite but ultimately distant. Like planets in separate orbits, they circled without collision. Until the 4th morning, when Aaliyah slipped away from Samira to explore the eastern wing, the only area expressly forbidden to her. The heart must have its mysteries, Samira had said cryptically when Aaliyah questioned the restriction. The eastern corridors were quieter, the decor more intimate. Family quarters, perhaps? Aaliyah moved silently, her journalist's instinct for discovery overriding caution. A partially open door revealed a room unlike any she'd seen in the palace. Walls lined with books, comfortable furniture worn with use, windows overlooking a private garden of roses. A personal retreat, not a stateroom. Curious as well as defiant, Sheikh Zahir's voice came from behind her. An interesting combination. Aaliyah turned, chin raised. If you want someone to follow rules blindly, you've chosen the wrong woman. Have I chosen at all? He approached slowly. Or are we both caught in circumstances not of our making? In the intimate space she noticed details she had missed before. A scar at his temple, the slight asymmetry of his features that made him human rather than an icon. His eyes held exhaustion that his posture denied. This was your father's room, she guessed, noting old photographs on a desk. Surprise flickered across his face. Yes. How did you know? The books are older. The furniture hasn't been replaced with each fashion trend. It feels preserved rather than maintained. He studied her with new interest. You see much for an outsider. That's my job, seeing what lies beneath the surface. She gestured to a leather journal on the desk. You write here. Poetry, he admitted, an indulgence with no place in state matters. May I? She nodded toward the garden beyond the windows. Without waiting for permission, she stepped through the French doors into an explosion of colour and fragrance. Roses of every hue climbed trellises and spilled over stone pathways. At the centre stood a marble bench beneath an ancient olive tree. "My mother's creation," Sheik Zahir said, following her. "She found peace here that eluded her elsewhere." "It's beautiful." Aliyah touched a deep crimson bloom. "Why hide it away?" "Some treasures are too personal for public display," his voice softened, like grief. The unexpected vulnerability caught her off guard. For a moment she glimpsed the man beneath the crown, someone who carried losses he couldn't publicly mourn. "I write about my mother sometimes," she offered. "Small memories, the scent of her perfume, how she hummed when she cooked." "You understand then?" It wasn't a question. Their eyes met, a moment of genuine connection that startled them both. Later that afternoon, a package arrived at Aliyah's suite, a leather-bound journal with a note in elegant script. "For your observations. Not all stories need publication to matter. Z." That night Aliyah began recording her impressions of Al-Rahaya, of palace life, of the enigmatic man who moved through his kingdom with the weight of tradition on his shoulders. Not for publication, but for understanding. She wrote about the duality she observed, a nation balancing heritage with progress, a ruler caught between duty and desire, her own conflict between independence and connection. The next day brought a sandstorm that painted the sky orange and confined everyone to the palace. Restless, Aliyah ventured to the library, where she found Sheik Zahir reviewing documents. "Miss Rahman," he acknowledged her. "Our meteorologists predict the storm will pass by evening. I apologise for the confinement." "I'm used to waiting out hostile conditions," she replied, browsing the shelves, though usually in less luxurious surroundings. He set aside his papers. "Tell me about your work." To her surprise, he listened attentively as she described her investigations: corporate malfeasance in Southeast Asia, human trafficking networks in Eastern Europe, environmental crimes in South America. He asked thoughtful questions about her methods, her ethics, her boundaries. "You pursue truth regardless of consequence," he observed. "I admire the principle, though I question its practicality in governance." "Truth may be inconvenient, but concealing it only delays the inevitable," she countered. "Like an arranged marriage." His sudden directness surprised her. Exactly like that. She met his gaze steadily. "You need a traditional bride who will uphold your customs without question. I'm not that woman." "What makes you so certain of what I need?" There was genuine curiosity in his voice. Before she could answer, his chief advisor Karim entered with urgent news. Flooding in the northern province required immediate attention. Zahir transformed before her eyes from contemplative man to decisive ruler, issuing clear directives about emergency response and resource allocation. "You'll excuse me," he said to Aliyah as he prepared to leave. "Duty calls." "May I come?" The request surprised them both. "I've covered natural disasters before. I might have useful perspective." He hesitated, then nodded. "If you wish." They spent the next 12 hours in the Crisis Command Centre, where Aliyah observed Zahir working tirelessly, consulting experts, comforting displaced citizens via video calls, allocating resources without bureaucratic delay. He moved between Arabic, English and French as needed, his focus unwavering. Near midnight, when the immediate crisis had stabilised, Aliyah brought him coffee. "Your people trust you," she said. "I can see why." Exhaustion lined his face. Trust is earned daily. One misstep could erase years of work. "Is that why you continue this marriage arrangement? To maintain trust in traditions?" He considered her question carefully. "Partly. But there are political dimensions you don't yet understand. Tribal alliances that keep peace. Expectations I cannot simply dismiss. Even at the cost of your personal happiness. Personal happiness is a luxury for private citizens." He looked at her directly. "What about you, Aliyah? You move between worlds, exposing truths, then disappear to your London flat. No roots, no obligations that cannot be postponed for a story. The observation stung with its accuracy. I have freedom. Freedom can be another word for isolation. His voice held no judgment, only recognition. We've chosen different prisons. The statement lingered between them, a truth neither had voiced before. In the days that followed, something shifted. Formal dinners gave way to private meals where they debated philosophy, politics, ethics. He showed her his charitable projects, schools for girls in remote villages, microfinance programs for women entrepreneurs, environmental restoration efforts. She shared her investigative methods, her ethical frameworks, her vision for journalism that created meaningful change. On her 6th night in Al Ruhaya, the palace hosted a diplomatic reception. Aliyah found a traditional gown among the clothes provided, midnight blue embroidered with silver stars, elegant yet modest. She wore it with her grandmother's earrings, a bridge between her worlds. When she entered the grand ballroom, conversations paused. She felt eyes tracking her movement, curiosity, judgment, speculation. The weight of scrutiny made her understand, fleetingly, what Zahir experienced daily. He found her on a terrace seeking respite from the crowded room. "You honour our traditions while remaining distinctly yourself," he said, approaching. "Few can balance that edge so gracefully." Music drifted from inside, a traditional orchestra playing a contemporary arrangement. "Would you dance?" he asked. "Or is that too conventional for an unconventional arrangement?" "I think we've established I'm willing to try new experiences." She accepted his outstretched hand. They moved together with surprising harmony, his formal training complementing her natural rhythm. The diplomatic audience watched with approval. The Sheik and his potential bride, the embodiment of tradition embracing modernity. "They're writing our story already," Aliyah murmured. "Let them write," he replied. "We know the truth is more complex." Her heart quickened at the intimacy in his voice, the warmth of his hand at her waist. This wasn't in her carefully constructed plan for polite rejection. Later that night, sleepless, she wrote in the journal he'd given her, honest reflections about connection, fear, possibility, about a man who carried a kingdom's future while honouring its past, about her own reluctance to belong anywhere or to anyone. What she didn't know was that within hours those private thoughts would become dangerously public. "Zahir, you must address this immediately." Karim's voice carried down the corridor as Aliyah approached the council chamber. She paused, hearing her name. "The British journalist mocks our traditions, our values in writing." Aliyah's blood ran cold. Her journal. But how? She entered without announcement. "What's happening?" The room fell silent. Sheikh Zahir stood at the head of the table, his expression unreadable, a tablet computer before him. Around him, advisors and tribal elders watched her with open hostility. "It seems your observations about Al Ruhaya have found their way to British tabloids," Zahir said, his voice carefully controlled. "Your private assessment of our backward marriage traditions and gilded cage monarchy makes for sensational reading." "That's impossible," she protested. "I haven't published anything." "Yet you wrote it." He turned the tablet toward her. There on the screen were her words, not as she had written them, but selected fragments stripped of context, assembled to create maximum offence. Her nuanced reflections on the complexities of tradition versus progress had been twisted into condemnation. Her private musings about Zahir's isolation beneath his crown now read as mockery. I didn't... She struggled to find words. "These are from my private journal. They've been edited, taken out of context. A journal you brought into my home, writing observations like some anthropologist studying primitive cultures." The coldness in his voice cut deeper than anger would have. "No, I was trying to understand, to see beyond my own perspective." She looked around the room, meeting hostile stares. Someone stole my private writings and manipulated them. An elder spoke in Arabic. Zahir responded, then addressed her in English. Sheikh Rahman suggests you planted these observations intentionally, that perhaps you came as a journalist first, bride second. The accusation struck with precision. Hadn't she initially approached this arrangement with journalistic detachment, recording, analysing, maintaining emotional distance? I came because I was asked to, she said, her voice steadying. I stayed because I found something worth understanding. Those words were never meant for publication. Yet here they are. Zahir's expression hardened. The damage is done. Social media had already erupted. False bride trended globally. Political opponents called for Zahir to renounce the foreign alliance. Cultural commentators debated whether Aliya's Western upbringing made her fundamentally incapable of respecting Al-Ruhayyan traditions. I need to release a statement, she said. Explain that these were private reflections, taken without consent. What you need, Zahir interrupted, is to leave Al-Ruhayya today. The words landed like physical blows. After everything they had shared, the conversations, the growing trust, the moments of genuine connection, he believed she had betrayed him. Zahir! She used his name without title for the first time. Please, let me explain. There is nothing to explain, Miss Rahman. The formal address created an unbridgeable distance between them. Our arrangement was always contingent on mutual respect. That foundation no longer exists. Pride straightened her spine. She would not beg. As you wish, Your Highness. 3 hours later, Aliya boarded a private jet for London. She left behind the borrowed clothes, the leather journal, and the foolish heart that had begun to imagine a future different from the one she'd planned. Back in her London flat, surrounded by the remnants of her solitary life, Aliya mourned what she'd lost. Not a crown or a kingdom, but the rare connection with someone who had seen her clearly, who had challenged her assumptions while respecting her strength, who had, for a brief moment, made her question whether freedom and belonging had to be opposing forces. She ignored calls from editors offering exclusive rights to her side of the story. She declined interview requests and speaking engagements about her experience infiltrating a royal palace. She removed herself from social media where strangers debated her motives and character. Instead, she did what she'd always done in moments of crisis. She investigated. Who had access to her journal? Who would benefit from sabotaging the potential alliance? Who moved in both Al-Ruhayyan and British media circles? The trail led to Darius Nazim, cousin to Zahir and next in line for the throne if Zahir failed to produce an heir. Darius maintained residences in both Al-Ruhayya and London, moved in journalistic circles, and stood to gain significantly from Zahir's embarrassment. Phone records showed calls between Darius and the editor who published the leaked journal entries. Aliya compiled her evidence methodically, without emotion. This wasn't about clearing her name or reclaiming what she had lost. This was about truth, the principle she had dedicated her life to serving. When her investigation was complete, she sent a single email to Sheikh Zahir's private account, the one she'd seen him use during the flooding crisis. No emotional appeals, no defense of her character, just evidence documented with journalistic precision. Subject: relevant information for your review attachment. Darius Nazi evidence.pdf. Then she did the hardest thing of all, she let go. She returned to her work, accepting an assignment in Argentina that would keep her oceans away from thoughts of desert kingdoms and amber eyes. But late at night, when the Southern Cross glittered above the pampas, Aliya still found herself writing in an imaginary journal, trying to make sense of how a week in a foreign land had transformed her understanding of herself. Café Ricardo buzzed with midday energy, laptop keys clicking, espresso machines hissing. Aliya hunched over her computer, 3 weeks into her investigation of agricultural corruption in Argentina. The story was solid. Corporate land grabs, indigenous displacement, environmental devastation, but her usual fire was missing. "Your coffee's getting cold," said Martine, her local fixer. "Hmm?" She looked up, distracted. "Right, thanks." "You've been reading the same document for an hour," he observed. "Something wrong with the evidence?" "No, the evidence is clear. Just as it had been when she sent that file to Zahir, evidence he had apparently ignored, as she'd received no response. Not that she expected one. Just thinking through the angles. Her phone vibrated, a London number. Her editor, probably, with questions about her draft. "Rahman," she answered crisply. "Hello, Aliyah." The voice sent electricity through her veins. "Zahir. I'm in Buenos Aires. We need to talk." 4 hours later, she entered a private dining room at the city's oldest hotel. Rain lashed against leaded glass windows, lending drama to an already surreal scenario. Sheik Zahir al-Fayez, ruler of Al-Ruhaya, stood looking out at the downpour, his back to the door. No entourage, no security detail visible. "How did you find me?" she asked. He turned. The weeks had changed him. New lines around his eyes, a certain weariness in his posture. "You're not difficult to locate when you're investigating a story. You leave footprints." "Why are you here?" "Because I owe you an apology." He gestured to a chair. "Please." Pride wanted her to remain standing, but curiosity won. She sat. "Darius has been removed from succession," Zahir said without preamble. "The evidence you provided proved his involvement in other matters as well. Financial improprieties, political undermining." "I didn't do it for revenge," she said. "I know." He met her eyes. "You did it for truth. It's who you are." The server brought tea, then discreetly disappeared. "I should have trusted you," Zahir continued. "I let public opinion and political pressure override what I knew of your character. It was cowardly." The admission stunned her. Rulers didn't acknowledge weakness, especially not to those they had wronged. "Why tell me this now?" Her voice remained steady despite the storm inside her. "The arrangement is broken. We both move on." "Because I can't." The simple declaration hung between them. "Move on, that is." Outside, lightning illuminated the sky, casting his face in stark relief. All defences down, vulnerability exposed. "In your absence, I've come to understand something," he said. "The traditions I've upheld, the obligations I've honoured, they mean nothing if they force me to reject the one person who makes me feel fully alive." Her heart thundered against her ribs. "Zahir, let me finish." He moved to sit across from her. "I don't need a traditional bride who will uphold customs without question. I need a partner who will question everything, including me, who will see the man beneath the crown and hold him accountable, who understands that real respect comes from honesty, not blind obedience." "You're describing a journalist, not a queen," she said softly. "I'm describing you." He reached across the table, his hand stopping short of touching hers. "Come back to Al-Ruhaya, not as my reluctant bride, but as my chosen equal. Help me build a kingdom where tradition honours progress rather than fears it." The offer left her breathless. You can't just rewrite centuries of royal protocol. "Can't I?" A smile touched his lips. "I am the Sheik, after all." "Your council would revolt." "Some, yes. Others have seen what your perspective could bring to our future. The schools for girls you suggested, already in development. The press freedom initiatives you outlined, being implemented." Rain drummed against the windows, a counterpoint to her racing thoughts. This was everything she hadn't allowed herself to want. Purpose aligned with passion, independence within connection, a future that embraced all parts of her identity. "I have a career," she said, "stories that matter. I can't abandon that work." "I would never ask you to," he leaned forward. "Your voice matters, Aliyah. Not despite your journalistic integrity, but because of it. And when that integrity leads me to criticise policies you support, then we debate as equals, and the kingdom benefits from our clash of perspectives." He paused. "I'm not offering you a cage, gilded or otherwise. I'm offering you a platform, one with far-reaching influence." She studied his face, searching for hidden agendas, finding only sincerity. The Zahir before her was different from the stoic ruler she'd first met. More human, more vulnerable, yet somehow stronger in his willingness to evolve. "I need time," she finally said. "This isn't a decision to make in one rainy afternoon." "Of course," he nodded. "I return to Al Ruhaya tomorrow. Take whatever time you need. My offer stands regardless." As he rose to leave, he placed a familiar leather journal on the table. "I believe this belongs to you. No one has read it but me, and only with your permission would I do so again." After he left, Aliyah sat for hours, the untouched journal before her, rain painting teardrops on the windows. Back in London a week later, Aliyah walked through her flat with new eyes. The space that had once represented freedom now felt like isolation. Awards on her walls celebrated professional triumphs, but said nothing of personal connection. Her passport bore stamps from dozens of countries, yet nowhere had felt like home, until a desert kingdom had offered her belonging without demanding surrender. She called her parents, expecting resistance when she explained Zahir's new proposal. Instead, her father said, "You have always formed your own path, Beta. If this man sees your strength as an asset rather than a liability, perhaps he's worthy of you after all." Her mother was more direct. "Does he make your heart beat faster when he enters a room?" "Yes," Aliyah admitted. "Then the rest can be negotiated." She consulted mentor journalists who would balance family commitments with demanding careers. She researched royal consorts throughout history who had maintained independent identities while supporting their partners. She drafted a framework for how her dual roles might function, journalist and royal partner, each informing the other without compromise. When clarity finally came, it arrived not as a thunderbolt but as quiet certainty. The woman who had walked away from Al Ruhaya in humiliation would return on her own terms, not as a reluctant bride fulfilling an ancient obligation, but as a partner by choice in building a future that honoured both their worlds. Aliyah booked a flight to Al Ruhaya, then opened her laptop to compose the most important story of her career, one that began with her own transformation. The royal gardens of Al Ruhaya bloomed with possibility as Aliyah walked its familiar paths. 1 year had passed since her return, a year of negotiation, adaptation, celebration, and occasional conflict. The transition had not been seamless. Nothing worthwhile ever was. She paused by the rose garden, now open to the public 3 days each week. Children from local schools sketched the flowers, while their teachers explained the garden's history. The royal photographer captured images for next month's feature in Al Ruhaya Today, the independent news magazine Aliyah had helped establish. Surveying your handiwork, Zahir appeared beside her, dressed casually by royal standards, a simple linen shirt and trousers rather than formal attire. "Our handiwork," she corrected, accepting his kiss. "The children's art program was your idea. Inspired by your insistence that palace treasures belong to the people." He slipped his hand into hers. "The tribal council meeting finished early. Walk with me." They strolled toward the eastern wing, their private refuge still, though now connected to the public areas by pathways rather than walls. "Nervous about tomorrow?" he asked. Tomorrow, her first official solo diplomatic mission representing Al Ruhaya at a regional women's education summit, a test of her new dual identity, journalist turned royal partner. "Not nervous," she replied, "but mindful of the balance. I need to honour Al Ruhaya's interests while maintaining my journalistic perspective." "That's precisely why you're the perfect envoy." He squeezed her hand. "You see both the ideal and the practical, progress without erasure of tradition." They reached his father's study, now their shared workspace. where ancient texts sat alongside modern technology, where policy documents mingled with draft articles, where tradition and innovation engaged in ongoing dialogue. On the wall hung a framed front page, a royal partnership for a new era. The photograph showed Aliyah and Zahir on their wedding day, she in a gown that blended Western elegance with Eastern embroidery, he gazing at her with undisguised admiration. Not the fairy tale wedding of royal tradition, but something more profound, an alliance of equals. The media summit sent their agenda, Aliyah said, settling into her chair. They've requested I lead the panel on press freedom in transitional societies. Will that create conflicts with your role here? Zahir asked, though they both knew the answer. She smiled. That's precisely why they asked. The world is watching our experiment, a journalist who maintains her independence while partnered with a ruler. And what will you tell them? He sat across from her, eyes warm with curiosity. The truth, she shrugged. That it's messy and difficult and absolutely essential. That freedom without connection is just another form of isolation. That real change happens in the tensions between opposing forces, not in their elimination. Zahir nodded. The Western papers still call it the unlikely royal marriage. Let them, Aliyah laughed. They expected either my complete assimilation or a dramatic failure. The idea that we could create something new, neither fully traditional nor entirely modern, confounds their narratives. Their partnership had indeed defied all expectations. Aliyah split her time between royal duties and independent journalism, her byline appearing in international publications under her married name, Aliyah Rahman Al-Fayez, a bridge between her identities. Her recent exposé on labour conditions in neighbouring countries had created diplomatic challenges Zahir navigated with skill, never once suggesting she suppress her findings. For his part, Zahir had opened Al-Ruhaya's governance without sacrificing its cultural foundations. The Council of Elders now included women for the first time in history. Educational reforms expanded opportunities for girls while honouring family values. Environmental initiatives partnered traditional desert conservation knowledge with cutting-edge technology. The Australian ambassador asked if you'll be attending the climate conference, Zahir mentioned. I told him you'd be covering it as a journalist first, royal representative second. And he accepted that? Not entirely, but he's learning, as they all are. Zahir's expression grew thoughtful. Sometimes I wonder if our ancestors knew what they were doing when they created that alliance between our families. You think they foresaw this? Aliyah gestured around them. Not specifically, but perhaps they understood that bloodlines alone don't ensure a kingdom's future, that sometimes fresh perspective is the most valuable inheritance. A knock interrupted them. Samira, now Royal Chief of Staff, entered with a tablet. Your Highness, the Education Minister needs your approval on the new curriculum, and Miss Aliyah, the editor from The Guardian, is online too. I'll take it in the communications office, Aliyah said, rising. Zahir caught her hand before she left. Dinner tonight? Just us in the garden? I'd like that. She brushed her fingers against his cheek. I have a new essay I want to share with you, about finding home in unexpected places. As she walked the palace corridors toward her office, Aliyah reflected on the journey that had brought her here. The reluctant bride had become a willing partner, not because she had surrendered her independence, but because she'd found someone who valued her strength. The sceptical journalist had discovered that some traditions contained wisdom worth preserving, while some needed evolution to remain relevant. In her office, a space that balanced the aesthetic of Al-Ruhaya with the practical needs of a working journalist, she glanced at the framed photo on her desk. Not her wedding portrait, but something more telling. Zahir and herself in working clothes, planting trees in a community garden, laughing together in the sunlight. Not a king and his consort, but partners in the truest sense. The intercom buzzed. The Guardian is holding, and you have the Women's Literacy Foundation at 3, her assistant reminded her. Thank you. Aliyah straightened her shoulders and picked up the phone, ready to bridge worlds yet again. This is Aliyah Rahman Al-Fayez. That evening, as they dined alone beneath the desert stars, Zahir raised his glass. Two unlikely partnerships. Aliyah smiled, clinking her glass against his, and to reluctant brides who find freedom in connection. Above them, the moon illuminated the palace, ancient stone embracing modern additions, just as tradition now embraced progress in the kingdom they were building together. Not without conflict, not without compromise, but with the understanding that the most beautiful gardens grow where different elements meet. In her journal that night, Aliyah wrote words she never expected to believe. Sometimes the story you resist becomes the one that defines you, not because fate demands it, but because in fighting against what you fear, you discover what you truly need. The end. Maine, 2008. Maggie Foster's fingers betrayed her age only when she tried to open her mail. The thin skin, mapped with blue veins and speckled with sunspots, struggled with the precise task of sliding beneath envelope flaps. At 84, she had outlived both a husband of 53 years and the arthritis specialist who had once promised her a revolutionary treatment. The letter arrived on a Tuesday, wedged between a utilities bill and a supermarket circular featuring food she no longer had the appetite to cook. The official letterhead caught her attention. United States Military Archives, New Jersey Division. Curious, she murmured, reaching for her reading glasses. They hung from a beaded chain that her granddaughter Claire had made during a summer visit 4 years prior, before Claire had transformed from a college sophomore with streaked hair into a doctoral candidate in history with a penchant for archival research. "Gran, you need anything from town?" Claire called from the hallway, keys jingling in her hand. She had moved in temporarily to finish her dissertation, at least that was the official reason. Maggie suspected her son had orchestrated the arrangement, worried about his mother living alone since Harold's passing. "I'm fine, dear," Maggie replied, distracted by the letter now open in her hands. Her eyes scanned the typed paragraphs, then froze on a name she hadn't permitted herself to say aloud in over 6 decades. James Whittaker. Jamie. "Gran?" Claire appeared in the doorway, concern shadowing her features. "You've gone pale." Maggie's hand trembled as she extended the letter toward her granddaughter. "They found something," she whispered. "Letters. His letters." Claire scanned the document quickly, her academic training enabling her to extract the essential information. A bundle of World War II-era correspondence addressed to Margaret Evans, discovered during a digitization project. Her eyes widened. "Evans. That was your maiden name." Maggie nodded, a curious weightlessness spreading through her chest. "The archivist, this Eli Turner, he says they were never delivered. All this time, I thought." Her voice faltered. Claire sat beside her grandmother, academic curiosity temporarily eclipsed by personal concern. Who is James Whittaker? Maggie's gaze drifted to the window. Beyond the neat garden Harold had meticulously maintained until his final summer. Beyond the coastal pines that bordered their property, to a place only she could see. "Jamie was the boy I loved before the war took him away," she said simply. "The boy who promised to come back to me. And he didn't." Maggie's smile held 6 decades of quiet resignation. "I never knew. There were no letters, no word. After 2 years of waiting, my father said it was time to accept that Jamie was either dead or had forgotten me." She touched the letter again, as if to verify its solidity. "Now I learn his letters existed all along, sitting in some government warehouse." Claire reached for the phone. "There's a number here. This archivist, Eli, says he can forward the letters." Maggie nodded, suddenly feeling every one of her 84 years pressing down upon her shoulders. "Yes," she said softly. I think it's time I read what Jamie wanted me to know. The first letter arrived 3 days later, carefully preserved in an archival sleeve. Maggie sat alone on the porch swing, the protective covering cool against her fingertips. Through the transparent material, she could see the familiar slant of handwriting she'd once treasured in past notes and birthday cards. February 18th, 1942. My dearest Maggie, they've finally assigned us to units. I'll be shipping out within the week. They won't tell us where, but rumours point to North Africa first. Before the official censors start blacking out half of what I write, I wanted to send you something honest and unedited. Last night, Winters, you remember Frank from school, he's in my unit, started crying in his bunk. Not loud, just the quiet kind that shakes your shoulders. Nobody said anything. I think we all understood. It's not cowardice. It's the weight of knowing we're about to step into something larger than ourselves. But here's what I realised in that moment, Mags. Everyone here is afraid of losing something, or someone. I'm the lucky one. I know exactly what I'm fighting to return to. When I picture your face, with those freckles you hate but I count like constellations, I feel something stronger than fear. I'm carrying your photo, the one from the lakeside last July. Remember how the wind kept blowing your hair across your face, and you kept laughing and saying the picture would be ruined? It turned out perfect, just like you. They're calling for lights out soon, so I'll end this here. I'll write whenever I can. Don't worry about responding quickly. They tell us mail might take months to catch up with us. I love you, not in the fleeting way of high school sweethearts, but in the enduring way that reshapes a person. I am better for loving you, Margaret Evans, and I'll come home to you. Always yours, Jamie. Maggie read the letter twice more, then carefully placed it back in its protective covering. The porch swing creaked gently as she rocked, cradling the physical evidence of a love she had eventually forced herself to relinquish. She closed her eyes, summoning the face of the boy who'd written these words. Not the sharp-jawed senior who had kissed her beneath the bleachers after winning the regional track meet, but the solemn young man in uniform who had held her on their last night, whispering promises against her hair while stars wheeled indifferently overhead. In her bedroom drawer lay the velvet box containing Harold's wedding band, removed from his finger just before they closed the casket. He had been a good husband, a faithful companion through raising children, weathering financial uncertainties and navigating the complex territory of growing old together. But he had never been Jamie, and now, 66 years too late, Jamie's words had finally reached her doorstep. The letters arrived every few days after that, each in its own archival sleeve, each bearing the careful handwriting of a young man growing older in the crucible of war. Eli Turner, the archivist, had arranged them chronologically, providing Maggie with a timeline of Jamie's experiences and his unwavering devotion. Claire observed her grandmother's ritual with a historian's fascination and a granddaughter's concern. Each evening Maggie would take a new letter to the porch swing, read it slowly, then sit in contemplative silence as twilight settled over the coastal property. "Did you ever try to find him? After the war?" Claire asked one evening, bringing her grandmother a cup of chamomile tea. Maggie accepted the mug with a grateful nod. "I waited 2 years," she said simply. "No letters came. His parents had moved away during the war, defense factory work in Michigan. Nobody seemed to know anything. But surely there were—" "Records?" Maggie smiled faintly. "Claire, you've grown up in an age where information flows like water. Back then, especially with the chaos after the war, finding someone wasn't as simple as typing a name into a computer." She sipped her tea, eyes distant. "Eventually I met your grandfather. He was kind, stable. My parents approved." A small shrug. "And life continued." Claire leaned against the porch railing. "These letters, though, he really loved you." Maggie's expression softened. "Yes, he did." She gestured to the small stack of red letters on the side table. "You can read them if you'd like. A historian might find them illuminating." Later that night, Claire sat cross-legged on her bed, carefully examining each letter. As a doctoral candidate specialising in 20th century social history, she recognised the academic value of first-hand war correspondence. But these weren't merely historical artefacts. They were windows into a love story that had shaped her family without anyone realising it. November 3rd, 1943. My dearest Maggie, we've been in Italy for 3 months now. The landscape here is both beautiful and terrible. Ancient stone buildings shattered by mortar fire, vineyards trampled by tanks. Yesterday we passed an old woman tending her garden as if the war was something happening in another country entirely. She gave us tomatoes so ripe they burst at the slightest pressure, the juice running down our chins like we were kids again. I haven't received any letters from you yet, but the mail system is in chaos. Some fellows got packets of month-old letters all at once last week. I'm hoping for the same luck soon. The strangest thing about war isn't the fighting. It's the waiting. Hours of boredom punctuated by moments of sheer terror. During those quiet stretches I've been reading poetry. Remember how you used to tease me about my fondness for Keats? The guys in my unit would never let me hear the end of it if they knew, but I keep his collected works tucked inside my jacket. There's a line I keep returning to. A thing of beauty is a joy forever. Its loveliness increases. It will never pass into nothingness. When I remember our days at Lake Winnipesaukee, or the way you look when you're concentrating on a difficult passage of music, I understand what Keats meant. Some memories don't fade. They grow more vivid with distance. I know this letter might reach you months from now when circumstances could be entirely different. But I need you to know that whatever happens, loving you has been the most real thing in my life. Forever yours, Jamie. Claire carefully returned the letter to its sleeve, her academic detachment giving way to a profound sadness. These weren't just words on paper. They were evidence of a life unlived, of possibilities foreclosed by circumstance and miscommunication. With sudden determination, she opened her laptop. If Jamie Whittaker had survived the war, there might be records, property tax filings, voter registrations, social security information. In her research work, she had become adept at tracing historical subjects through public documents. She typed his name into various databases, adding qualifiers. Born approximately 1922 to 1924, possibly from New Hampshire or Maine, served in World War II European theatre. Hours later, as the first hint of dawn crept through her window, Claire stared at her screen in disbelief. James Thomas Whittaker, born April 17, 1922 in Wolfboro, New Hampshire. Current address, Saratoga Springs, New York. He's alive, Gran. The words hung in the kitchen air, competing with the scent of percolating coffee and the distant call of gulls. Maggie's hand stilled on the handle of a ceramic mug, a Mother's Day gift from Claire's father decades ago. What did you say? Claire gentled her voice, aware of the magnitude of her revelation. Jamie Whittaker. He's alive. 86 years old, living in Saratoga Springs, New York. Maggie lowered herself carefully into a chair, her expression unreadable. How can you possibly know that? I traced him through public records. Claire hesitated, then added, I also found his phone number. A long silence followed, broken only by the coffee maker's final gurgle. Maggie's gaze drifted to the window, where fog was retreating from the morning sun. 86, she whispered. All these years. Claire sat across from her grandmother, restraining her historian's eagerness in favour of simple compassion. According to the records, he never married. Maggie's eyes snapped back to her granddaughter's face. Never? No children either. He owns a small house that he's lived in since 1950. He was a high school literature teacher until he retired in 1987. Maggie's hands trembled slightly as she reached for the latest letter, dated May 1945, written just after VE Day. In his last letter, he wrote about coming home, about finding me. Her voice caught. But he never did? Perhaps he tried, Claire suggested gently. Remember, your family moved to Portland right after the war. But my father's hardware store was well known. Anyone asking around would have... Maggie trailed off, her mind clearly racing through possibilities long unconsidered. Claire pushed a slip of paper across the table. This is his number. You don't have to use it, but it's yours if you want it. Maggie stared at the sequence of digits as if they formed an incantation with unpredictable consequences. What would I even say? Hello, it's Maggie. I just got your letters from 66 years ago. How have you been? Despite the gravity of the moment, Claire smiled. Actually, that sounds like a pretty good opening. Maggie's laugh was fragile but genuine. Let me finish the letters first, she said, touching the small stack that remained. I need to know everything he wanted to tell me before I decide. The final letter arrived on a Friday afternoon. Unlike the others, this one came without an archival sleeve, accompanied by a note from Eli Turner explaining that this particular letter had been discovered separately, misfiled in a different section of the archives. Maggie recognised immediately that something was different. The handwriting was less steady, the paper of lower quality. She took it to the porch swing, her private reading spot, and unfolded the brittle pages with care. August 10th, 1945. My Maggie, the war is nearly over. The newspapers say Japan can't hold out much longer after the atomic bombs. I don't know what to make of such a weapon, but I'm grateful if it means no more young men will die on either side. I'm writing from a military hospital in England. Don't worry, I'm one of the lucky ones. Shrapnel in my leg from a German artillery shell during the final push into Germany. It's healing well, though the doctors say I'll always have a slight limp. A small price to pay for coming home alive when so many didn't. You haven't replied to any of my letters, and I've tried not to let dark thoughts take root. War changes people. I understand that better than most. If your feelings have changed, I will accept it, though it would be a wound deeper than any I've sustained in combat. But I choose to believe in us, Maggie. In 2 weeks, they're putting me on a hospital ship back to the States. Another month of rehabilitation, and then I'm coming to find you. I don't care if you've moved or if your parents still disapprove of me. I promised I would come back to you, and I keep my promises. I've had a lot of time to think in this hospital bed, about what matters, about the life I want to build. I still see the same future I described in my first letter. A small house near enough to the lake to hear the loons at night. Children with your eyes and stubborn spirit growing old together on a porch swing. Wait for me, Maggie, just a little longer. All my love, always, Jamie. Maggie folded the letter, pressing it against her chest as if to absorb the words directly into her heart. She sat motionless as the afternoon light shifted around her, casting longer shadows across the porch. When Claire found her an hour later, Maggie's eyes were dry but resolute. I'd like to make that call now, she said quietly. The phone rang 4 times before a male voice answered, deeper than Maggie remembered, weathered by age but with the same distinctive New Hampshire cadence. Hello? Maggie's carefully rehearsed opening evaporated, her throat constricted around unsaid words. Beside her, Claire squeezed her hand encouragingly. Hello? The voice repeated, a touch of impatience colouring the word. Jamie? Maggie finally managed, her own voice sounding foreign to her ears. Jamie Whittaker. A pause, then cautiously, yes, this is James Whittaker. It's Margaret. Another beat of silence followed by a clarification. Margaret Evans. The silence that followed stretched so long that Maggie wondered if the connection had been lost. Then came a sound, something between a gasp and a sob. Maggie? My Maggie? The possessive pronoun, unchanged by 66 years of separation, brought tears to her eyes. Yes, she whispered. How? His voice faltered. After all this time, how did you find me? Your letters, she replied simply. They've been delivering your letters, Jamie. All of them, from 1942 to 1945. They were misplaced in a military archive all these years. Another long pause, this one filled with the weight of understanding. You never received them. Not a single one. Number I waited, Jamie. For 2 years after the war, I waited for word from you. I came looking, he said, his voice stronger now, urgent with the need to explain. When I was discharged, I went straight to your house. A different family was living there. They said the Evans family had moved away during the war. I tried to find your father's store. We moved to Portland, Maggie interrupted gently. Dad's health was failing. The doctor recommended the city closer to medical care. I asked everyone in town who might remember you. Some said you'd moved on, maybe even married. His voice grew softer. Eventually, I believed them. Maggie closed her eyes, imagining the young man with the injured leg searching for her, encountering dead ends at every turn. I married in 1949, she admitted. Harold Foster. He passed 3 years ago. I'm sorry for your loss, Jamie said, the genuine empathy in his tone bringing fresh tears to Maggie's eyes. Were you happy at least? Did he treat you well? The question, selfless in its concern, cemented what Maggie already knew. This was still her Jamie, the boy who had written those beautiful letters, whose heart had remained true even across an ocean and through the horror of war. He was a good man, she answered honestly. We raised 2 children. I have 4 grandchildren. She smiled at Claire, who was pretending not to eavesdrop. My granddaughter Claire was the one who found you. Then I owe Claire my gratitude, Jamie replied, a smile evident in his voice. Maggie, would it be too forward, after all this time, to ask if I might see you? The question hung between them, simple in its phrasing but monumental in its implications. Maggie found herself nodding before remembering he couldn't see her. I'd like that very much, she said. The journey to Saratoga Springs took 5 hours, with Claire insisting on driving. Maggie spent most of the trip gazing out the window, occasionally touching the small stack of letters she had brought along. Nervous? Claire asked as they crossed the state line into New York. Maggie smiled faintly. Terrified, she admitted. 66 years is a long time, Claire. We're not the same people who wrote and waited for those letters. Maybe not, Claire conceded, changing lanes smoothly. But from what I read in those letters, what you and Jamie had was rare. Some connections transcend time. Jamie's home proved to be a modest craftsman-style house on a quiet street lined with mature maples. The front garden showed signs of careful tending. Late-season roses climbed a trellis, and chrysanthemums provided splashes of autumn colour. Claire parked at the curb, then turned to her grandmother. Ready? Maggie smoothed her blouse, a soft blue that her daughter always said brought out her eyes, and nodded. As I'll ever be. They were halfway up the front walk when the door opened. The man who stood on the threshold was tall despite a slight stoop to his shoulders, his white hair still thick, his face lined but handsome. He leaned lightly on a cane, a permanent reminder of that long-ago German shell. For a moment, both Maggie and Jamie remained frozen, separated by 10 feet of concrete walkway and 66 years of divergent lives. Then Jamie smiled, the same smile that had once made 17-year-old Maggie Evans forget her own name, and the decades seemed to compress. You still have those freckles, he said, his voice thick with emotion. Maggie laughed softly, tears threatening. And you still notice them. Claire, suddenly feeling like an intruder in a deeply private moment, touched her grandmother's arm. I'll wait in the car for a bit, she murmured. Maggie nodded absently, her attention fixed on the man carefully navigating the 3 steps down from his porch. When Jamie finally stood before her, she allowed herself to really look at him, to reconcile the boy from her memories with the elderly man who had lived an entire lifetime without her. I brought your letters, she said, holding out the small bundle. Jamie's eyes, still the same remarkable shade of hazel, though now surrounded by a network of fine wrinkles, filled with tears. I never stopped wondering if they reached you. Without conscious thought, Maggie stepped forward into his embrace. His arms came around her, tentative at first, then with the certainty of recognition. They stood that way for a long moment, an elderly couple on a quiet street in Saratoga Springs, holding each other as if making up for thousands of embraces never shared. "Come inside," Jamie said finally, reluctantly releasing her. "I have a pot of coffee on and about 66 years of stories to tell you." "You kept it all these years." Maggie's voice was hushed as she held the small photograph. Herself at 17, standing by Lake Winnipesaukee, hair blowing across her laughing face. The colours had faded to sepia tones, but the image remained clear. On the back, written in faded pencil, Maggie, July 1941. Jamie nodded, the movement causing sunlight from the window to shift across his features. They sat in his small living room, surrounded by bookshelves that testified to a lifetime of literary appreciation. "It was in my wallet throughout the war," he explained. "I had it laminated in the 70s when it started to wear thin from handling." Claire, who had joined them after a discreet interval, studied the interactions between her grandmother and Jamie with fascination. There was an ease between them that defied their long separation, a comfortable shorthand that suggested their connection had somehow persisted despite decades without contact. "Would you like to see the garden?" Jamie asked, reaching for his cane. "The afternoon light is particularly nice this time of year." As the elderly couple moved toward the back door, Claire hung back. "I think I'll make some calls," she said. "Take your time." The garden proved to be larger than the front yard had suggested. A thoughtfully designed space with winding paths, a small pond with water lilies, and several comfortable seating areas. Jamie guided Maggie to a wooden bench beneath a maple tree beginning its autumn transformation. "I started gardening after I retired," he explained. "Needed something to fill the days." A self-deprecating smile crossed his face. The literature teacher in me appreciated the metaphors: growth, renewal, patience. Maggie touched a late-blooming rose with gentle fingers. "It's beautiful, Jamie." They sat in companionable silence, the afternoon sun casting dappled shadows through the maple leaves. A slight breeze carried the scent of earth and approaching autumn. "Did you ever marry?" Maggie asked finally, the question she'd been holding since learning he still lived alone. Jamie shook his head. "Came close once in the 50s, a fellow teacher named Eleanor. She was witty, kind." He looked at Maggie directly. "But she wasn't you. Eventually she realised I was still in love with a ghost." The simple admission hung in the air between them. "I don't regret the life I built," Maggie said carefully. "Harold was a devoted husband. My children brought me immeasurable joy. But—" She hesitated, then forged ahead with characteristic directness. "But there was always a Jamie-shaped void in my heart, a space no one else could quite fill." Jamie reached for her hand, his fingers, like hers, mapped with veins and marked by age but still strong. "I used to imagine, all the possible lives we might have had. Sometimes I'd see a young mother with children who had your smile, and I'd wonder." "We can't reclaim those years," Maggie said gently. "No," Jamie agreed, "but perhaps we're being offered something rare, a chance to write a different ending." As the sun began its descent, casting longer shadows across the garden, they shared stories of their separate journeys, of Jamie's years teaching literature to generations of students, of Maggie's work as a piano teacher and later as a volunteer with the Portland Symphony's youth program, of illnesses overcome, of friendships treasured, of the complex joys and sorrows that constitute a fully lived life. "Will you stay in Saratoga Springs tonight?" Jamie asked as they walked slowly back toward the house. "There's a nice hotel downtown. Or—" He hesitated, suddenly seeming younger, almost boyish in his uncertainty. "My guest room is always prepared." Maggie smiled, squeezing his hand. "Claire checked us into the hotel already, but we're not leaving until tomorrow afternoon." Inside, they found Claire curled in an armchair with one of Jamie's first edition poetry collections, looking completely at home. She glanced up as they entered, noting their linked hands with a barely concealed smile. "Everything okay out there?" Maggie nodded, a new lightness in her expression that Claire hadn't seen before. "Yes, dear. Just catching up on a few decades." Later, as they prepared to leave for the hotel, Jamie pressed something into Maggie's hand. A small envelope sealed. "What's this?" she asked. "The letter I never sent," he replied simply. "Written 10 years after the war, when I'd finally accepted you weren't coming back into my life. Read it tonight." Maggie tucked the envelope carefully into her purse. "I will." In the quiet of her hotel room, after Claire had retired to the adjoining room, Maggie opened Jamie's final letter with careful fingers. April 17th, 1955. "My dearest Maggie, you will never read these words. I've accepted that our paths, which once seemed so inevitably entwined, have diverged beyond reconnection. Yet on my 33rd birthday, I find myself needing to write to you one last time. I imagine you married now, perhaps with children. I hope he appreciates the way your eyes crinkle when you're trying not to laugh, or how you unconsciously hum Bach when you're concentrating. I hope he knows how fortunate he is to build a life alongside your particular brightness. As for me, I continue teaching literature to students who largely prefer baseball to Browning. Occasionally, a student will ask why I never married. I simply tell them I haven't found the right person, a half-truth that satisfies their curiosity without revealing that I found her at 17 and lost her to war and circumstance. I don't write this from a place of bitterness or regret. The war taught me that life is too precious for such indulgences. Rather, I write from a place of enduring gratitude. Loving you made me a better man than I might otherwise have become. Even in your absence, you have shaped me. Keats wrote that beauty is truth, truth beauty. That is all you know on earth, and all you need to know. Perhaps he was right. The truth and beauty of what we shared, however briefly, has been sufficient to illuminate my path forward. Be well, Maggie. Be joyful. Know that somewhere in this wide world you're remembered with perfect clarity and endless affection. Always, Jamie." Maggie wiped tears from her cheeks, carefully refolded the letter and returned it to its envelope. Then she reached for the hotel phone and dialed the number Jamie had given her. He answered on the first ring, as if he had been waiting beside the phone. "I read it," she said simply. "And—" Maggie took a deep breath, feeling not like an 84-year-old widow but like the girl who had once promised to wait for a soldier's return. "I was wondering if you might like to have breakfast with me tomorrow, and perhaps the day after that, and the day after that." She paused, then added softly, "For as many days as we have left." Jamie's voice, when he answered, held a joy that transcended time and separation. "I would like nothing better, Margaret Evans, nothing better in this world." 3 months later, Jamie invited Maggie to his garden, now transformed by early summer blooms. He'd arranged a small table beneath the maple tree where they often sat, adorned with a checkered cloth and her favourite wildflowers in a blue ceramic vase. "This is lovely," Maggie said as Jamie pulled out her chair with an old-fashioned gallantry that made her smile. They shared a simple lunch, talking easily about Claire's dissertation progress and Jamie's latest gardening project. As Maggie finished her iced tea, she noticed Jamie seemed uncharacteristically distracted, his fingers tapping a nervous rhythm against the tablecloth. "Is everything all right?" she asked, reaching for his hand to still it. Jamie took a deep breath. "I had planned something more elaborate," he confessed with a self-deprecating smile. "At our age, perhaps that seems foolish. But then I remembered that the most meaningful proposal in literature isn't elaborate at all." He reached into his pocket and withdrew a small velvet box that looked as if it had been waiting patiently for decades. "Mr. Darcy simply says, 'You must allow me to tell you how ardently I admire and love you,'" Jamie quoted, his voice steady despite the emotion evident in his eyes. Jane Austen understood that true feeling needs no embellishment. He opened the box, revealing a vintage sapphire ring surrounded by tiny diamonds. "This was my mother's," he explained. "I've kept it all these years, though I never imagined I'd have the chance to offer it to you." Taking Maggie's hand in his, Jamie said, "I've loved you for 67 years, Margaret Evans. Would you do me the extraordinary honour of becoming my wife, so that I might love you even more completely for whatever time we have left?" Maggie's eyes filled with tears as she looked at this man who had waited a lifetime for her. "Yes," she whispered, her voice strengthening as she repeated, "Yes, Jamie. I've already wasted too many years not being your wife." As he slipped the ring onto her finger, a perfect fit, as if it had always been destined for her hand, Jamie gathered her close, his kiss a promise of the days to come. "I never stopped hoping," he murmured against her hair. Maggie leaned back to look into his face, memorising every line that life had etched there. "Neither did I," she admitted. "I just didn't know what I was hoping for until your letters found me." 1 year later, on a perfect autumn day in Maine, Maggie and Jamie were married in a small garden ceremony. Claire stood as witness, alongside a handful of close friends and family members who had watched with wonder as this improbable love story unfolded. As Jamie slipped a simple gold band onto Maggie's finger, he whispered words from the last letter she had received from the archives. "Wait for me, Maggie, just a little longer." And Maggie, radiating a happiness that belied her 85 years, replied with the words she had waited 67 years to say. "I'm done waiting, Jamie Whittaker. From now on, we walk together." The end. The violin case was heavier than Chiara remembered. Perhaps grief added weight to ordinary things. Rain pelted the water taxi as it carved through the Grand Canal, Venice unfurling before her in watercolour greys. The city seemed to be mourning alongside her, washing itself, clean in quiet tears. 3 days since her mother's funeral, and here she was, returning to the apartment that had housed Emilia Sartori's final breaths. "Just here, Signora," the driver said, guiding the boat to a weathered dock. Chiara paid him and stepped into the drizzle, her mother's vintage umbrella spreading above her like a black flower. The key to the apartment felt foreign in her hand. When she'd last visited, her mother had been the one to open the door, frail but standing, a ghost of the woman who once commanded symphony halls. Now, only stunts greeted her. Emilia Sartori had been precise about her exit from this world, just as she had been about her entrances onto stages across continents. The will was clear: cremation, no memorial concert, though 3 orchestras had already announced tribute performances, and instructions for Chiara to retrieve personal items from the Venice apartment before it was sold. "There's nothing of value," her mother had written, "only memories, and you may keep or discard those as you wish." Their relationship had been like a complex musical arrangement, beautiful in theory, difficult in execution. Chiara had chosen contemporary violin over classical, electronic experimentation over Vivaldi. Her mother had responded with polite interest masking disappointment. The apartment smelled of rosemary and dust. Chiara moved through its narrow hallways, touching surfaces her mother had touched. In the bedroom, clothes hung with military precision. In the kitchen, a single cup and saucer sat in the drying rack, a life distilled to essentials. She left the music room for last. When she finally pushed open the door, the late afternoon light was streaming through tall windows, catching dust motes in golden suspension. Her mother's Guarneri violin rested in its open case on a small table, looking orphaned. Chiara approached it with the reverence one might approach a sleeping child. The instrument, worth more than most Venetian apartments, had been her mother's voice for 60 years. Now it would go to a museum, per the will. She ran a finger along the polished wood, feeling the invisible imprint of her mother's touch, when something caught her eye. Tucked into the lining of the case was the edge of a photograph. Chiara gently worked it free. The image was sun-faded but clear. Her mother, perhaps 20 years younger, standing in a Venetian piazza beside a man Chiara had never seen. They weren't looking at the camera, but at each other, captured in a moment of shared laughter. The man held sheet music in one hand, his other rested lightly on Emilia's arm. Chiara turned the photo over, written in her mother's elegant script. Luca and me, San Marco, 1999. Luca. A name never mentioned in family conversations. She looked more closely at the case and noticed a slight bulge beneath the velvet lining. Working her fingers underneath, she extracted a yellowed envelope and a single sheet of handwritten music titled The Last Song in Venice. The envelope contained one page, written in a hand that wasn't her mother's. My dearest Emilia, by the time you read this, you'll be gone from Venice. I understand, you've always been moving towards something while I've been standing still. Perhaps that's why the universe allowed our melodies to intertwine, if only briefly, to teach us both something about time. I've enclosed our song. Play it when you're ready to remember, not before. Some music isn't meant to be heard too often. Like us, it exists in a moment. With love that doesn't require forever to be real, Luca Chiara sat on the faded velvet bench, holding the letter to her chest. Who was this man? Why had her mother, so forthcoming about her achievements, so reticent about her heart, kept him hidden? A knock at the door startled her. She wasn't expecting anyone. She opened it to find an elderly woman with sharp eyes and a cane. "You must be Chiara," the woman said. Her English carried on in an Italian accent. "I'm Sophia Ricci. I lived across from your mother for 15 years. I saw the lights on and thought I should introduce myself." "Please come in." Sophia moved slowly into the apartment, her cane tapping a gentle rhythm. "Your mother was a private woman, but I think she would want you to understand her life here." "Did you know her well?" "Well enough to bring you this." Sophia reached into her bag and extracted a leather-bound journal. "She asked me to give it to you if you came. She said you might have questions." Chiara accepted the journal, her throat tightening. "Did you ever hear her mention someone named Luca?" she asked. Sophia's expression softened. "Ah, so you found him. Who was he?" The old woman smiled sadly. "That's not my story to tell, but it's all there." She gestured to the journal. "Just promise me you'll read it where they played. At the Piazza della Musica Persa, the Square of Lost Music. It's not on tourist maps, but any local can point the way." After Sophia left, Chiara sat by the window, watching Venice slip into evening, the journal unopened beside her. Outside, a church bell tolled 7 times. She thought of her mother hearing those same bells year after year, keeping whatever secrets this journal held. As darkness fell, she opened to the first page and began to read. Venice, May 12th, 99. Tonight I heard jazz in the piazza. I followed the sound like a woman possessed and found him there. Fingers dancing over keys, creating worlds I've never allowed myself to enter. He plays like a man without fear. How strange it must be to make music without the certainty of notes on a page. Venice, May 99. Emilia Sartori stood on her small balcony watching evening descend on the canals. Her 51st birthday had passed uncelebrated the day before. What was there to mark after all? Another year of borrowed time. Dos Rinaldi's words echoed. 2 years, maybe 3, before the tremors make public performance impossible. She'd sought second and third opinions, but the diagnosis remained. Early onset Parkinson's disease, progressing faster than they'd hoped. Already she could feel the betrayal in her fingers, slight hesitations, moments when her legendary precision faltered. No one in the orchestra had noticed yet, but she could hear it, that microscopic space between intention and execution. For someone else, perhaps it wouldn't matter. For Emilia Sartori, first chair violinist with the Rome Philharmonic for 22 years, it was the beginning of the end. This European tour would be her last. She'd decided but told no one, not even her daughter. Especially not her daughter, who had chosen her own musical path, electronic and experimental, a rejection of everything Amelia had built. The sounds came to her on the night breeze, piano notes, scattered like coins across the evening air. Not classical, something looser. Jazz. She didn't care for jazz, with its improvisation and lack of structure. But tonight the melody pulled at her. Amelia found herself walking, following the music through narrow alleys and over footbridges, until she emerged into a small piazza she'd never noticed before. A modest fountain burbled at its centre, and beside it sat a weathered grand piano. A man played, his fingers moving with casual mastery, his eyes closed. The audience was sparse, a few tourists, some locals nursing espressos at outdoor cafe tables. The music didn't seem to care. It spilled out, filling the space between buildings, climbing towards stars just beginning to appear. Amelia stood in shadow, listening. The man played like he was having a conversation with the night itself, asking questions, receiving answers, sometimes arguing, sometimes making love. She found herself holding her breath between phrases. When he finished, people applauded politely and dropped euros into a hat on the piano. Most drifted away. Amelia remained, unable to explain to herself why she stayed. The pianist noticed her. He was older than she had first thought, perhaps 50, with silver threading through dark hair and lines etched beside eyes that caught the lamplight. He nodded to her as if they were colleagues, then began another song. This one she recognised, a jazz interpretation of the Adagietto from Mahler's Fifth Symphony. The audacity of it should have offended her. Instead, she found herself stepping closer. When he finished, they were alone in the piazza. "You're still here," he said in Italian. "You must really need music tonight." "Or perhaps I'm just lost," she replied. He smiled. Nobody gets lost in Venice. They just find places they weren't looking for. He extended a hand. "Luca Moretti." "Amelia." "Just Amelia?" His eyes sparkled with mischief. "For tonight." He studied her, head tilted. "You're a musician." She raised an eyebrow. "How can you tell?" "You have the posture of someone who spent a lifetime being watched. And you listen differently than other people. Not passively, you were analysing." "Perhaps I was judging," she said. He laughed, a warm sound that seemed to belong to the piazza. "Even better. Tell me, what was the verdict?" "Your Mahler was unorthodox." "Ah, so you know your classical music, and I'm not sure Mahler would have approved." "Mahler is dead. I play for the living." He gestured to the bench beside him. "Would you like to try?" She instinctively stepped back, suddenly protective of her hands. "No, thank you." He nodded, seeming to understand something she hadn't said. "Another night, perhaps. I play here most evenings, unless it rains. Then I move to the covered corner by the cafe. Do you live nearby?" "Just there." He pointed to a narrow building with green shutters. "Second floor, the apartment with the red geraniums. And you?" "I'm just passing through." "Ah, a tourist." "A visitor," she corrected. "For work." "And what work brings you to Venice in May?" She hesitated, then decided there was no harm in truth to a stranger. "I'm performing with the Rome Philharmonic. We have 3 concerts at La Fenice." His eyes widened, then narrowed in recognition. "You're not just Amelia. You're Amelia Sartori." She inclined her head, neither confirming nor denying. "I saw you perform in Milan years ago. Sibelius. You made the violin sound like it was breaking apart and reforming with each note." Something inside her warmed at the description. Not the usual platitudes about technical precision or emotional control. "Will you come back?" he asked as she turned to leave. "Tomorrow night?" She should have said no. She had rehearsal in the morning, a strict regimen of rest and practice that had governed her days for decades. Perhaps, she said instead. She did return the next night, and the night after. They talked about music, about Venice, about the quality of light on water. He never asked why she wouldn't play, and she never offered. Instead, she watched his hands and wondered what it would be like to live so openly in music, without the armour of perfection she'd forged around herself. On the fourth night, he wasn't at the piano. Disappointed beyond reason, she turned to leave when a voice called her name. Luca stood in the doorway of the cafe, waving her over. Too much rain for the piano, he explained. They have a decent upright inside. She followed him into the warm cafe, where the owner greeted Luca like family. They were guided to a back room where a simple upright piano stood against the wall. A bottle of wine and 2 glasses waited on a small table. I took the liberty, Luca said. Unless you don't drink before performances. Not usually, she admitted, but I'm not performing tonight. The wine was rich and earthy. The room was intimate, just large enough for the piano and table. Through a small window she could see rain falling on the canal. Tell me something, he said, refilling their glasses. Why does Amelia Sartori, who can play in any concert hall in the world, spend her evenings listening to a street pianist? Perhaps I'm researching the enemy, she said, the wine making her bolder. And am I the enemy? You and your kind. Jazz, improvisation, playing without a score is the opposite of everything I've devoted my life to. Is that why you won't play with me? Because I'm the enemy? She stared into her wine glass. I won't play with you because I can't play like you. I don't want you to play like me. I want you to play like you. And what if... The word stuck in her throat. What if I can't play like me anymore either? Understanding dawned in his eyes. Your hands. She nodded, not trusting her voice. Show me, he said gently. She extended her right hand and he took it in both of his. His skin was warm, fingers calloused from years at the keys. For a long moment he simply held her hand, as if listening to it. Play with me, he said finally. Not for an audience, just for us. I can't. You can. I'll follow where you lead. And if I falter? Then we'll call it jazz, he said with a smile that reached his eyes. She found herself at the piano bench, Luca beside her, her violin case open, the Guarneri gleaming in the low light. For the first time in her professional life, Amelia Sartori played without a score, without rehearsal, without certainty. Her hands trembled. Notes that should have been crisp blurred at the edges, but Luca followed, his piano weaving around her imperfections, transforming them into intentional deviations. They played for an hour, moving from classical fragments to jazz standards, to things that existed only in that room, on that night. When they finished, she was crying, not from shame or fear, but from something she couldn't name. See, Luca said softly, the music doesn't care if you're perfect, it just wants to be played. She looked at him then, really looked at him, and felt something calcified within her begin to crack. In her mother's journal, Chiara found a Venice she'd never known, a city of music-filled nights and sun-drenched mornings, of canal-side conversations and shared wine, of 2 musicians finding in each other what they'd lost in themselves. She read about their first kiss, on a gondola beneath the Bridge of Sighs, tourists above them completely unaware of the world shifting beneath. She read about their nights in his small apartment, how they would play music with the windows open, letting their impromptu duets spill into the piazza below. How crowds began to gather, night after night, to hear the famous violinist and the piazza pianist create something ephemeral and perfect. She read about her mother's hands, how the tremors would come and go, how some nights she couldn't play at all, and how Luca would simply hold her until the frustration passed. And she read about Luca's past, his promising career cut short when his wife fell ill, how he'd chosen love over ambition without regret, how he'd found peace in playing for the moment rather than posterity. By the time Chiara reached the final pages, dawn was breaking over Venice. She closed the journal and went to stand on the balcony, watching the city wake. The same view her mother must have had, 26 years ago when she wrote, Venice, June 19th, 1999. I leave tomorrow. The tour ends, reality waits. Luca asked me to stay. We can play until the notes run out, he said. I almost said yes, but what would we become, his hand steady while mine fail? How long before resentment replaced love? How long before I couldn't bear to touch my violin at all? Better a perfect memory than an imperfect forever. At least this is what I tell myself as I pack my case. He doesn't know I'm leaving. Cowardice, perhaps, or mercy. For him or for me, I'm not sure anymore. As the sun climbed higher, Chiara made her decision. She would find the Piazza della Musica Persa. She would understand why her mother had kept this love story hidden for so long. Why she'd returned to Venice years later to live alone with only these memories for company. She bathed and dressed, tucking the journal and the sheet music into her bag. Outside, Venice was alive with morning light and the sounds of a city built on water. "Excuse me," she asked a passing fruit vendor. "Could you direct me to the Piazza della Musica Persa?" The man's weathered face softened. "Ah, the Square of Lost Music. For the American pianist and the violinist, yes. Follow the canal to the third bridge, then left through the narrow passage. You'll hear it before you see it." "What do you mean?" He smiled cryptically. Some say music never really leaves a place where it was played with love. Chiara followed his directions, moving through the labyrinth of Venice's back streets. The passage he'd mentioned was barely wide enough for one person, walls close enough to touch on both sides. It opened suddenly onto a small piazza with a central fountain. The square was empty, save for a sleeping cat and an old piano under a weathered tarp. She approached slowly, feeling as if she were walking into the pages of her mother's journal. This was where it happened. Where Emilia Sartori, renowned for her technical perfection, had learned to embrace imperfection. Where she had loved, briefly but completely. A voice startled her. "You must be Chiara." She turned to find an elderly man emerging from the cafe. He moved with the stiffness of age, but had keen eyes that studied her carefully. "Yes, how did you know?" "You look like her." He extended a gnarled hand. "I'm Marco. I own the cafe. I knew your mother. And Luca." "Luca Moretti? Is he still?" "No," Marco said gently. "He passed 5 years ago, heart. Quick, they say." Chiara felt a strange grief for a man she'd never met. Did they ever see each other again, after she left? Marco gestured to a small table outside the cafe. As they sat, he said, "Not until she moved back to Venice. 10 years ago it was. She came looking for him. By then, his health was failing." Did they rekindle their relationship? The old man's smile was sad. They were different people by then, but the music, that was still the same. They played here together every Thursday evening for almost a year, until he couldn't anymore. And my mother, after he died, she came to the piazza often, just to sit, sometimes with her violin, though she rarely played in public by then. He studied Chiara's face. "She never told you about him?" "No, I only found out yesterday, after she died." Marco nodded, as if this made perfect sense. Some loves are too private to share, even with those closest to us. They belong only to the people who lived them. "I brought this," Chiara said, extracting the sheet music from her bag. "It's called The Last Song in Venice. Did you ever hear them play it?" Marco's eyes grew distant. "Only once, the last time they played together. There wasn't a dry eye in the piazza." He gestured to the piano. "It's still in tune, if you'd like to try." "I don't play piano." "But you play violin, yes? I can see it in your hands." "Yes, but I don't have—" "Your mother left her guanri to the museum, I know. But her first violin, the one she learned on, that's behind the bar. She left it for you, she said. Marco disappeared into the cafe and returned with a violin case, the leather cracked with age. Inside was a modestly crafted instrument, not valuable but well loved. She wanted you to have it, and to play here, if you ever came. Chiara lifted the violin, feeling its familiar weight. Different from her own modern instrument, with its aged wood and gentle curves. She tucked it under her chin and drew the bow across the strings. The sound was warm, surprisingly resonant. She placed the sheet music on the edge of the fountain and began to play the last song in Venice. The notes were simple at first, a delicate melody that spoke of tentative beginnings. As the piece progressed, it grew more complex, layering emotions like brushstrokes on canvas. Joy, passion, doubt, resignation. People began to gather, drawn by the music. Chiara played with her eyes closed, feeling her way through the story her mother and Luca had written together. When she reached the final notes, a haunting refrain that seemed to ask a question that couldn't be answered, there was complete silence in the piazza, then applause, gentle at first, then building. When she opened her eyes, the small square was filled with people, many of them wiping away tears. Marco approached, his own eyes glistening. You play like her, but also like yourself. Thank you for this, she said, gesturing to the violin, the piazza, the moment. Don't thank me, thank her. She knew you'd come one day. As the crowd dispersed, Chiara remained, holding the violin that had belonged to her mother. She thought of Emilia Sartori, not as the formidable musician the world had known, but as the woman who had stood in this same spot, finding and losing love, choosing duty over desire, carrying the music of those nights through the rest of her life. In that moment, Chiara understood something about her mother that decades of strained conversations had never revealed, and she began to understand something about herself as well. Present day Venice. Chiara spent the next week immersed in her mother's Venice. She visited La Fenice, where Emilia had performed her final concert with the Rome Philharmonic. She found the gondola stop where, according to the journal, Luca had first told Emilia he loved her. Not despite your hands, but because of everything they've played and everything they still might. She spent evenings in the Piazza della Musica Persa, sometimes playing, sometimes just listening to the ambient sounds of Venice at night. Marco would bring her espresso and tell stories about the summer of '99, when locals and tourists alike would gather to hear the unexpected duets. They weren't just playing music, he told her, they were playing each other. On her 8th day in Venice, a letter arrived from the Conservatory Museum where her mother's Guarneri had been donated. They were organising a memorial concert and wanted Chiara to perform a piece that captures your mother's essence, the director had written. She knew immediately what she would play. But first, there was one more piece of the puzzle missing. According to Marco, after Luca died, his piano had been moved to the home of his nephew, a music teacher who lived on the island of Murano. If anyone had recordings of Luca and Emilia together, it would be him. The water taxi to Murano cut through the lagoon, spray occasionally misting Chiara's face. She watched Venice recede, its spires and domes compacting into a unified skyline. Her mother had made this same journey many times during that final year with Luca, according to Marco. Alessandro Moretti lived in a modest home near one of Murano's famous glass factories. When Chiara introduced herself, his face registered immediate recognition. "I've been expecting you," he said, ushering her inside. Marco called. "He said you've learned about your mother and my uncle." Alessandro was younger than Chiara had expected, perhaps 40, with Luca's dark eyes and expressive hands. His home was filled with music, instruments in various states of repair, shelves of vinyl records and CDs, framed sheet music on the walls. I teach piano to the children of glassblowers, he explained. Not as romantic as playing in piazzas, but it pays the bills. Did you know my mother well? Chiara asked. Only in her later years, after she reconnected with Uncle Luca, she was formidable, intimidating, until you saw her with him. Then she softened. Marco mentioned you might have recordings of them playing together. Alessandro nodded, moving to a shelf of unmarked CDs. Uncle Luca recorded most of their Thursday performances, said he wanted to capture lightning in a bottle. He selected a disc and handed it to her. This was their final duet, 3 weeks before he died. Chiara held the CD carefully. May I? He gestured to a stereo system in the corner. As she inserted the disc, Alessandro said, I should warn you. By this point, both of them were physically diminished. Uncle Luca's heart was failing. Your mother's condition had progressed. The music reflects that. The recording began with ambient noise, conversations, the fountain bubbling, Venice being Venice. Then a piano, hesitant at first, finding its way note by note. A violin joined, equally tentative. Chiara recognised the last song in Venice, but this version was different from the sheet music, more fragile, more human. She closed her eyes, listening to her mother and Luca navigate the piece. There were missed notes, moments when tempos didn't quite align. But there was also a conversation happening between the instruments, a tenderness that transcended technique. As the final notes faded, Chiara heard something unexpected. Applause, yes, but also her mother's voice captured by the microphone. That was for everyone who's ever loved something they couldn't keep. When the recording ended, Chiara opened her eyes to find Alessandro watching her intently. Your mother was an extraordinary musician, he said, but I think she was at her most extraordinary in her imperfections. May I have a copy of this? Chiara asked. Uncle Luca would have wanted you to have the original. As she prepared to leave, Alessandro added, There's one more thing. He retrieved a small wooden box from a bookshelf. After he died, we found this among his effects. It has your mother's name on it. The box contained a single item, a fountain pen. I don't understand, Chiara said. Neither did we at first. Then we realised it was the pen she used to write in her journal the summer they met. She must have left it behind when she departed suddenly. He kept it all those years. Chiara held the pen, imagining her mother's hand gripping it as she recorded her innermost thoughts, her fears about her failing health, her unexpected love, her agonising decision to leave. Thank you, she said, emotion thickening her voice. On the water taxi back to Venice, Chiara reflected on all she'd learned. Her mother, always so controlled in life, had experienced a brief period of beautiful chaos with Luca. She'd walked away from it, returned to her ordered existence, raised a daughter alone, built a legendary career. But she'd kept the memory close, finally returning to Venice when her performing days were over. Had she regretted her choice? The journal offered no clear answer, but the fact that she'd sought Luca out decades later, that she'd played with him despite her progressed condition, suggested she'd carried him with her all along. Back at the apartment, Chiara sat at her mother's writing desk and began composing a piece to accompany The Last Song in Venice, a daughter's response to a mother's hidden heart. The memorial concert at the Conservatory Museum drew an international audience. Former colleagues, students, admirers of Emilia Sartori's perfectionist brilliance filled the intimate performance space. Chiara, waiting backstage with her mother's first violin, felt oddly calm. The museum director's introduction was brief. Tonight we honour not only a musical legacy, but the woman behind the music. Her daughter, Chiara Sartori, will perform a piece that captures something essential about Emilia that perhaps we never fully understood. Chiara walked onto the stage where behind her a large photograph of her mother in her prime was projected, Emilia in profile, violin raised, eyes closed in concentration. It was the image the world knew. "Good evening," Chiara began. "My mother was known for her technical precision, her unwavering commitment to the score as written. What many of you don't know is that there was another side to her musicality, one she kept private until the final years of her life." She explained about finding the journal, about discovering Luca Moretti, and the summer of improvised duets in a hidden piazza. "The piece I'll play tonight is called The Last Song in Venice. It was composed by Luca for my mother, capturing their brief but profound connection. I'll be playing it on her first violin, the instrument she used during that Venetian summer." Chiara placed the CD player beside her and pressed play. The recorded piano introduction began, Luca's part, from their final performance together. When the violin would normally enter, Chiara raised her mother's instrument and joined the recording, playing not to the audience but to Luca's phantom piano. The piece unfurled like Venice itself, complex, layered with history, simultaneously melancholy and beautiful. Chiara followed the emotional arc that Luca had composed and that her mother had completed, adding her own interpretations where it felt right. When the final notes faded, there was silence, then gentle weeping from several corners of the hall, then applause, building into a standing ovation. Later, as attendees filtered out, the museum director approached Chiara. "That was unexpected," he said, "and perfect. We would like to include the sheet music and recording in the permanent exhibition alongside the Guarneri." "I think my mother would want that," Chiara said, "to be remembered not just for her perfection." The following morning, Chiara returned to the Piazza della Musica Persa one last time. She'd agreed to sell her mother's apartment, but not before making arrangements with Marco to establish a small music scholarship in Emilia and Luca's names. The piazza was empty except for Marco, who was supervising the installation of a small bronze plaque beside the fountain. "What does it say?" Chiara asked, approaching. Marco stepped back so she could read the inscription. "In this piazza from May to June 99, and again from 2019 to 2020, Emilia Sartori and Luca Moretti created music that exists now only in memory. Some songs are meant to be played just a few times. Some loves are meant to be lived just once, but both echo forever." "It's perfect," Chiara said, tears welling. "Your mother approved the text before she died," Marco revealed. "She knew she wouldn't live to see it installed." "She planned all of this," Chiara realized. "The journal, the violin, making sure I would find my way here. She wanted you to understand not just her story with Luca, but something about music itself, about life." "That perfection isn't the point," Chiara said softly. Marco nodded. "That beauty exists in the attempt, not just the achievement. That sometimes the notes we don't play are as important as the ones we do." As Chiara prepared to leave Venice the next day, she tucked her mother's journal and Luca's fountain pen into her carry-on bag. She would return to her own life, her own music, carrying with her a new understanding of the woman who had raised her. Emilia Sartori had lived two lives, one of public perfection and private loneliness, and another, briefer one of messy, beautiful connection. She had chosen duty over desire, structure over improvisation, but she had also, in her final years, returned to the scene of her greatest vulnerability and found it again. Chiara thought about her own career, her own choices. The electronic compositions that had so disappointed her mother now seemed less like rebellion and more like continuation. Different instruments, but the same search for something transcendent in sound. On her final night in Venice, she returned once more to the balcony of her mother's apartment. The same moon that had watched over Emilia and Luca's brief romance now illuminated the city's ancient facades and rippling canals. Below, a solitary pianist played in a different piazza, the notes drifting up like prayers. Chiara closed her eyes and listened, not just to the music, but to everything that lay beneath and beyond it. The water lapping at stone foundations, distant conversations in multiple languages, the gentle creaking of a city perpetually in dialogue with the sea that both threatens and sustains it. She understood now what her mother had found in Luca's jazz, in his philosophy of musical improvisation. Life itself was improvisation, a constant navigation between structure and spontaneity, between what we plan and what simply happens. The journal's final entry, dated just 3 months before Amelia's death, read, "Venice, January 2025. Chiara will come when I'm gone. I've arranged everything. She'll find Luca, or at least his memory, and perhaps understand why I lived as I did, why I left him, why I returned, why I never spoke of him. Don't regret the life I chose. The concert halls, the recordings, the students who now lead orchestras across the world, these matter. But I regret not telling her sooner about those nights in the piazza, about music that existed only in the playing of it. I hope she'll forgive me for keeping this part of myself hidden. I hope she'll understand that some loves aren't meant to be explained or shared, only experienced. And I hope most of all that she finds her own piazza someday, a place where her music can simply be, without judgment, without fear." The tremors are worse now. Some days I cannot hold a pen, let alone a bow, but in my mind I still play our last song perfectly. Memory at least allows for flawless performance. Chiara closed the journal and held it to her chest. In the morning she would leave Venice, carrying with her both versions of her mother, the perfectionist and the improviser, the woman who chose duty and the woman who, however briefly, chose love. But tonight, under a Venetian moon that had witnessed centuries of partings and returns, she allowed herself to simply be her mother's daughter, listening to distant music fading into night, the end. The winter of 1992 settled over Sarajevo like a shroud. Not the pristine white blanket of postcards, but something grey and oppressive, stained with soot and speckled with blood. Lena Kovacevic moved through it like a ghost, her medical bag clutched to her chest, a prize more valuable than gold in a city where morphine had become currency and antiseptic was worth dying for. The makeshift hospital had once been a primary school, now children's drawings still clung stubbornly to walls that trembled with each distant explosion. Lena worked by candlelight, the electricity having failed 2 days prior. Her patients lay on classroom desks pushed together to form beds, their groans forming a terrible chorus that echoed down hallways once filled with laughter. "Water!" rasped the boy beneath her hands, no older than 12. A piece of shrapnel had torn through his abdomen while he stood in line for bread. His mother had carried him 3 kilometers under sniper fire to reach them. "Please, water." Lena reached for her canteen, half empty, reserved for patients, and held it to his cracked lips. She had learned to ration compassion as carefully as supplies. Too much, and you'd bleed yourself dry in a week. Too little, and you became something worse than the men in the hills with their guns. "What's your name?" she asked, checking his bandages. "Emir," he whispered. "Mir, you're being very brave. Your mother is waiting outside." His eyes, glassy with pain, suddenly focused. "Did they get her too?" "No, Habibi, she's safe." The lie came easily. His mother had collapsed at the hospital entrance, a sniper's bullet having found her just as they reached sanctuary. Lena had watched the life fade from her eyes while orderlies carried her son inside. Another orphan in a city manufacturing them by the hundreds. A whistle cut through the air, the unmistakable sound of an incoming mortar. Lena instinctively threw herself over Amir, shielding his fragile body with her own. The blast hit somewhere nearby, close enough to shower the windows with debris. Glass tinkled across the floor like wind chimes. When silence returned, punctuated only by the wailing of a new victim somewhere outside, Lena straightened. An elderly doctor named Farouk approached, his face a map of fatigue. "The generator's running on fumes," he muttered. "We'll lose refrigeration for the blood supplies by morning." Lena nodded, making quick calculations. "I know a way to the brewery. They have a diesel tank that... Too dangerous. The crossing is exposed to sniper positions." "I've made it before," she countered, already untying her surgical apron. "Twice last month." Farouk's eyes, sunken from months of inadequate sleep, regarded her carefully. "Your brother would disapprove." "Dragon disapproves of breathing if it isn't in service of his resistance," she replied sharply. Then softening, "I'll be back before dawn. Keep Emir comfortable." Outside, Sarajevo had transformed from the cosmopolitan city of her youth into a maze of dangers. Lena moved with practiced caution, keeping to walls, ducking beneath blown-out windows, traversing the sniper alleys with the quick, unpredictable movements that had kept her alive while friends and neighbours fell. She knew the snipers watched from the hills surrounding the valley, like wolves surrounding a wounded deer, patient, calculating, waiting for a clear shot. The thought of those scopes, those eyes behind them, sent a chill through her that had nothing to do with the bitter cold. Who were these men who watched day after day as civilians scavenged for survival? Did they see people through their crosshairs, or merely targets? Midway to the brewery, a distant memory ambushed her. Sitting on a sunlit hillside with Marco, their 10-year-old legs dangling, sharing a stolen cigarette and swearing blood oaths of friendship. Those same hills now harboured men who would kill her without hesitation. Was Marco among them? The childhood friend who had taught her to skip stones across the Miljacka River, whose mother had made the best tufahija in the neighbourhood, whose last name, Yankovic, had suddenly mattered in ways neither of them understood when the troubles began. A sharp crack echoed through the street, followed by the distinctive ping of a bullet striking metal nearby. Lena froze, then dove behind an abandoned car. Her heart hammered against her ribs as she pressed herself into the cold ground, making herself smaller, invisible. Another shot followed, this one splintering the pavement inches from her hiding place. Not random fire, someone was targeting her specifically. She crawled beneath the chassis of the car, ignoring the biting cold of the metal against her back. Through the wheel well, she could see a portion of the hillside where the shot had originated. Nothing but darkness and the vague silhouette of trees. Minutes passed, stretching into an hour. The sniper was patient, but Lena had learned patience too. It was the first lesson of surviving a siege. Eventually, the distant sound of artillery drew the attention elsewhere, and she seized her chance, abandoning her mission, and instead sliding through a broken fence into the ruins of what had once been a library. The building's roof had partially collapsed, but some interior walls still stood. Lena made her way through the rubble, her boots crunching on broken glass and charred book pages. Here, at least, she might find shelter until daybreak, when movement became marginally safer. In what must have been the reference section, a portion of ceiling remained intact. Lena sank down against a bookshelf, her exhaustion finally catching up to her. She closed her eyes just for a moment and was transported back to sunlit days, to the Sarajevo that existed before the world turned upside down. A sound startled her awake, the unmistakable click of a rifle's safety being disengaged. "Don't move," came a man's voice, low and controlled. Lena froze, her eyes adjusting to the darkness. A figure stood several meters away, his face obscured by the shadow, but the outline of his weapon unmistakable. "I'm a medic," she said, keeping her voice steady. "I have no weapons." The man stepped closer, and moonlight slanting through the damaged roof illuminated half his face. Recognition hit her like physical blow. "Marco?" she whispered, disbelief coating each syllable. The rifle's aim faltered, then lowered slightly. Lena Kovacevic, he breathed, her name emerging like a prayer and a curse entwined. For a moment, they were just two ghosts from each other's past, surrounded by the ashes of a civilization that had once prided itself on tolerance. Then reality reasserted itself. He in a Serbian military uniform, she with the green armband marking her as a Bosniak medical worker. "Have you come to kill me then?" she asked quietly, finding strange courage in the absurdity of their reunion. Marco's face, harder than she remembered, but still unmistakably his, twisted with something unreadable. "If I wanted you dead," he said, "you would never have seen me." 3 weeks earlier, Marko Jankovic had watched Sarajevo burn through the crosshairs of his rifle. From his nest in the hills, the city resembled a wounded animal, smoke rising from its flanks, its streets empty save for the desperate souls who risked death for water or firewood. He had not fired a single kill shot in 4 days. Instead, he aimed at walls, at abandoned cars, at anything that would make his targets dive for cover without actually striking them. It was a dangerous game. Twice now, Commander Radovic had reviewed sniper footage, eyeing Marko with growing suspicion. "Your grandfather fought the Nazis without hesitation," Radovic had said that morning, cleaning his sidearm with methodical precision. Yet his grandson seems to have developed an inconvenient conscience. Marko had maintained eye contact, his face a practiced mask. "Conserving ammunition, sir. The supply lines are stretched." "Ammunition is meant to be used, Jankovic, especially on legitimate targets." There was nothing legitimate about children collecting snow to melt for drinking water, but Marko had merely nodded. "Understood, sir." Now, as evening descended, Marko scanned the ruined avenues below. His spotter, Nenad, dozed beside him, having consumed most of a flask of Slivovitz to ward off the cold. The radio crackled occasionally with encoded messages from other positions, but their sector had been quiet. A movement caught his eye, a figure darting between buildings with practiced stealth. Through his scope, Marko observed the feminine form, the medical bag, the determined set of the shoulders. Something about the woman's movements triggered a memory. He adjusted the focus, bringing her face into sharp relief. The recognition hit him like a physical blow. Lena, the girl from the apartment below his, the one who had taught him to dance before his first school formal, the one whose family had abruptly stopped speaking to his when the nationalist rhetoric began heating up. She paused at an intersection, checking for danger, unaware that she had already been seen. Marko's finger hovered near the trigger, not to shoot, but in acknowledgement of a terrible irony. Here she was, saving lives while he was assigned to end them. He tracked her movement, providing invisible protection. When another sniper's bullet struck near her position, Marko swiftly located the shooter 2 nests over and did something he had promised himself he would never do. He fired at a countryman, sending a round close enough to the other sniper's position to make him duck and curse over the radio. "What the hell?" Nenad jerked awake beside him. "Did you fire?" "Thought I saw movement," Marko lied smoothly. "Just a dog." Later, after Nenad had fallen back into his drunken slumber, Marko watched Lena take shelter in the library. He knew he was crossing a line that could not be uncrossed, but after months of following orders that hollowed him out with each passing day, the sight of her had awakened something he thought long dead. He waited until full darkness before slipping away from his post, leaving Nenad snoring softly. The descent into the city was perilous. Serbian patrols were under orders to shoot deserters on sight. But Marko knew the blind spots, the gaps in coverage that resulted from months of comfortable superiority in the hills. The library's broken shell offered multiple entry points. He moved silently through the debris, guided by the moonlight and memory. When he found her, sleeping against a bookshelf, vulnerability etched across features hardened by war, he almost turned back. Almost. Instead, he deliberately made a sound to wake her, needing her to see him, to confront what they had both become. "Have you come to kill me then?" she had asked, and the question lacerated him. "If I wanted you dead, you would never have seen me." Now they stood facing each other across the ruins of literature, culture, knowledge, all the things that had once bound their city together. "You're with them," she said, her voice hollow, eyes fixed on his uniform. "I was conscripted," he replied, though it sounded hollow even to his ears. "My father was ill. They said they would provide medicine if I served." "And did they?" Marco's silence was answer enough. Lena's laugh held no humour. "So you shoot at us for nothing." "I don't shoot," he said, the confession dangerous even here. "Not at civilians, never." She studied him, looking for the lie. Finding none, she slowly rose to her feet, wincing slightly. "You're hurt," he observed. "The whole city is hurt, Marco." He stepped closer, rifle now slung across his back, hands visible and empty. "Let me see." Reluctantly, she showed him her side, where a fall during her hasty retreat had embedded a shard of glass. Without speaking, Marco removed a field medical kit from his pocket. Their fingers brushed as he handed her antiseptic wipes, and the contact sent electricity through him. Not desire, but the shock of human connection after months of isolation. "Why are you helping me?" she asked as she cleaned the wound. Marco considered the question. "'Cause I remember who I was before all this. Who we were. That Sarajevo's gone. Not all of it." He gestured between them. "We're still here." They talked through the night, voices low, sharing cigarettes and bitter truths. Lena told him of the hospital, of Emir and countless others. Of her brother Dragan, now a fierce fighter in the resistance. Of their parents killed by a mortar while queuing for bread last spring. Marco spoke of the commander's growing suspicions, of the way some men took pleasure in the killing, of his plan to desert when winter deepened and patrols thinned. As dawn approached, they both knew their time had ended. "I can help," he said suddenly. "Information, warnings about planned attacks." Lena's eyes widened. "You'd be shot for treason." "I'm dead either way," he replied, surprising himself with the certainty of it. "If not by a bullet, then by what this place is turning me into." She considered him carefully. "The east side of the central market. There's a damaged phone booth with resistance markings. Leave messages there." He nodded, memorizing the location. "Why take the risk?" she pressed. "Why now?" Marco looked at her, really looked, seeing both the girl she had been and the woman forged by suffering. "Because seeing you reminded me there are things worth dying for, and this war isn't one of them." As they parted at the edge of dawn, Lena hesitated, then pressed something into his palm, a small worn photograph. Him and her, aged 12, arms around each other's shoulders, squinting into summer sun. "In case you forget again," she whispered, and then she was gone, slipping between shadows back toward her broken city. Marco touched the photograph to his lips once before tucking it securely in an inner pocket close to his heart. Then he began the treacherous climb back to a position he could no longer stomach, to comrades who would kill him without hesitation if they knew what he now planned to do. For 3 weeks they existed in separate worlds that occasionally intersected through folded papers left in a rusted phone booth. Marco's intelligence saved lives. A warning about artillery targeting the central waterline allowed repair crews to evacuate before shells rained down. Information about sniper rotations created safer windows for civilian movement. Lena never told Dragan about her source. Her brother had become hardened, viewing the world in stark divisions of friend and enemy. The resistance fighter who had once composed poetry now spoke only of vengeance, of reclaiming, of blood debts to be paid. The gentleness that had defined him was another casualty of war. "We're moving the weapons cache tonight," Dragan told her one evening, as they huddled around a small stove in what remained of their family apartment. The building's upper floors had been sheared away by artillery, but their third-floor unit remained precariously intact, if missing most of its windows. They had taped plastic sheeting over the openings, creating a membrane that inhaled and exhaled with the wind. Lena tensed. "Why tell me this?" He gave her an odd look. "Because I need you there. 3 of our men were wounded in the last raid. If something happens, I'm needed at the hospital," she countered. "You're needed by your people." Dragon's eyes, once warm brown, like her own, had taken on a feverish intensity. "Or have you forgotten which side you're on?" The accusation stung because it brushed against her secret. Was she betraying someone by helping Marco, by accepting his help? The boundaries between loyalty and humanity had blurred beyond recognition. "I'll be there," she finally agreed, knowing she could not afford his suspicion. Later, alone, she crept to the phone booth and left an urgent warning. "Weapons moving tonight. Southeast Warehouse District. Keep watch elsewhere." She lingered longer than was safe, hoping Marco might appear in person. They had not seen each other since that night in the library, but the streets remained empty save for the occasional shadow of someone else making their furtive journey through the battlefield that had once been neighbourhoods. At midnight, Lena joined Dragon and a small group of resistance fighters. They moved in silence through a network of partially collapsed basements and sewers, emerging near a warehouse that had once stored imported furniture. Now it contained ammunition, small arms, and this grim determination of people who had adjusted their definition of victory from thriving to merely surviving. Halfway through the transfer, the night erupted. Not with gunfire, but with the thunderous approach of tanks. Dragon cursed, shooting her a look of pure betrayal that made her blood freeze. "How did they know?" he hissed, grabbing her arm roughly. "Who did you tell?" "No one!" The defense was automatic, but the guilt must have shown on her face. Before Dragon could press further, the warehouse's wooden doors splintered under the impact of a vehicle. Chaos erupted as fighters scattered, grabbing what weapons they could. Lena found herself pulled along by her brother's iron grip as they fled towards the river. "We were compromised!" he spat as they crouched behind an overturned kiosk. "Someone knew!" The accusation hung between them, unspoken but palpable. Lena's heart hammered against her ribs. Had Marco betrayed her? Had her message somehow been intercepted? Or was this raid planned regardless? Coincidental timing that now marked her as suspect. They made it back to relative safety, but the damage was done. 3 resistance fighters captured, a cache of precious ammunition lost, and Dragon's trust in his sister, already fragile, had fractured further. The next morning, Lena made her way to the phone booth, anger and confusion warring within her. To her shock, Marco was there, hunched inside the broken structure, waiting. "You betrayed us," she accused without preamble. His face, gaunt with exhaustion, registered surprise, then understanding. "The raid," he said. "It wasn't because of your message. I never received it." "Then how did you know what I was talking about?" "Because I've been demoted," he explained, voice low. "They caught me filing false reports about civilian sightings. I'm no longer in the intelligence loop. The raid was planned days ago by Commander Radovich himself." Lena wanted to believe him, needed to believe him. "Prove it." Marco unbuttoned his jacket enough to reveal angry purple bruising across his torso. "This is what happens to soldiers who show too much restraint," he said quietly. "I'm being watched now. Coming here was a risk, but I needed to warn you." "Warn me about what?" "They're executing prisoners tomorrow at dawn, public display in the central square." His eyes met hers, conveying the gravity. "Resistance fighters captured last night are among them." The blood drained from Lena's face. Dragon had told her which of their comrades had been taken. Young men she had treated for previous wounds. One was barely 19. "We have to stop it," she said automatically. "We can't. The area will be heavily guarded." Then we need to break them out tonight, from wherever they're being held. Marco shook his head. Suicide. Then what? Lena demanded, desperation rising. We just let them die? Write it off as an acceptable loss in this godforsaken war? No, he replied, reaching for her hand. The contact was electric, dangerous. We leave. Together. Tonight. The proposal hung between them, radical in its simplicity. Leave, she echoed. There's a supply convoy heading to the Croatian border. The driver owes me a favour. He'll take us if we can reach the checkpoints by midnight. I can't leave, Lena protested, though a treacherous part of her heart leapt at the possibility. The hospital, my patients. Dragan will die here, Marco said, the bluntness like a slap. So will most of the people you're trying to save, so will I, eventually. This siege isn't ending, Lena. It's just grinding everyone down until there's nothing left. She pulled her hand away. That's why I need to stay. And if I stay, I'll be forced to become something neither of us can live with. His voice dropped to a whisper. Please, we can start again, somewhere else. Help in different ways. The possibility unfurled before her. Life beyond checkpoints and snipers. Beyond the daily calculus of survival. It was tempting, seductively so. I need time to think, she said finally. We don't have time, he countered. Meet me at the library at 10 tonight if your answer is yes. If not. He let the sentence hang unfinished. They parted ways, both aware they might never see each other again. Lena returned to the hospital, going through the motions of bandaging, stitching, comforting, her mind elsewhere. That evening she approached Dragan as he cleaned his rifle. If you could leave, she began carefully, would you? Her brother's hand stilled. Leave what? Sarajevo. The fighting. He looked at her as though she had suggested growing wings to fly to the moon. This is our home. Our fight. But if there was a way out. There is no out, he cut her off, voice hardening. There's only through. We fight or we die, or worse, we become refugees begging for scraps at the world's table. He set the rifle down. Why are you asking this? Has someone offered you passage? The direct question caught her off guard. I was just thinking, she hedged, about options. Dragan's eyes narrowed. The only options are victory or death, he said, with the certainty of one who had simplified the world to make its horrors bearable. Anyone suggesting otherwise is not your friend. By 9:30, Lena had made her decision. She packed a small bag, extra bandages, a few precious medicines pilfered from the hospital stores, a change of clothes, and a photograph of her family from before. She left a brief note for Dragan, explaining nothing, apologizing for everything. The streets were treacherous at night, but Lena had become adept at moving through shadows. She reached the library by 10, heart pounding with the magnitude of her choice. But the agreed-upon meeting place was empty. 10 minutes passed. 20. Doubt crept in. Had Marco changed his mind? Been caught? Was this all an elaborate trap? At 10:30 she heard footsteps. Not the measured tread she associated with Marco, but something more erratic. She pressed herself into the shadows, watching as a figure stumbled into the library's ruined atrium. Marco, but not as she expected. Blood soaked his left side. His face was battered almost beyond recognition, and he struggled to remain upright. "Lena?" he called softly, voice ragged. She rushed to his side, medical instincts taking over. "What happened?" "Radovich," he managed, leaning heavily against her. "He knew about us, the messages." "How?" "Someone saw you at the phone booth." Lena helped him to a relatively clean area, laying him down to examine the wound. A bullet had torn through his side, not immediately fatal but dangerous without proper treatment. "I need to get you to the hospital," she said. Marco grabbed her wrist with surprising strength. No, they'll be watching hospitals. He coughed, a wet, alarming sound. The convoy. We can still make it. You can't travel like this. I won't survive here. His eyes, feverish but determined, locked onto hers. Please, Lena. I'd rather die trying to escape than waiting for Radovich to finish what he started. She knew he was right. Knew also that their window was closing with each passing minute. With swift efficiency, she cleaned and bandaged his wound as best she could with her limited supplies. Can you walk? She asked when finished. With help. They moved slowly through the darkened city. Marco's arm draped across her shoulders, his weight increasingly heavy as blood loss weakened him. Twice they froze at the sound of patrols pressing into doorways, holding their breath until danger passed. The rendezvous point was an abandoned garage 3 blocks from the official checkpoint. The driver, a gruff man named Amir, took one look at Marco's condition and cursed. You didn't say he was half... hissed at Lena. Will you still take us? She demanded. Emir hesitated, calculating risks versus the payment Marco had promised. He'll need to be hidden better than I planned. Under the cargo, not just behind it. They had just begun transferring Marco to the truck when shouts erupted from the street. Flashlight beams cut through the darkness, accompanied by the unmistakable sound of rifles being readied. Serbian patrol, Amir muttered, backing toward his cab. This wasn't part of the deal. Before Lena could protest, the driver had slipped into his truck and gunned the engine, roaring away and leaving them exposed in the empty garage. Go, Marco urged, pushing her toward a rear exit. I'll distract them. I'm not leaving you. The voices drew closer. Among them, Lena recognized one with chilling clarity, her brother, Dragan. The tracks lead here, he was saying. Spread out and search everything. Lena and Marco exchanged a look of perfect understanding. There would be no escape, not tonight, perhaps not ever. You shouldn't have come back for me, Marco whispered, as they crouched behind a stack of wooden pallets. His breathing had grown laboured, each inhalation a battle. Quiet, Lena urged, though she knew it was futile. The pool of blood beneath him had grown alarmingly large. Even if they somehow escaped this immediate danger, Marco needed surgery and transfusions that she couldn't provide with a field kit. Footsteps approached their hiding place. A flashlight beam swept across the floor, stopping at the trail of blood Marco had left. Lena reached for the scalpel in her medical bag, a pathetic defense against rifles, but the only weapon she had. Here! Called a voice, and the beam locked onto their position. Rough hands dragged them into the open. Lena found herself staring into Dragan's face, contorted with a mix of fury and betrayal. So it's true, he said, voice eerily calm. My sister and a Chetnik. He's not, Lena began, but Dragan's open-handed slap silenced her. Don't, he warned. Don't defend him to me. Marco, barely conscious, was thrown to the ground by 2 resistance fighters. A third pressed a rifle barrel to the back of his head. Wait, Lena cried. Dragan, please, it's not what you think. Really? Her brother circled her like a predator, because I think my sister has been feeding information to the enemy. Information that got Hassan and Edin captured. His voice broke slightly. They're scheduled for public execution tomorrow. I was trying to prevent that, she pleaded. Marco has been helping us, warning us about attacks. Helping? Dragan laughed bitterly. Is that what you call it when tanks show up at our weapons transfer? When snipers know exactly when our water teams will attempt repairs? The weapons raid wasn't me, Marco managed to say, earning himself a boot to the ribs. Shut up, dog, spat one of the fighters. We know what you are. Dragan turned to his men. Take him to the cellar beneath the old bakery. We'll decide what to do with him after we deal with more pressing matters. And her? Asked one of the fighters, nodding toward Lena. Dragan's expression hardened. My sister is confused. She needs time to remember which side she's on. I know exactly which side I'm on, Lena shot back, finding courage in desperation. The side of people who are suffering, all of them. She gestured around the devastated cityscape. Look at what we've become, Dragan. Serb, Croat, Bosniak. We're all just starving and dying together while the world watches. Pretty words, her brother replied. Tell them to Edin's widow, to the parents of children killed by snipers from his side. He jabbed a finger toward Marco. As the fighters began dragging Marco away, he locked eyes with Lena one last time. Don't give up, he mouthed silently. Dragan led Lena back to their apartment in silence, his grip on her arm bruising. Once inside, he secured the door and faced her. What were you thinking? He asked quietly, and the genuine confusion in his voice was somehow worse than anger. I was thinking that not everyone in uniform is a monster, she replied, sinking onto their threadbare couch. Maybe there are people on both sides who want this madness to end. Naive, he muttered, dangerously naive. Is it naive to remember that Marco's family shared Eid meals with us? That his mother taught me to make baklava? That world is dead, Lena. Dragan ran a hand through his unkempt hair. They killed it. What's left is just survival. Survival isn't enough. He studied her, as though seeing a stranger. You were going to leave with him, weren't you? Leave all of us to die here. The accusation struck deep because it contained a kernel of truth. I thought, maybe we could find help outside, bring attention to what's happening. The world knows, Dragan replied bitterly. They watch it on television with their dinners. Our suffering is background noise to them. Exhaustion suddenly overwhelmed her. What will you do with Marco? That's no longer your concern. If you kill him, I'll never forgive you. Dragan laughed humorlessly. Add it to the list of things we won't forgive each other for. He moved toward the door. Stay here. I've posted Tarek outside. Don't try to leave. After he departed, Lena sat motionless, mind racing through possibilities, each more desperate than the last. A daring rescue? Impossible without knowing exactly where they'd taken Marco. An appeal to reason? Her brother had abandoned reason months ago, replacing it with the clarity of hatred. Around midnight, the door opened to reveal Nera, the elderly woman who ran a shelter for orphaned children in the building's basement. Her lined face was solemn as she placed a small bundle on the table. Your brother asked me to check on you, she said, to make sure you had eaten. Lena hadn't, but food was the furthest thing from her mind. Thank you, Nera. The old woman lingered, seemingly hesitant to leave. I've lived through 3 wars, she said finally. Always the same story. Young people dying for old hatreds they didn't create. This one feels different, Lena replied. More personal. They all feel personal to those living through them. Nera's gnarled hand covered Lena's. You're Serbian, boy. You love him? The question caught Lena off guard. Did she love Marco? Or was it simply that he represented everything the war had stolen? Normalcy, possibility, a future? I don't know, she admitted, but I can't let him die. Nera nodded, as though the answer confirmed something. The bakery cellar has a secondary entrance, through the adjoining building that once sold fabric. The entrance is hidden behind a fallen beam. She rose to leave. I tell you this because I buried 2 sons in the last war. Enough mothers have lost children in this cursed place. After Nera departed, Lena waited until the building fell silent before gathering essentials, her medical bag, a kitchen knife, a small flashlight. Tarek was slumped outside her door, snoring softly, a half-empty bottle of rakia explaining his negligence. The journey to the bakery was perilous. Serbian patrols had increased, likely in response to Marco's capture. Twice, Lena had to hide for long minutes, pressed against cold stone, barely breathing as boots passed within meters of her position. She found the fabric shop as Nera had described, its elaborate storefront now reduced to rubble. Inside, the darkness was near complete, forcing Lena to risk using her flashlight in brief controlled bursts. The fallen beam concealed a narrow passage that might once have been used for deliveries between businesses. The air grew thick with dust and the lingering smell of flour as she descended into the bakery's cellar. Voices reached her from below, 2 men speaking in hushed tones. "Execution at dawn along with the others," one was saying. "Dragan wants it done publicly, a message." "Seems excessive," replied the second voice. "The Chetnik is half dead already." "Orders are orders." Lena extinguished her light and proceeded by touch alone, each step carefully placed to avoid creating noise. The cellar opened into a larger space, dimly lit by a single kerosene lamp. Through a partially open door, she could make out 2 resistance fighters playing cards at a small table. Beyond them, barely visible, lay a figure on the ground, Marco, unmoving. She retreated, mind racing. Direct confrontation was suicide. She needed a distraction. Inspiration came from an unexpected source, the building's ancient electrical system. Though power was unreliable in the besieged city, the resistance had rigged a generator for essential operations. If she could trigger a short circuit, using her scalpel, Lena carefully exposed wiring in a junction box she found near the stairs. The resulting spark when she connected 2 frayed cables was more dramatic than she'd anticipated. A flash, a pop, and then total darkness as the building's limited electricity failed. Confusion erupted below. Lena seized the moment, rushing toward the guards with surprising ferocity. The kitchen knife caught the first man across the forearm, his cry of pain masked by the general confusion. The second received a strategic elbow to the throat, an efficient method Dragan himself had taught her just in case. "Marco!" she hissed, kneeling beside his prone form. "Can you hear me?" A faint groan was her only answer. His skin burned with fever. The bandages she'd applied earlier now soaked through. Moving him would be dangerous, but leaving meant certain death. "I need you to try standing," she urged, "just for a little while." With monumental effort, she helped him to his feet. His weight threatened to topple them both as they staggered toward the passage she'd used to enter. Behind them, shouts indicated reinforcements were arriving. The journey back through the war-torn streets was an exercise in agony. Twice they had to hide from patrols, crouched in rubble as searchlights swept past. Each time they resumed their painful progress, Marco's condition deteriorated further. His breathing grew more his skin clammy despite the fever. Blood seeped through the hasty bandages, leaving a trail Lena desperately tried to conceal. She knew the signs of shock, knew that without proper medical intervention, he had hours at most. The hospital was too risky. Dragan would check there first. Instead, she guided their faltering steps toward Nera's orphanage in the basement of her apartment building. The old woman had basic medical supplies and, more importantly, decades of experience treating wounds with limited resources. They arrived just before dawn, Marco barely conscious. Nera took one look at him and gestured toward a small back room where a narrow cot stood ready. "The children mustn't see," she explained, helping Lena lay Marco down. "It frightens them to see adults so vulnerable." Working together by candlelight, they cleaned and redressed his wounds. The bullet had passed through cleanly, but infection had set in. Without antibiotics, his chances were slim. "I know someone who might have medicines," Nera said, reading Lena's thoughts. "It will take time." Time was the one thing they didn't have. By now, Dragan would have discovered Marco's escape and Lena's involvement. The city would be crawling with resistance fighters searching for them. "We need to leave Sarajevo," Lena said quietly as they finished their work. "Tonight, if possible." Nera nodded, unsurprised. "There is a tunnel," she said, "under the airport. The resistance uses it for supplies." "Dragan never mentioned it to me." because it is reserved for the most essential personnel and goods, not for deserters. She spoke the word without judgment. How do we access it? There is a house on the edge of the Dobrinja district, marked with 3 red lines on the door. Tell them Nera sent you. Lena squeezed the old woman's hand in gratitude. Why are you helping us? Nera's smile was tinged with ancient sadness. Because love is rare in wartime. When you find it, you must protect it. She moved toward the door. Rest now. I will bring medicines when I can. Hours passed like centuries in the dim confines of Nera's back room. Lena dozed fitfully beside Marco's cot, waking at each change in his breathing, each small sound from the children's quarters beyond the thin wall. His fever neither broke nor worsened, a precarious plateau that could tip either way. Near noon, the door opened to reveal Nera accompanied by a stranger, a gaunt man with a doctor's careful movements. Dr. Karachu, he breathed, recognizing a surgeon from the central hospital. Your friend here has been quite insistent, he said, nodding toward Nera as he set down a small case of supplies. Something about a patient who couldn't come to the hospital. He examined Marco with professional detachment, the kind necessary when practicing medicine in a war zone. Gunshot wound, infected, beginning stages of sepsis. He should be dead already. But, Lena prompted, hearing the unspoken qualification, but he's young and apparently stubborn. Dr. Karich opened his case, revealing several vials of antibiotics, precious beyond measure in the besieged city. I can give him enough to fight the infection, if his body is strong enough. As he administered injections and changed dressings, the doctor maintained a deliberate ignorance about his patient's identity. Better not to know, his silence suggested. Better not to ask why a young woman was hiding an injured man who clearly wore parts of an enemy uniform beneath his civilian clothes. Keep him still for at least 12 hours, Karich instructed as he prepared to leave. After that, if he's stable enough to move... He left the sentence unfinished, but his meaning was clear. Get him out of Sarajevo if you can. Nera returned later with troubling news. Your brother has men watching the hospital, the checkpoints, even the black market areas. They're showing Marco's photograph. And mine? Lena asked. No. Dragan tells people his sister was kidnapped by a Serbian soldier. He's positioned himself as the grieving, vengeful brother. The revelation wasn't surprising. Dragan would never publicly admit his sister had chosen to help, much less flee with, a man he considered the enemy. It would undermine his standing in the resistance, call his own loyalty into question. How long until the tunnel? Lena asked. Tonight, after curfew. Nera hesitated. There's a complication. I've arranged passage, but my contact says only one of you can go. Space is limited. Priority is given to wounded resistance fighters being evacuated for treatment. Then Marco goes, Lena said without hesitation. And you? I'll find another way out. Or she left the alternative unspoken. Staying in Sarajevo meant eventual discovery, and Dragan's sense of betrayal would not allow for mercy. As evening approached, Marco regained consciousness. His eyes clearer now as the antibiotics fought back the infection, found Lena's. You came for me, he said, voice hoarse. Of course I did. He reached for her hand, his grip weak but determined. They'll kill you if they find you helped me escape. They'll have to find me first. She tried for a lightness she didn't feel. When Nera explained the plan, the tunnel, the single passage available, Marco's response was immediate. No, I won't go without her. You'll die here, Lena argued. I'm not leaving you behind to face your brother's wrath. His attempt to sit up ended in a grimace of pain. Stop being a hero, she snapped, frustration born of fear making her voice sharp. One of us needs to survive this. Otherwise, what was any of it for? Their argument was interrupted by a commotion outside. Through the small window, Lena could see people running, hear distant shouts. Nira hurried in moments later, her usually composed face tight with anxiety. "They're searching the building," she said. "House by house, room by room. Someone must have talked, perhaps saw you arrive." Lena's mind raced. "The children are my concern," Nira cut her off. "You must go, now, through the back alley. My contact will meet you behind the collapsed school, the one with the blue door." "Marco can't walk that far yet." "Then you must help him, or you both die here." The old woman's bluntness left no room for argument. With desperate efficiency, Lena gathered their meagre supplies. Marco insisted on trying to stand, his determination compensating somewhat for his weakness. Together they slipped out through a narrow door as the sounds of the search grew closer. The journey to the meeting point was excruciating. Marco leaned heavily on Lena, each step clearly agony. Twice they had to hide as patrols passed, crouched behind debris, his laboured breathing seeming impossibly loud to her terrified ears. Their guide, a thin boy who couldn't have been more than 15, appeared as promised, leading them through a bewildering series of passages that wound beneath and between bombed-out buildings. The route was clearly designed to avoid open areas where snipers might have clear shots. "How much further?" Lena whispered, as Marco's weight grew heavier against her shoulder. "Almost there," the boy replied. "There's a problem. The entrance area is guarded tonight." "By whom?" "Your brother's men," he said, glancing at her with something like pity. "They were not there earlier today." Dragan had anticipated their plan. Perhaps not the specific route, but he knew the tunnel represented the only real hope of escape. The question was whether he had shared this suspicion with others, or kept his own counsel, unwilling to admit publicly that his sister had betrayed him. "Is there another way in?" Marco asked, each word a visible effort. The boy hesitated. "Yes, but it's exposed. You'd have to cross about 50 meters of open ground. The snipers would be on our side of the siege line," Lena finished. "Serbian positions." Marco straightened slightly. "That might work in our favour." "How?" she demanded. "I'm still wearing parts of my uniform under these clothes. If they see me clearly enough, they might hesitate," Lena realised. "But it's a desperate gamble." "We're down to desperate gambles," he replied. The alternative entrance was through the cellar of a partially collapsed apartment building. From their vantage point in a neighbouring structure, Lena could see the two resistance fighters guarding it, men she recognised from Dragan's inner circle. "I'll create a distraction," the boy offered unexpectedly. "Draw them away for a few minutes. That's all I can give you, before they could protest." He was gone, slipping through the ruins with the agility of youth. Moments later they heard a crash from the opposite direction, followed by shouts. The guards, after a brief hesitation, moved to investigate. "Now," Lena urged, helping Marco to his feet. They crossed the open space as quickly as his condition allowed, painfully visible against the moonlit rubble. With each step, Lena expected gunfire, expected to feel the punch of a bullet, but only silence followed them to the cellar entrance. Inside, the passage narrowed to a crude tunnel barely wide enough for one person. The ceiling was so low they had to crouch, making their progress even more difficult. Water dripped from above, the ground beneath their feet a mess of mud and debris. "Keep moving," Lena encouraged when Marco faltered. "We're almost there." The tunnel seemed endless, winding beneath the airport runway in near total darkness. Air grew scarcer, the close confine threatening to trigger claustrophobia even in the most stable mind. For Lena, each metre was a battle against panic, not for herself, but for Marco, whose breathing had grown increasingly laboured. After what seemed like hours, a faint glow appeared ahead. The tunnel's end, and with it the promise of safety beyond Sarajevo's death grip. They emerged into a small clearing surrounded by trees, the open space disorienting after the tunnel's confines. Several resistance members manned a small outpost that marked the tunnel's exterior entrance. They eyed the newcomers with suspicion that quickly turned to recognition. "That's him," one said, gesturing toward Marco. "The Serbian, the one we're supposed to watch for." "And her, Dragon's sister." Lena felt hope slipping away as hands reached for weapons. Then, unexpectedly, an authoritative voice cut through the tension. "Stand down." A tall figure emerged from the shadows, Commander Usich, the overall leader of this sector's resistance. His weathered face betrayed nothing as he approached them. "Dragan Kovacevic claims his sister was taken against her will," he said evenly, addressing Lena directly. "Yet here you are, supporting this man rather than fleeing from him." Lena lifted her chin. "My brother knows the truth. He simply can't accept it." "And what is the truth, Ms. Kovacevic?" "That I choose humanity over hatred. That this man risked everything to save lives on both sides." Usic's expression remained neutral. "You realize I could have you both shot as traitors?" "Yes," she replied simply. A long moment passed as the commander seemed to take their measure. Finally, he turned to his men. "I saw no one come through the tunnel tonight," he said. "Is that clear?" Confusion gave way to understanding as the fighters nodded their assent. "The supply truck leaves in 20 minutes, Usich continued, addressing Lena again. "It can take you as far as the UN checkpoint at Kisseljak. After that, you're on your own." He stepped closer, voice dropping. "This is not forgiveness. This is recognition that this war has stolen enough from all of us." 19 minutes later, hidden beneath tarps in the back of a battered truck, Lena felt the vehicle lurch into motion. Beside her, Marco's hand found hers in the darkness. "Why?" he whispered. "Why did Usich let us go?" Lena thought of the commander's final words to her, spoken privately as they boarded the truck. "He lost his son and daughter in the first months of the siege," she replied. "He said sometimes mercy is the only victory left." The truck wound its way through mountainous roads, each kilometre increasing the distance between them and the broken city they had once called home. Neither spoke of the future. Such planning seemed presumptuous when survival itself remained uncertain. Hours later, as dawn broke over unfamiliar hills, the truck slowed at a checkpoint manned by blue-helmeted UN peacekeepers. The end of one journey, the uncertain beginning of another. "What happens now?" Marco asked as they prepared to reveal themselves. Lena looked eastward, where the rising sun had begun to illuminate the landscape. Beyond their vision, Sarajevo continued its struggle. Her brother continued his fight, and countless others faced another day of a siege that seemed without end. "Now we live," she said simply. "We live, and we remember, and someday we find a way to help rebuild what was broken. Together." Her hand tightened around his. "Is there any other way?" As they emerged from hiding, stepping onto ground free from the constant threat of snipers and shells, Lena felt the weight of guilt and grief that would always accompany their escape. But alongside it grew something she had thought lost forever in the ashes of Sarajevo, the fragile, defiant bloom of hope. Sarajevo, 2005. The rebuilt bridge spanned the Miljacka River like a declaration, not of victory, but of survival. Lena stood at its centre, the spring sunlight warm on her face, watching the city that had once been her entire world. Beside her, Marco adjusted the camera hanging around his neck. The years had added silver to his temples, lines at the corners of his eyes, but had softened nothing of the intensity with which he observed the world. His photographs of the siege, published years after they had found safety in Germany, had helped ensure the world remembered what had happened here. "Smaller than I remembered," she said, gazing at the hills that had once held such terror. "Most battlefields are," he replied. They had returned for the memorial 10 years since the official end of the siege, though the true end had come earlier for them. Their presence was both pilgrimage and penance. They had survived when so many had not. The cemetery had expanded beyond what Lena could have imagined. White stones stretching across the hillside in ordered rows. They moved among them slowly, reading names, placing flowers. At one marker, more elaborate than the others, Lena knelt longer. Dragan Kovacevic, beloved son, brother, defender of Sarajevo. He had survived the war, only to die in a car accident 3 years later. They had never reconciled. Some wounds, Lena had learned, remained beyond healing. "Do you regret it?" Marco asked quietly as they walked away from the cemetery. "Leaving?" The question surfaced periodically between them, less frequently as years passed, but never fully laid to rest. "No," she answered, the same response she always gave. "But I regret that it was necessary." They made their way toward the old library, its reconstruction finally complete after years of international fundraising. Inside, beneath the magnificent restored dome, children sat reading while sunlight streamed through stained glass windows. This was why they had returned, not just to remember, but to witness the city's rebirth, to see that life had continued, that beauty had managed to emerge from the rubble of hatred. Later, as the evening settled over Sarajevo, they stood on the balcony of their hotel room. In the distance, lights twinkled from homes built atop the ruins of others. Music drifted up from a cafe below. Young people laughed, living their lives in a peace that must sometimes seem fragile, but was peace nonetheless. "We did the right thing," Marco said softly, arms encircling her from behind. And for the first time since they had fled through that dark tunnel, Lena believed it without reservation. Their love had not been a betrayal of her city or his duty, but rather an affirmation of the humanity that war sought to destroy. In a city that had once burned with hatred, they had found a love worth surviving for, and in surviving, they had kept alive the memory of what was lost, and the promise of what might yet be rebuilt from the ashes, the end. Rain pelted the glass roof of the Parisian auctioneer's, where high society mingled in tailored suits and glimmering gowns. The item of the night, the coveted blue siren sapphire, was rumoured to be worth more than a king's ransom. Its origin was steeped in myth. Sailors once believed the gem called out like a siren song to drag men beneath the waves. Tonight, it was perched on a rotating pedestal under bulletproof glass, surrounded by an aura of impossible desirability. For Jade Kaufman, the blue siren was just another job, albeit one with a higher risk and an even higher reward. 27 years old, resourceful and infamous in the underground for her flawless thefts, she prided herself on leaving no trace behind except rumours. Growing up in the foster system had taught her not to expect loyalty or kindness, but it had also forged her into someone with unbreakable survival instincts. She moved like a shadow across the rafters, invisible to the partygoers below. Though she wore a form-fitting black jumpsuit that allowed for maximum flexibility, she felt the weight of the hidden compartments carrying her tools, glass cutters, specialised wires, and lock-picking devices. She had a plan for each step of this heist, but plans could always go wrong. The stakes, more than she liked to admit. The auctioneer's gavel fell with a resounding crack, announcing the final sale, 50 million euros. Polite applause rose from the crowd, cameras flashed, and the tension in Jade's chest tightened. Now was her moment. She exhaled slowly, counting heartbeats, and rappelled down a near-invisible cable toward a section of the glass roof that was briefly out of view of the security cameras. Once on a narrow ledge, she inserted a small disc that scrambled the alarm system for precisely 30 seconds. The hush of the device felt like a countdown in her mind. 30 seconds to cut through the glass, descend, snatch the sapphire and vanish. She executed each move with a precision that came from years of practice. The glass cutter made a near silent hiss, and a perfect circle fell into her gloved hand. Another breath, and she dropped onto the pedestal's platform. The vaulted ceilings and the swirling lights created a surreal glow around the blue siren. Jade's heart pounded in her throat as she lifted the gem from its cushion. For a millisecond, the large sapphire shimmered in the palm of her hand, its facets catching every glare of gold from the overhead chandeliers. 15 seconds left. She braced herself, replaced the gem stand with a weighted dummy to keep the sensor from triggering, and latched onto her cable. She soared upward gracefully, adrenaline singing through her veins. She'd done it again, or so she thought. The instant she cleared the roof, an alarm shrieked through the building. An edge of panic touched her as she darted across the dark rooftop, hooking up a rappelling line to the next structure. Something was off. Her scramble device wasn't supposed to fail so suddenly. She reached the alley, the sapphire tight in her grip. The plan had been to pass the gem to her contact, a fence known simply as Rodin, a man with a reputation for under-the-radar dealings. He waited near a sleek black car, a grin slashing his face. "Jade, you truly never disappoint," he said in a low murmur, taking the gem from her. His voice quivered in that excited, greedy way she'd heard countless times. "Payments in the bag." She unzipped the small satchel he handed her. Her stomach twisted when she noticed it was empty except for a single bullet rolling at the bottom like a cruel joke. "I'm sorry about this," Rodin whispered, voice trembling with guilt or maybe fear. She whirled around to see more men stepping from the shadows, men she recognized from hush-hush rumours in the black market gem trade. Their suits were immaculate. Their eyes were cold. One of them stepped forward. "Mr. Castellano wants to see you." The name Castellano rang like thunder in her mind. The Castellano cartel dominated the illegal gemstone circuit across continents. The rumour was that Adrian Ash Castellano was the new kingpin, after a messy, bloody power struggle within his own family. He was known for his iron grip, for incinerating enemies in terrifying ways. Jade's heart thundered like a war drum. Rodin had set her up for them. Before she could think, arms seized her, pinning her body. She lashed out, elbowing one of the men in the face, and a burst of satisfying pain shot up her arm, and the man cursed, stumbling back with a bleeding nose. But there were too many of them, 4 or 5, maybe more. Cloth drenched in something acrid was clamped over her mouth. She tried to scream, but everything blurred. She fought the encroaching darkness with every fibre of her being, mentally counting down her last conscious moments. The smell of the city's wet pavement turned nauseatingly sweet. Her knees buckled, and the last thing she saw was Rodin's pale face as he backed away, eyes skittering with regret. Jade's final coherent thought was that she had lost the blue siren, and that she was about to be delivered like stolen goods to the most dangerous man in the underworld. She drifted in and out of a fever dream. Memories twisted with illusions, a soft mattress beneath her, the steady hum of an engine, possibly on a plane, then the bass thump of loud club music, felt rather than heard. A cold compress on her forehead that smelled faintly of citrus. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, a silent car ride over uneven cobblestones. When she surfaced from the haze for real, she found herself in a room that screamed wealth. Mahogany floors, marble walls, a chandelier made of glass so clear it seemed to float in mid-air. Her lips were chapped and her wrists bore bruises, but she was free of handcuffs. If this was a prison, it was the kind lined in silk. She swung her legs over the bed's edge, noticing that someone had changed her into a satin robe likely to check for concealed weapons or trackers. A jolt of revulsion shot through her. There was a large mirror on the adjacent wall, Reflecting the warm glow of wall sconces, she scanned the space, an ornate door in front, plus a smaller side door that might lead to a bathroom. No visible cameras, but given whose den she had likely ended up in, she assumed they were hidden. On the nightstand, a single red rose in a crystal vase stood next to a folded note. She lifted it with trembling fingers. "Your talents precede you. Welcome to Barcelona. AC." Suddenly, footsteps approached. The door opened to reveal a man with broad shoulders, dark hair precisely swept back, and eyes the colour of onyx. He wore a crisp vest over a black dress shirt, sleeves rolled up to reveal corded forearms. A faint scar traced his jawline, as if to declare he'd been through real violence. He studied Jade with a predatory calm. This had to be Adrian Ash Castellano. The air in the room thickened, and Jade's pulse pounded. "You made quite an impression in Paris," he finally said, voice quiet but resonating with power. "I've wanted to meet the elusive Jade Kaufman for a long time." His gaze flicked down to the note in her hand, before returning to her face. The corners of his lips curled into a smile that was neither warm nor cold. It was the smile of a man used to having control. His throat felt dry. She wanted to fling the rose in his face to demand her freedom, but something about the lethal confidence in his posture stopped her. She remembered the stories. Men who crossed Ash ended up missing or worse. He gestured with a slight tilt of his head. "You have something of mine, or rather, you stole it in Paris. Now, you'll repay that debt, one way or another." Jade swallowed, her mind racing for an exit strategy. She had always survived on her own terms, but this time she had a sinking feeling she was about to discover just how complicated survival could become. Jade stood at the threshold of the lavish penthouse suite in Barcelona, her bare feet against the cool marble, a swirl of dread and defiance clashing in her chest. She had no illusions. She was a captive, just one with gilded shackles. Adrian Ash Castellano's presence was a suffocating force. Though polite on the surface, he exuded that brand of quiet menace only the truly powerful possess. Every object in the penthouse, from the imported rugs to the antique paintings, declared wealth. Yet it felt sterile, as if no real life ever thrived there. Jade wondered if that reflected Ash himself, all shine, no warmth. He lounged on a leather chair near a panoramic window that overlooked the Barcelona skyline. Night lights gleamed over the city like fallen stars. In front of him lay a mahogany coffee table bearing a folder, an elegant crystal decanter, and 2 tumblers. "Sit," he said calmly, motioning to the sofa across from him. Jade hesitated, scanning for potential weapons or escape routes. Her instincts told her there might be a chance if she caught him off guard, but his men were undoubtedly outside the door, and she lacked her gear. Reluctantly, she settled onto the sofa. Ash handed her a tumbler. "Drink," he commanded. When she made no move, he rolled his eyes and took a small sip from his own glass. "It's not poisoned, if that's what you're afraid of." Jade sniffed it. Whiskey, smooth and strong. She took a measured sip, hoping the burn would sharpen her frayed nerves. He leaned forward. "So, let's talk about the Blue Siren. You cost me a great deal of inconvenience. And money." "You don't strike me as the type to worry about loose change," Jade replied, her tone biting. She wanted to provoke him, to see cracks in his composure. A flicker of amusement lit his gaze. Bravado. Admirable, if not misguided. I knew you would try for the sapphire in Paris. That's why I had Dan in place. She set her glass down. "Then you know I'm worth more to you alive than dead. So what's your plan? Ransom? Torture for kicks? Would you fancy turning me into your personal cat burglar?" Ash's jaw tightened, but his voice remained calm. "You're perceptive, Miss Kaufman. Indeed, I want your services. You owe me. and I prefer to collect debts through utilization of talent rather than brute force. If you refuse, I'll deliver you to a less forgiving party, Interpol, or certain other individuals who'd relish your downfall. Alternatively, you can work off your debt stealing for me." She hated the chill of his words, more so because they were true. She doubted there was a safe corner of the world where she could run now that Ash Castellano had her in his sights. "What if I say no?" she challenged. He shrugged, a gesture too casual. "Then you spend the rest of your life in prison, or in a shallow grave, depending on who claims you first. You're smart enough to see that's not a bluff." A knot of fury formed in her throat. She had always loathed having her freedom stripped away. Memories of her childhood in foster homes, where every rule felt like a cage, came rushing back. She clenched her fists. "Fine, I'll do it. But on one condition. Once this is done, you let me go. Clean break." He paused, swirling the whiskey in his glass, as though contemplating. "That's what a bargain is, Jade," he said at last, letting her name roll off his tongue with a strange intimacy. "You deliver, I release you, no strings, for now." Over the next few days, Jade explored the penthouse's halls, each corridor leading to opulent rooms decorated with priceless art. The windows, however, were bulletproof and impossible to open from inside. Security cameras were discreetly embedded in corners. At intervals, she saw well-dressed guards who politely averted their eyes, but she could sense their readiness to pounce. A private tailor arrived with racks of designer clothing just her size. Jade scowled, feeling like a doll being dressed for display. She selected only practical items: black trousers, form-fitting tops, boots that wouldn't hinder her movement if she decided to make a run for it. She hadn't seen Ash much. Rumour had it he was dealing with fallout from a smuggling ring on Sour, but on the third day, he summoned her to a penthouse library. Jade stepped inside cautiously. Shelves of leather-bound books rose to the ceiling, and a single massive window offered a breathtaking view of the city. Ash stood behind a carved wooden desk, pressing a phone to his ear. A silver laptop was open, showing an array of security feeds, warehouses perhaps, or secret vaults. He ended the call abruptly upon her entrance, then gestured for her to come closer. "I have your first assignment," he said, sliding a folder across the desk. She flipped it open. Photographs and blueprints revealed a grand mansion in Amsterdam with a vault rumoured to contain a rare emerald pendant. A note at the bottom read, "Owner under watch by Interpol, proceed with extreme caution." Jade's adrenaline spiked. He continued, "My buyer wants that emerald. Your partner for this job will be Valentina Yates, my second in command. Do as she says." She's thorough. Jade's eyes narrowed. "I don't do well with partners." "Neither do I," Ash replied, his voice tinged with bitterness. "But you'll cooperate if you value your continued existence." Before she could retort, he nodded to a side door. Valentina Yates strode in, a tall, raven-haired woman with a gaze so cold it could crack glass. She wore a tailored suit, exuding an aura of no-nonsense efficiency. "Ready, Kaufman?" Valentina asked without preamble. Her tone was clipped, her posture ex-military. Jade matched her stare. "If it means getting out of this penthouse, absolutely." They departed at dusk via a private jet from Barcelona's El Prat airport. Valentina barely spoke, lost in her laptop. Jade used the time to memorize the mansion's layout. She noted security cameras, potential infiltration points, and an intricate plan to bypass motion detectors. The air hummed with an unspoken tension. Jade suspected Valentina disapproved of her, maybe even resented that Ash had singled Jade out. But Valentina's loyalty to Ash seemed unbreakable, which made Jade wary. Hours later, they arrived in Amsterdam's cold drizzle. A sleek black SUV whisked them away to a discreet hotel. Valentina gave Jade a final set of instructions. We strike tomorrow night. Our insider at the mansion has arranged a window of opportunity lasting exactly 15 minutes. There will be Interpol presence in the area, so keep your head down." Jade nodded. "And Ash? Where is he?" Valentina's expression hardened. "He's got his own matters to handle. Don't worry yourself about him. Focus on the job." Under the cover of darkness, they approached the mansion, a palatial estate with manicured lawns, stone fountains, and patrolling guards. Jade wore a black bodysuit under a dark hooded cloak. Valentina coordinated from a vantage point near the gates, scanning security frequencies. Once Jade scaled the high fence, her muscle memory took over. She avoided the cameras by slinking along the estate's blind spots. The drizzle turned the grass slick, forcing her to dig her fingers into the soil for stability. Near the side entrance, she used a keypad scrambler to unlock the door, stepping inside with cat-like silence. Her heart pounded in her ears, but she kept her breath even. The mansion's interior was an opulent labyrinth. She crept to a hidden corridor leading to the vault. The informant had guaranteed no guards would patrol there for precisely 5 minutes. The vault's lock was a complicated puzzle of rotating discs, but Jade's nimble fingers deciphered the mechanism swiftly. When the heavy door finally swung open, she saw it. An emerald pendant resting on a velvet cushion. It was mesmerizing, the gem reflecting a deep green glow in the dim light. Her earpiece crackled with Valentina's voice. "Move quickly! We have 2 minutes left." Jade slipped the pendant into a protective pouch. Just as she closed the vault door, footsteps echoed down the corridor. The insider's timing had failed, or perhaps Interpol had changed their pattern. She had no time to worry about whether it was a double cross or mere bad luck. She pressed herself against the wall, listening to the footsteps pass. After the guard disappeared around a corner, Jade sprinted back the way she'd come. She nearly collided with a second guard rounding a corridor, forcing her to slide behind a potted plant. He paused, scanning the area, but moved on. Heart hammering, Jade made it outside and scurried across the lawn toward the fence. Once over, she darted into the cluster of hedges where Valentina was waiting, disguised as a groundskeeper. Valentina slid a glance at the emerald pouch. "Got it?" Jade held it up, panting. "Good. Let's get out of here." Back at the hotel, Valentina examined the emerald pendant under a small flashlight. She nodded, satisfied. Ash will be pleased. They flew back to Barcelona that same night, exhaustion creeping into Jade's bones. She wondered if completing the job actually brought her closer to freedom, or just pulled her deeper into Ash's world. The next evening, Ash summoned her to his study. She entered, tossing the emerald to him with a forced casualness. He caught it mid-air. "Nicely done," he murmured, a hint of approval lighting his features. "You continue to impress." Jade folded her arms. "So that's one job done. How many more before I'm free of this arrangement?" He set the emerald on his desk. "See, Jade. Trust is earned piece by piece. Rest for now. New instructions will follow." Before she could protest, he turned away, his posture dismissive. Jade left with her teeth clenched, hating how he played her like a chess piece. Yet, an unsettling warmth flickered inside her. Had she seen a spark of admiration in his eyes, or was it simply her imagination? Life in Ash Castellano's penthouse turned into an odd dance of tension and anticipation. Jade no longer felt like a caged animal. She had partial freedom to roam the estate, but only under the watchful eyes of discreet guards. She was part prisoner, part asset, and when Ash was near, she felt something else entirely. He invited her to high-stakes poker nights where the world's elite and underworld met in a swirl of tuxedos, diamonds, and swirling cigar smoke. Jade, despite her distaste for such gatherings, recognized an opportunity to glean information. about Ash, his operations, and a possible weakness to exploit. Yet each time she studied him, she found his guard up, face unreadable except for fleeting moments of curiosity when their eyes met across the room. Late one evening, after a particularly tense game, Ash pulled Jade aside. He handed her a small velvet box. Inside was a sapphire pendant, darker in hue than the blue siren but still mesmerizing. "For the fire in your eyes," he said, his voice low. Jade laughed bitterly, unsure whether he was mocking her or sincerely offering a gift. The tiny sapphire felt heavy with meaning. She hesitated. "Why?" she finally asked, eyes drifting to the gem in her hand. His lips curved into a half smile. "Because I can." It was an answer that told her everything and nothing. The power dynamic was still in his favour. He might view her as a treasure he'd acquired, but there was a peculiar gentleness in his tone, as though he saw something in her that mirrored a part of himself. That night, she paced in her room, the sapphire pendant glinting on the bed. She wanted to throw it out the window to demonstrate she couldn't be bought. But a deeper part of her ached. For years she'd kept the world at arm's length, relying only on her skill. Yet something in Ash's eyes, his loneliness perhaps, resonated with her own sense of isolation. While she wrestled with her thoughts, there came a soft knock on the door. Ash stepped inside without waiting for permission. He wore a black silk shirt, unbuttoned at the collar, and the tension in his posture hinted he was waging a silent war within himself. "I should have knocked properly," he said quietly, glancing around her room. Jade raised an eyebrow. "Surprised you bother with politeness now," he let out a soft chuckle. "You're free to kick me out." "Am I?" she asked, bitterness lacing her tone. A flicker of pain crossed his face, but he pressed on. "I want to show you something." He gestured toward the hallway, and curiosity, along with a desire to end the suffocating tension, made her follow. They walked to his study. This time, instead of taking her behind the desk, he led her to a large painting on the wall, an abstract piece with violent streaks of red and black. He pressed a hidden latch, and the painting swung open, revealing a safe. Punching in a code, he opened it. Inside were documents, stacks of cash, and a single photograph that he took out carefully. It depicted two young boys with bright smiles, arms around each other, standing on a sunlit dock. "This was me and my brother Diego years ago," Ash said, his voice wavering slightly. "We were close once. Our father ran the family business, smuggling gems. Diego was older but reckless. We had dreams of taking the business legit, but things changed." He paused, gaze turning distant. "Diego betrayed us. He tried to align with a rival cartel, nearly had me and our father killed to seal the deal. I had no choice but to confront him. The confrontation escalated. Our father died in the crossfire. Diego fled. I never forgave him, or myself." Jade studied his face in the dim light, seeing the raw torment etched into his features. She'd expected a hardened criminal, not a man burdened by regret. "Why tell me this?" she asked softly. "Because you might understand," he replied, setting the photo back. "That feeling of always being alone, mistrusting everyone, including your own blood, and because you're not just a pawn in my game." His final words lingered, heated by an undertone of longing. It happened unexpectedly. Perhaps it was the weight of confessions or the vulnerability Ash rarely displayed, but Jade found herself leaning closer. The tension between them ignited. He reached out, brushing a strand of her hair aside. She closed her eyes, inhaling the faint scent of his cologne, smoke and spice. His lips hovered near hers, and in that breath of uncertainty she realized she wanted it. She wanted to feel alive in a way she'd never allowed herself. Their mouths met in a fierce bruising kiss that tasted of desperation and pent-up desire. They stumbled against the desk, scattering papers. Jade poured years of anger and longing into that moment. Ash responded with an intensity that sent a shiver down her spine. This was more than a power play. It was two people drowning in the same darkness, clinging to each other for a taste of light. When they finally broke apart, gasping, Ash's forehead rested against hers. "You're the storm I never saw coming," he whispered. Jade opened her eyes, heart pounding. She saw fear in his, a fear of losing control, of caring too much. Before she could speak, the phone on his desk buzzed, shattering the quiet intimacy. Ash pulled away, breath ragged. He grabbed the phone. "Yes?" A flash of anger crossed his features. "What do you mean we have a problem?" He muttered a curse, his gaze flicking to Jade with a mix of apology and frustration. "I have to handle this." Jade swallowed hard, stepping back. The moment had ended, but it left a crack in the walls she had built around herself and a fissure in his stoic persona. A week later, word reached them from Dubai. Diego Castellano, Ash's older brother, had resurfaced after years of staying hidden. The rumour was that he'd commandeered a rival cartel, forging alliances with extremist groups that valued precious gems as untraceable currency. The atmosphere in Ash's penthouse chilled overnight. Guards appeared at every corner. Valentina doubled security protocols. One evening, Jade was in the library, pretending to browse books while eavesdropping on a hushed conversation between Valentina and Ash. She overheard enough to catch that Diego was planning something big, something that threatened Ash's entire operation. Later, an anonymous message reached Jade on a secure phone she'd hidden in her room. The voice on the line was scrambled, but she recognized the slight Spanish accent. The caller's content was more startling than the voice itself. "Ash killed our father. He's lying to you. Everything he's told you is a facade. Don't let him make a fool of you." The line went dead before Jade could respond. She tried calling back, no luck. Was it Diego? If so, was he telling the truth? A knot formed in her stomach. Ash had said Diego's betrayal led to their father's death. But what if the blame wasn't so simple? As the days passed, Jade's thoughts turned restless. She was falling for Ash, or at least the tender illusions he allowed her to see. But if he'd lied about his father's death, what else might he have concealed? She couldn't openly ask him. That would raise suspicions. Instead, she spent nights in the penthouse's small office, hacking into restricted files. She found references to the Castellano patriarch's demise, but the documents were heavily redacted. There were hints that their father had been shot in a warehouse, both sons present, but no official conclusion on who pulled the fatal trigger. Jade's heart pounded with each new clue. Was she letting desire blind her to Ash's darker secrets? She recalled how effortlessly he manipulated her life. Could he have done the same with the truth about his father? Valentina summoned Jade to a private lounge for a briefing. She laid out the next operation, a black opal heist in Italy that promised to fetch an obscene sum. But Jade's mind was elsewhere, on Diego's warning, on Ash's possible deception. At the end of the briefing, Valentina stared hard at Jade. "Something's off with you lately. Don't let your personal entanglements compromise your focus." Jade bristled. No risk there. Valentina's gaze was icy. Good, because Diego Castellano isn't playing around. If you get tangled in his web, you'll regret it. Jade forced a cool nod. Inside she was torn. If Ash had lied, Diego might be the lesser evil. Or maybe both were devils. She was caught between warring shadows, uncertain which flicker of light to follow. On the eve of their departure to Italy, Ash found Jade pacing by the balcony, the city lights shimmering below them like restless spirits. The tension between them was suffocating. She wanted answers, but feared what she might discover. He approached from behind, gently laying a hand on her shoulder. She flinched, fighting the urge to confront him right then. Instead, she turned and pressed her lips to his in a desperate kiss. For an instant, his arms wrapped around her, and she leaned into the solace of his warmth, trying to forget the serpents of doubt coiling in her mind. But as they parted and their gazes locked, Jade saw that same wariness. Something had shifted irreversibly. Tomorrow they would face dangers from the outside world, but tonight it felt like the real battle was already raging inside them. Italy beckoned with promises of beauty and danger. Jade, Ash and a small team landed in Florence under cover identities. Their target was a secluded estate owned by a private collector rumoured to harbour an exquisite black opal necklace worth millions on the black market. But Jade carried more weight than her infiltration gear. Diego's warning, "Ash killed our father," echoed in her mind. She had not confronted Ash yet. She needed tangible proof. Anxiety gnawed at her, threatening to undermine her razor-sharp focus. They scouted the estate, noting guards armed to the teeth, advanced surveillance and a treacherous layout. Valentina was in charge of logistics, while Jade was once more the point person for the break-in. The plan was airtight, until it wasn't. Halfway through disabling the estate's security grid, the lights flared back on. Sirens blared. "Ambush!" Valentina's voice crackled through Jade's earpiece. "Get out, now!" Jade sprinted down a corridor lined with Renaissance paintings. She found Ash cornered by armed men. Without thinking twice, she hurled a smoke grenade covering their retreat. Gunfire erupted, bullets ricocheting off marble. As the smoke thickened, she seized Ash's hand, guiding him toward the exit. The moment they were clear, Ash whipped around, suspicion blazing in his eyes. "You told Diego, didn't you? You sold me out." Jade's chest tightened in outrage. "I never—" He cut her off, voice razor sharp. "Don't lie. My father's memory might mean nothing to you, but I won't die in a trap orchestrated by my own blood." Something inside Jade snapped. "If you trusted me, you'd know I'd never do that. But you don't, do you?" She almost spat out the question about his father's death, but held back at the last second. The chaos surrounding them wouldn't allow for deep conversations or confessions. Valentina appeared, helping them fight off 2 more guards. The team evacuated into black SUVs, speeding through the Tuscan countryside until they reached a safe house. The heist was a complete failure. They'd barely escaped with their lives and a few flesh wounds. Back at the safe house, tension sizzled like a live wire. Ash paced the floor, Valentina cleaned her pistol in brittle silence, and Jade fumed in a corner, her heart banging against her ribcage. Finally, Jade rounded on Ash, fury fueling her words. "You accuse me of betrayal, but maybe you're the one who set this up. A test of loyalty or something twisted to confirm your paranoia." Her voice cracked with pent-up frustration. Ash glared. "I lost men out there. Don't suggest this was a game." "Then maybe you're just incompetent," she fired back. The regret stabbed her immediately. She knew that would sting. Ash's jaw clenched, but he said nothing. Valentina intervened, stepping between them. "Enough. We need to regroup and figure out how Diego orchestrated this. One of our inside men must have flipped." Her gaze lingered on Jade, implying Jade might be that flipped asset. Jade scoffed in exasperation, whirling around to go to her room. She needed to get away before she said something she couldn't take back. That night, Jade made a decision. She couldn't continue drowning in half-truths and accusations. She needed to know the truth about Ash, about the father he might or might not have killed, and about Diego's real motivations. While the rest of the team was busy securing the perimeter, Jade slipped away. She found an unlocked car in the safe house garage and hotwired it. She realized she had no clear destination, only an overwhelming urge to be free from the swirl of lies. Driving down a moonlit road, she called a contact in Paris, someone who specialized in forging new identities. If she could confirm Ash's story and find a safe place, she'd decide her next step. Yet, she'd barely gotten a few miles when headlights flared behind her. A black motorcycle roared up, weaving dangerously close. Jade recognised the rider, Ash. He pulled up beside her window, motioning for her to pull over. Fear and anger clawed at her. She accelerated, hoping to outrun him, but he cut in front, forcing her to stop. They screeched to a halt on the deserted roadside. Ash yanked off his helmet, eyes ablaze. "You're running!" he demanded, stepping toward her car. Jade jumped out, slamming the door. "I have no choice. You won't tell me the truth. You don't trust me. You treat me like a thief in a gilded cage." He grabbed her arm. "You are a thief, and you've stolen more than you realise." She met his gaze, tears threatening to blur her vision. "Let go." His grip loosened, but he didn't release her. The road was silent except for the hiss of the wind through olive trees. Emotions warred on his face. Anger, desperation, something else unspoken. Finally, he let her go. "If you truly want out, go. But know this. If you walk away, Diego will come for you. He wants to use you against me. He's even more ruthless than I am." Jade swallowed the lump in her throat. "And that's my burden to bear." For a long moment, neither spoke. Then Jade got back into the car and drove off, leaving Ash standing in the glow of the motorcycle's headlight, his expression a portrait of heartbreak and rage. Jade returned to Paris, the city where this nightmare began. She rented a cheap room in a nondescript building, feeding the landlord a fake name. Days turned into a week marked by paranoia and isolation. She kept to back alleys, changed her appearance with a wig, avoided her usual hangouts. A gnawing emptiness followed her every step. The more she tried to forget Ash's haunted eyes, the more they consumed her thoughts. She felt fractured, unsure of where she stood in this war between brothers. Then one evening, as she slipped into a dimly lit cafe, she spotted Valentina, sitting alone at a corner table. Jade's pulse spiked, suspecting a trap, but Valentina waved a white napkin in a gesture of peace. Cautiously, Jade joined her. The hush of the cafe enveloped them, the smell of espresso cutting the tension. "Why are you here?" Jade demanded, ready to flee at the slightest threat. Valentina leaned forward, voice low. "Diego has mobilized a personal army. He's planning to assassinate Ash at a meeting in Istanbul. You might not care about the cartel, but I know you care about him." Jade's heart thumped. "Why should I believe you?" Valentina's eyes flashed. "Because I know Ash better than anyone. He made mistakes, yes, but he didn't kill his father. Diego's the one who set up the entire thing, possibly even pulled the trigger. Diego's men have been feeding you lies to turn you against Ash. I came because, despite everything, he still trusts you, and I don't want him dead." After Valentina left, Jade couldn't sleep. She roamed the Paris streets until dawn, mind roiling. If Valentina was telling the truth, Jade had been a pawn in Diego's revenge plot. The realization made her blood run cold. She pictured Ash, his guarded smiles, the vulnerability he'd shown, the way he'd risked everything to build an empire after losing his father and brother. A sharp pang of longing and regret speared through her. She might be the only one who could warn him in time, but returning to him meant trusting again, an act that felt alien and perilous. Yet something stronger than fear pulsed in her veins. She wanted to protect the only man who had ever dared to see through her hardened exterior. Whatever twisted form their connection took, it was real to her. As dusk fell the next day, Jade packed her gear. She made some calls, calling in old favours for travel documents. By midnight, she was on a cargo plane bound for Istanbul, determined to reach Ash before Diego struck. All the while, she clung to the memory of that shared kiss in the study, the raw honesty in his eyes. If she was risking her life, it might as well be for the one person who made her feel alive. Istanbul's Grand Bazaar pulsed with life, a chaotic blend of colours and scents. Beneath its vibrant exterior, an underworld deal was about to happen. Ash Castellano stood in a secluded corner of a warehouse near the Bosphorus Strait. accompanied by a handful of loyal guards. He looked more tense than ever. Word on the street was that Diego had orchestrated this meeting to negotiate, but everyone knew it was a trap. Jade watched from the rafters, heart pounding. She'd arrived just in time to witness Diego's men slipping into position, rifles gleaming under fluorescent lights. A chill ran through her. She had to act now or Ash would be cut down in a hail of bullets. When the first shot rang out, Jade leaped into action, dropping from the rafters behind a stack of crates. She lobbed a flash grenade that disoriented Diego's men, then darted forward to where Ash took cover behind a steel pillar. He started to aim his gun, until recognition flickered in his eyes. "Jade?" She gave a nod, breath ragged. "I'm sorry, I didn't know. Diego, he lied to me. I'm here to help." Emotions cascaded across his face, shock, relief, anger, maybe even a hint of gratitude. But there was no time to talk. Diego himself strode into view, flanked by bodyguards. The older brother's face wore a triumphant sneer. "This ends now, Ash," he spat, levelling a pistol. "And this time, I won't miss." Gunfire erupted from every direction. Jade and Ash fought back to back, covering each other in a deadly dance of bullets and cunning. At one point, Jade rolled across the concrete floor to grab a fallen weapon, taking out 2 of Diego's men. She realised she was fighting not just for survival, but for a chance at redemption, for both her and Ash. Valentina arrived with reinforcements, pushing Diego's men into retreat. But Diego himself remained, determined to kill his brother. He cornered Ash behind a shipping container, pistol aimed at Ash's chest. Jade, hidden behind a nearby crate, took a shot that grazed Diego's arm. He howled in pain, pivoting the gun toward her. Ash seized the moment. He lunged, wrenching the weapon from Diego's grasp. A scuffle broke out, brutal and personal. In the end, Ash pinned his brother to the ground, chest heaving, gun pressed to Diego's temple. Diego glared, panting. "Do it, brother. Prove you're just like me." Jade felt her heart spike. Would Ash pull the trigger? The seconds stretched like wire about to snap. Finally, with a growl of rage, Ash hurled the gun aside. "No," he said, voice shaking. "I'm not you." Valentina's men secured Diego, who spat curses as they dragged him away. Jade knelt next to Ash, heart in her throat. He had a bleeding gash on his arm, but it seemed superficial. Cradling his face in her hands, Jade looked into his eyes, tears wetting her lashes. "I'm sorry I doubted you," Ash exhaled, a shuddering breath. "You saved my life, twice now." They helped each other up, battered but alive. The city lights of Istanbul glittered outside like 1,000 possibilities. For the first time, Jade believed in something more than just survival. A gentle ocean breeze caressed Jade's skin as she stood on the sun-drenched balcony of a secluded island villa. The horizon was a tapestry of turquoise waves and golden sunlight. She sipped from a cup of spiced tea, letting the salty air soothe her. Behind her, Ash emerged, dressed casually in linen pants and a half-buttoned shirt, a faint scar visible on his forearm, one of the many they'd both acquired. After the showdown in Istanbul, rumours spread that Adrian, Ash Castellano, and his infamous jewel thief accomplice had vanished, presumed dead or in hiding. The truth was more nuanced. They'd decided to step away from the black market empire altogether, leaving Valentina to handle the transition to legitimate ventures, or dismantle them if she wished. Now, on this remote island, they ran a private security firm specialising in the protection and recovery of rare artefacts, flipping their skills from theft to preservation. It felt like a surreal twist of fate, yet it also felt right. Jade's hand absently touched the ring on her finger, its centrepiece, the blue siren sapphire. Once a symbol of her captivity, now it sparkled as a testament to a shared destiny. The memory of their stormy path still brought flashes of pain and regret, but they found solace in building something honest, side by side. From the open doorway, Ash smiled. "Ready for our next job? There's a lost manuscript in an auction house that needs protecting." She turned, a playful glint in her eye. "Let's go steal it before anyone else tries then. Old habits die hard after all." He chuckled, crossing the balcony to stand beside her. Their hands entwined, and for a moment, the ghosts of their pasts receded, replaced by the pounding of the ocean against the shore and the simple warmth of each other's presence. No matter the shadows that lingered, they had found a form of freedom in the very thing that once bound them: trust in one another. Even if tomorrow brought fresh storms, tonight they stood together, hearts still beating in unison amidst the quiet hum of the surf.